Yes. Su Rui smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Li Hun and the others have endured 5 Poisons Palace for so many years and have long been holding back their anger. When they heard about this, they were enraged and a conflict broke out with the people of 5 Poisons Palace. Tao Supremacy Yang Mo even attacked and severely injured the envoy of 5 Poisons Palace. Xianxia said, "Actually, Tao Supremacy Yang Mo has already held back and did not harm the lives of everyone from 5 Poisons Palace. However, 5 Poisons Palace had dominated Baldecan State for many years and its status was unshakable. Even if the envoy's life was not harmed, this was equivalent to challenging the dignity of 5 Poisons Palace. To begin with, the envoy of 5 Poisons Palace had intended to make things difficult for Chaos Palace by asking for a 90% Source Stones payment. Now that everyone from 5 Poisons Palace was severely injured, how could 5 Poisons Palace let the matter rest? Did the Tao Supremacies of 5 Poisons Palace step in? Su Zimo asked. Su Rui nodded. A young master of 5 Poisons Palace, Utmost Heavenly Supremacy Zhu Ling, came knocking with 2 Tao Supremacies. Tao Supremacy Yang Mo was no match for them and, "Sai, is he still alive?" Su Zimo asked again. "He's still alive." Su Rui shook his head with a pained expression. "However, it's a fate worse than death." Xianxia said, Tao Supremacy Yang Mo had not advanced to the Tao Hegemony realm for long, and might not have been able to release his strongest combat strength. Coupled with the fact that the Tao Supremacy he was facing was skilled in the poison Great Tao, Tao Supremacy Yang Mo was careless and was tainted by poison. Yang Mo was defeated by a single Tao Supremacy. On second thought, Su Zimo was not surprised. After all, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others had once cultivated in the major Kiliacosm and experienced the baptism of killing. As for Yang Mo and the others, they cultivated in the heaven and earth creation diagram the entire time. Even when they sparred against one another, they knew their limits and exercised restraint. They lacked experience in life and death battles. It was only natural that they would be disadvantaged against true experts. Su Rui said, "Palace Lord Young Master Zhu Ling has already arrived at the Chaos Hall with Yang Mo and the others. He's extremely hostile and there's a high chance that he'll use them to make things difficult for you." "Oh," Su Zimo replied casually, "pass down the order immediately. Gather all the cultivators of Chaos Palace here." "Palace Lord, what are you doing?" Meng Shi could not help but say, "Even if all of us from Chaos Palace join forces, we won't be able to defend against the might of the Tao Supremacies." "Palace Lord, you didn't see it personally. Tao Supremacy Yang Mo was the only one who lasted a few more rounds against that Tao Supremacy of 5 Poisons Palace. Li Hun, Kai Wei, and the other utmost heavenly supremacies were restrained by a single move from the Tao Supremacy of 5 Poisons Palace. There's no need to say anything else. Just do as you're told." Su Zimo did not explain and merely said indifferently. Su Rui and the other 2 exchanged glances and turned to leave without hesitation. Su Zimo arrived at the Chaos Hall. At that moment, there were already many people gathered in the hall. Most of them were heavenly supremacy experts he had brought out of the heaven and earth creation diagram. The heavenly supremacies had angry expressions, but they did not dare to say anything and tried their best to suppress it. Apart from these people, there was another person sitting on the main seat of the hall. The person was young and wore vermilion robes with a frivolous expression. He was sipping hot tea leisurely and his fingernails shone with a gorgeous color. It was clear that they were poisonous. Unexpectedly, this should be the young master of 5 Poisons Palace, Utmost Heavenly Supremacy Zhu Ling. Behind this person stood 2 expressionless old men. They were both Tao Supremacy experts at lesser mastery of the Tao Hegemony realm. The person on the left was dressed in a black robe with his wide sleeves folded in front of him and his hands hidden within. The person on the right wore a red robe woven with dense spiderwebs and stood with his hands behind his back. He should be of the same race as Utmost Heavenly Supremacy Zhu Ling. There were 7 people lying in front of the 3 of them, all of them from the heaven and earth creation diagram. Among them were Tao Supremacy Yang Mo and 2 utmost heavenly supremacies, Li Hun and Kai Wei. At that moment, The 7 of them had purple faces and twitched all over. They spat out white foam and their eyes were bloodshot. It was clear that they were enduring immense pain. "Let me die! Kill me!" The other 4 could not hold it in any longer and roared continuously. Yang Mo and the other 2 could only hold it in and let out gurgling sounds from the depths of their throats. Young Master Zhu Ling looked down at this scene from above and smirked in enjoyment. The more pain these people were in, the happier he was. "Master!" When they saw Su Zimo enter the hall, everyone from Chaos Palace shouted with indignant expressions. Su Zimo nodded. When Yang Mo and the other 2 heard the word master, they turned around with difficulty and glanced at Su Zimo before lowering their heads. "Oh my!" Young Master Zhu Ling did not stand up. He clapped and smiled. "So this is Palace Lord Chaos. I've heard a lot about you. Palace Lord Su, you won't mind me sitting in your seat, right?" Young Master Zhu Ling asked with a smile. Su Zimo ignored his question. Arriving in the hall, he pointed at Yang Mo and the others and asked indifferently, "How should we settle this?" "Fufu." Young Master Zhu Ling chuckled. "Seems like you want to negotiate with me. Palace Lord Su? Sure thing. I hate fighting and killing the most. I spared their lives because I wanted to give Chaos Palace a chance." In reality, Yang Mo and the others were currently poisoned and were enduring the pain of being bitten by 10,000 spiders. It was a fate worse than death. Young Master Zhu Ling said, "Palace Lord Su, I'm sure you already know the reason for this. Your subordinates are truly audacious. They injured people from 5 Poisons Palace. That's absolutely unforgivable. Could you have instigated this?" Young Master Zhu Ling changed the topic and his killing intent increased exponentially. As long as Su Zimo's reply was incorrect, he would attack immediately. "It's none of Master's business." Right then, Yang Mo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He spat out a few words word by word. "It was all on me. I'll take responsibility for my actions. Don't implicate others." "Humph." Young Master Zhu Ling said coldly, "Do you think you're the one who decides who should be implicated? Let me tell you, even if a dog raised by 5 Poisons Palace is injured by you, people of Chaos Palace will have to pay with their lives. Since you guys injured 18 people of 5 Poisons Palace, Chaos Palace has to pay with the lives of 1,800 heavenly supremacies. Since 5 Poisons Palace received such a provocation, they naturally had to kill to establish their might. Furthermore, they were just killing a bunch of weeds. You!" Yang Mo was enraged and his expression changed continuously. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt even more pain. After becoming a Tao supremacy, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to establish his prestige in Chaos Palace. To think that he would implicate others from Chaos Palace instead. Li Hun and the others regretted their actions as well. If not for the fact that they could not control themselves, they would have committed suicide on the spot. Su Zimo could roughly guess their thoughts and ignored them. Letting them suffer a little could be considered a punishment for them. Everyone from Chaos Palace clenched their fists internally. They were indignant but could not say anything. They knew that the current Chaos Palace could not fight against 5 Poisons Palace at all and could only endure any humiliation. At that moment, many cultivators of Chaos Palace, including Su Rue and the others, rushed over from various places and were silent when they saw what happened in the hall. Chaos Palace had just begun to show signs of improvement. To think that it would suffer such a heavy blow. The lives of 1,800 heavenly supremacies, that was equivalent to crippling half of Chaos Palace. Furthermore, no one knew which heavenly supremacies 5 Poisons Palace would choose to target. Everyone in the hall was in danger. Yang Mo and the others are indeed in the wrong. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke in an indifferent tone. Chaos Palace will naturally punish them for their mistakes. However, since when was it in the place of outsiders to interfere? The moment he said that, the hall fell silent. Even Yang Mo and the others from Chaos Palace who were enduring pain and torture could not believe that Su Zimo would say that, let alone young Master Zhu Ling of 5 Poisons Palace. Ever since they came out of the heaven and earth creation diagram, they had never seen Su Zimo attack. The impression this master gave everyone was that he was weak, benevolent and timid. Previously, when faced with the pressure of Five Poisons Palace, this master chose to compromise. But now, when the young master of Five Poisons Palace descended with two Dao supremacies and he could get himself killed at any moment, this master actually said such tough words. This master was only a lesser mastery heavenly supremacy of the Dao comprehension realm. How much courage and boldness did he have to possess in order to say such words to the young master of Five Poisons Palace and the two Dao supremacies? In fact, even for a Dao supremacy like Yang Mo, he was wary and restrained himself when he spoke when he saw young master Zhu Ling descend with two Dao supremacies. Furthermore, Su Zimo's words clearly meant that he wanted to protect Yang Mo and the others. Yang Mo and the others felt even more guilty when they thought about how they caused the current calamity for Chaos Palace because of their selfishness and impulsiveness. Master! Yang Mo endured the pain and said sadly, "Our sins are unforgivable. Even if we have to be butchered, we're not worthy of pity. Why you can't let your emotions affect you and implicate yourself?" With that said, Yang Mo felt ashamed and regretful again. If not for their impulsiveness, why would they be in such a predicament today? The lives of the 1,800 heavenly supremacies of Chaos Palace were on them. Master, Chaos Palace still needs you. Utmost heavenly supremacy Kai Wei looked at Su Zimo and said intermittently, two streams of tears flowing from her eyes. As long as Su Zimo was still alive and his essence spirit cultivated to the Dao hegemony realm, he could naturally avenge them by releasing the Dao supremacy experts in the heaven and earth creation diagram. However, they could not say that in public and could only remind Su Zimo to protect himself. Interesting. Young Master Zhu Ling was stunned for a long time before reacting. He had not expected a heavenly supremacy to dare to say such things to him. He could not help but clap and laugh. Yes, Five Poisons Palace insists on interfering. What can you do about it, Palace Lord Su? In that case, I'm sorry. The moment he said the first word, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he was already in front of young Master Zhu Ling. His speed was shocking and he arrived almost instantly. You must be tired of living. Young Master Zhu Ling's gaze intensified as he raised his hand and slapped Su Zimo. A spiderweb-like Dao imprint condensed in his palm. It was colorful and clearly poisonous. That change shocked everyone from Chaos Palace. They had not expected Su Zimo to be so decisive as to charge towards the young master of Five Poisons Palace. It's over. Yang Mo sighed internally. We caused Master's death. Not to mention the two Dao supremacy experts standing beside young Master Zhu Ling. Even young Master Zhu Ling was an utmost heavenly supremacy expert who was also at the perfected Dao comprehension realm. He alone was enough to kill Su Zimo. Naturally, no one present could guess Su Zimo's intentions. Against young Master Zhu Ling's attacks, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. After approaching, he suddenly propped up a world and clenched his fists, slashing towards the two Dao supremacies beside young Master Zhu Ling. That action was extremely strange. Not only did he ignore young Master Zhu Ling's killing move, there were no weapons in Su Zimo's palm either. If he slashed down like that, he would only slash into the air. Was the Palace Lord trying to commit suicide? Everyone was stunned. The two Dao supremacies scoffed at Su Zimo's attacks and did not care at all. Not to mention that Su Zimo had nothing in his hands and could not injure them. It was too late even if he had a weapon. That was because young Master Zhu Ling had attacked first and was clearly a step faster. That single gap was enough to determine life and death. The two Dao supremacies seemed to be able to see young Master Zhu Ling's Dao imprint land on Su Zimo's chest and send him flying. Suddenly, in the chaos world, two sword lights tore through the chaos and landed in Su Zimo's empty hands, fitting in perfectly. Su Zimo wielded his dual swords and slashed down. The Avicii and Nether swords had appeared. The expressions of the two Dao supremacies changed starkly. Those two swords. Hiss! What a powerful sharpness. What a strong killing intent. Before the Avicii sword could slash down on his body, the black-robed old man on his left felt a sharp pain in his scalp and was about to be torn apart. The red-robed old man on the right was enveloped by the killing intent of the Nether sword and felt as though he had fallen into ice. His body stiffened and his reaction was half a step slower. It was not their fault that they were so conceited and unprepared. The difference in cultivation realm between the two of them was way too great, an entire major cultivation realm apart. Furthermore, the two Tao supremacies had not expected that a heavenly supremacy would target them. How could this lad have dared to? Even now, the two of them could not believe what they were seeing. Furthermore, ordinary heavenly supremacy spirit treasures could not injure them at all. However, the moment the Avicii and Nether swords were released, the two of them were shocked. At that cultivation realm, they could naturally sense how terrifying the Avicii and Nether swords were. As for young Master Zhu Ling, when the Avicii and Nether swords appeared, he was so close that he shuddered and his consciousness froze instantly. I'm dead if any one of those swords stab me. That thought flashed through young Master Zhu Ling's mind. However, before long he was enraged. The fact that this person dared to look down on him so much was truly detestable. At that thought, young Master Zhu Ling propped up a world and attacked even more ferociously. A colorful spiderweb Dao imprint smashed towards Su Zimo's chest. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound sounded from Su Zimo's body. It surged even more fiercely than ocean waves and swept in all directions like a tsunami. An incomparably domineering blood chi surged out and the vast power almost overturned young Master Zhu Ling. His Dao imprint was about to land on Su Zimo's chest, but he could not press it down no matter what. The next moment, a jade-green lotus flower soared into the skies and swayed with light. There was even a layer of fine flames burning on the surface of the jade-green lotus flower. It was the red lotus karmic fire. Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon was released. Young Master Zhu Ling's Dao imprint and world collapsed and shattered instantly. At the same time, the Nether sword had already slashed down. The red-robed old man did not have time to dodge and could only turn his head instinctively. At the same time, he controlled the great Dao in his palm and formed spiderwebs that enveloped the Nether sword. Bang! 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 The spiderwebs could not defend against the sharpness of the Nether sword at all and were severed. That delay allowed the red-robed old man to seize the opportunity to retreat. A blood light appeared. The edge of the Nether sword sliced through the red-robed old man's shoulder, leaving a shallow blood mark. Such injuries could not injure Dao supremacy experts at all, and they could recover instantly. Under the circumstances that he was caught off guard and lost the initiative, the Dao supremacy could still avoid damage to his vitals and was only scratched on the flesh slightly. Even Su Zimo could not help but praise internally when he saw that, as expected of a Dao supremacy, the red-robed old man still had lingering fear after escaping. How dare you! He glared at Su Zimo with a ferocious gaze and hollered. Just as he was about to retaliate, his voice stopped. The red-robed old man's expression changed starkly, and his eyes widened with endless fear on his face. His life force was dissipating rapidly and his eyes dimmed. The next moment, the red-robed old man fell limply to the ground. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The change happened so quickly in a mere instant. At the same time, the Avicii sword had already slashed down. However, compared to the red-robed old man, the black-robed old man was even more ferocious and had no intention of dodging. The black robes that were initially folded together suddenly shattered and more than 1,000 palms extended from within, stabbing towards Su Zimo. Rather than calling them palms, they were more like 1,000 pitch-black sharp daggers. The black-robed old man's true form was a 1,000-legged centipede and every single foot was poisonous. The 1,000 feet attacked with a stench. The poisonous gas on the 1,000 feet was enough to poison heavenly supremacy experts to death. Thankfully, Su Zimo's green lotus blood chi was strong. Coupled with the fact that his phenomenon provided a layer of shield as well, he was isolated from the poisonous gas. In reality, the reason why Su Zimo released his blood chi and bloodline phenomenon was not to deal with young Master Zhu Ling at all. The main reason was to release his full strength. Against Dao supremacy experts, he had no chance at all if he did not use his full strength. Furthermore, with the bloodline phenomenon protecting him, he could also defend against the counterattack of the two Dao supremacies. However, no matter how strong his blood chi and bloodline phenomenon were, There was no way they could completely neutralize the piercing of the black-robed old man's 1,000 feet. The attack seemed simple and wasn't fancy at all. However, the 1,000 feet made use of the power of the Great Tao to break through Su Zimo's blood qi. In fact, the green lotus phenomenon merely blocked it slightly. Whoosh! Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and a ball of yellow sand appeared around him. It was the 9 heavens' living soil. Even so, he could not defend against the black-robed old man's attacks. Poof! 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 Instantly, countless bloodied holes were pierced through Su Zimo's body. As for Su Zimo, a fiery red lotus platform flew out from his glabella and covered his face. Through the obstruction of the bloodline phenomenon and the 9 heavens' living soil, the 1,000 feet strength had already decreased by more than half before it was blocked by the karmic fire red lotus. Although the 1,000 feet penetrated his body, they did not injure his vital points after all. The Avicii sword slashed down from the top of the black-robed old man's head as well. Blood surged. The Tao supremacy was split into 2 by the Avicii sword. When young Master Zhu Ling saw that, he was shocked. His spirit treasure was already considered top tier. Even then, it was difficult for him to injure the body of a Tao supremacy expert, let alone split him into 2. Naturally, the black-robed old man had long thought of a way out since he dared to retaliate. The moment the Avicii sword slashed above his head, his essence spirit had already left his body. With a single thought, he could reconstruct his body. The black-robed old man could be said to be lucky. If his essence spirit had not escaped in advance, even if his essence spirit was not destroyed by the Avicii sword, his essence spirit would have been devoured by greater Avicii. The black-robed old man wanted to use his bloodline to reconstruct his body. However, a ghastly hell appeared vaguely around the Avicii sword and suppressed his corpse and all his blood qi. He could not extract anything from his bloodline for a short period of time. That made the black-robed old man panic. Su Zimo spun the Avicii sword and slashed towards the essence spirit of the black-robed old man. The sword qi was dense and the bottomless terrifying hell enveloped over. The nether sword slashed in his direction as well. The 2 swords arrived at the same time, wanting to encircle the essence spirit of the black-robed old man. Since Su Zimo had already decided to attack, he would definitely show no mercy. The black-robed old man had just seen the red-robed old man die from a mere brush of the red sword and naturally knew how terrifying it was. Against the encirclement of the 2 swords, he only had his essence spirit left and could not defend at all. The black-robed old man realized that the situation was bad since he could not reconstruct his body. Instantly, his essence spirit turned to escape. Boom! In the end, a red light enveloped him. The karmic fire lotus platform descended and smashed heavily against the black-robed old man's essence spirit. Bang! As expected of the essence spirit of a Tao supremacy, it did not dissipate after being struck by the karmic fire lotus platform. It merely shuddered and felt dizzy with its vision turning black. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness controlled the karmic fire lotus platform and activated a secret skill according to his lineage memories. Suddenly, the karmic fire lotus platform bloomed and layers of fiery red petals grew around it, trapping the essence spirit of the black-robed old man within, forming an impenetrable prison. No matter how the black-robed old man's essence spirit charged, he could not escape. At the same time, many lotus holes on the lotus platform spewed out scarlet flames. Every single flame contained a lotus seed. Instantly, raging karmic fire ignited in the lotus platform and burned the black-robed old man's essence spirit. Ah! The black-robed old man let out a tragic cry. In less than a few breaths, his essence spirit was riddled with holes by the lotus seeds and his remnant essence spirit was burned to ashes by the karmic fire. The chaos hall was terrifyingly silent. Everyone widened their eyes and held their breaths in shock, unable to say a word. Even Yang Mo, Li Hun and the others seemed to have forgotten the pain in their bodies. They looked at this scene in disbelief and their minds went blank. 2 Tao supremacy experts were caught by their master and snuffed in front of everyone. Throughout the entire process, the methods Su Zimo displayed were domineering and calm. It was way too different from the image of a weak scholar in their minds. How was this someone who was timid? There was no one more audacious and decisive to kill than him. Most of the cultivators of Chaos Palace had never seen Su Zimo attack before. In their eyes, Palace Lord Chaos was like a gentle and refined scholar. Although he did not possess the dignity and boldness of a palace lord, it was not bad that he was benevolent. It was only today that everyone truly witnessed how terrifying Su Zimo was. Young Master Zhu Ling's world shattered and his attacks were fruitless. When he saw the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. When Su Zimo retracted his swords and shifted his gaze to him, he shuddered and snapped out of his stupor. "Why, you're poisoned, and you won't be able to survive either," young Master Zhu Ling said with a trembling voice. Su Zimo had just killed 2 Dao supremacies and almost used all his trump cards. Furthermore, he was not completely unscathed. His body was pierced by the black-robed old man's 1,000 feet and black blood was flowing. That poison could injure others but could not threaten his green lotus body. What are you doing? You can't kill me. I'm the young master of 5 Poisons Palace. If you dare to harm my life, don't even think about leaving Baldecan State alive. Young Master Zhu Ling pretended to be calm and hollered sternly. Su Zimo merely looked at him calmly without saying anything. When he saw that Su Zimo was unmoved, young Master Zhu Ling was even more afraid. His tone softened as he begged bitterly, Please let me leave. I'll return to 5 Poisons Palace and ask F for a cure for you. Palace Lord Su, please show mercy and give me a chance. Su Zimo said indifferently. I gave you a chance. Ha! Young Master Zhu Ling was stunned for a moment before shaking his head hurriedly. No. Palace Lord Su, you remembered wrongly. You haven't given me a chance at all. Su Zimo said expressionlessly. When I first entered, I asked you how we should settle this. Young Master Zhu Ling recalled that Su Zimo seemed to have indeed said that. So, back then, he was not begging them to let Chaos Palace. Instead, he was giving them a chance to live? Unfortunately, you missed it. Right in front of young Master Zhu Ling's terrified and confused gaze, Su Zimo said softly. Raising his hand, he slapped the top of the latter's head, shattering his essence spirit. The battle started all of a sudden and ended extremely quickly as well. Even now, many people in Chaos Palace had yet to recover from their shock. We're in really deep shit now. Meng Shi's heart skipped a beat as he clicked his tongue. Killing 2 Dao supremacies and a young master of 5 Poisons Palace was equivalent to falling out with 5 Poisons Palace completely, and there was no room for negotiation. Everyone from Chaos Palace would probably have to flee for their lives. Su Zimo turned to look at everyone from Chaos Palace and declared, 5 Poisons Palace will definitely not let today's matter rest. Everyone, if you're willing to follow, you can enter this diagram and avoid trouble for the time being. As he said that, he summoned the Heaven and Earth Creation diagram and unfolded it slowly, allowing it to float above Myriad Beast Ridge. Under Su Zimo's control, the Heaven and Earth Creation diagram emitted a faint light. As long as everyone from Chaos Palace entered the range of the light, they would be pulled into the Heaven and Earth Creation diagram. When Su Rue heard that, his heart skipped a beat as he murmured softly, So, back when the Palace Lord had us gather everyone, he had already planned for this. Actually, if young Master Zhu Ling and the others had not gone overboard and left after poisoning Yang Mo and the others, Su Zimo would not have fallen out with them. After all, up till now, his greatest wish was to cultivate in peace and increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Once he became enemies with 5 Poisons Palace, he could only escape from this place. It was still unknown if he could avoid the pursuit of 5 Poisons Palace. At the very least, he would not be able to cultivate in seclusion for the time being. However, when he arrived at the Chaos Hall, 5 Poisons Palace was aggressive and wanted 1,800 heavenly supremacies of Chaos Palace to die as well. That was the reason why Su Zimo wanted to kill. Many heavenly supremacies of Chaos Palace came from the Heaven and Earth Creation diagram and were initially unwilling to return. However, now that Chaos Palace was in danger, everyone knew that it would be difficult for them to escape the pursuit of 5 Poisons Palace if they stayed in Baldecan State. After Su Zimo said that, many heavenly supremacies stood up one after another and flew towards the Heaven and Earth Creation diagram. Before long, all the cultivators of Chaos Palace were taken in by the heaven and earth creation diagram. Su Zimo brought Yang Mo and the others into the heaven and earth creation diagram as well. The sudden influx of so many people into the heaven and earth creation diagram had long alarmed Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others. They welcomed them hurriedly and asked for the reason. After knowing what happened in Chaos Palace, the Tao Supremacy experts were enraged. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's gaze was even colder as he looked at Yang Mo and the others and said in a deep voice, "You disobeyed the orders of the Master and almost caused an irreparable disaster. Your mistakes are unforgivable." With that said, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng raised his hand, wanting to kill Yang Mo and the others as a warning to others. Yang Mo and the others knew they were in the wrong and lowered their heads deeply without begging for mercy. They were poisoned and were enduring the pain of being bitten by 10,000 spiders. Death was a form of relief for them. Furthermore, they no longer had the face to face the other cultivators. "Hold on." Su Zimo raised his hand and stopped Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. He turned to look at Yang Mo and the others and asked, "Do you guys know what you did wrong?" "We do," Yang Mo said. "We had selfish motives and disobeyed orders. We caused a huge calamity and implicated Chaos Palace and Master. We deserve to die." Su Zimo said, "That's only one of your wrongdoings." Yang Mo and the others were slightly stunned and confused. Su Zimo said, "You guys chose to provoke a powerful enemy such as Five Poisons Palace, but you returned in defeat. That caused damage to the prestige of Chaos Palace. That's your second wrongdoing." Yang Mo smiled bitterly. He wanted to suppress the other party, but he could not defeat them at all. Su Zimo continued, "Since you guys are weaker than them, I'll punish you guys to enter seclusion in the heaven and earth creation diagram for 10,000 years to temper your combat skills so that you can make up for your mistakes in the future." When they heard that, Yang Mo and the others shuddered and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. What their master meant was that the punishment of entering seclusion for 10,000 years was almost nothing to them. At this cultivation realm, it was extremely common for one to enter seclusion for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. 10,000 years would pass by in a flash. "Master, you—" Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was still in disbelief as he probed. Su Zimo nodded. "Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, please remove the poison from their bodies." Given his bloodline, he could also remove the poison in Yang Mo and the others. However, it would take a lot of time. After all, the poison was left behind by a Tao Supremacy expert. With Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng present, it was naturally easy to remove the poison left behind by the Tao Supremacy. It was only at that moment that Yang Mo and the others were truly certain that Su Zimo had no intention of killing them. "Aren't you going to express your thanks?" Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng stepped forward and berated. "Thank you, Master." Yang Mo and the others felt as though they had walked through death's door and been reborn. Their eyes were red and they looked at Su Zimo gratefully. To be fair, even if Su Zimo had killed them to establish his might, it would be normal. After all, they had made a huge mistake first. However, not only did Su Zimo kill young Master Zhuling and the two Tao supremacies of Five Poisons Palace, he did not truly pursue their crimes. "Master, I was truly an idiot previously. I even spoke ill of you in secret." Li Hun was a burly and muscular man. However, at that moment, he burst into tears and raised his swollen palm to slap his mouth. Previously, the few of them chose to follow Su Zimo to head to the major Kiliacosm. However, in their hearts, they more or less had some objections and dissatisfaction with this unfamiliar master. It was only at that moment that everyone was truly loyal to him. When the others from Chaos Palace saw that, they were moved as well. They cupped their fists and said in unison, "Master, you're benevolent." They had just witnessed Su Zimo's decisiveness in killing. At that moment, they were extremely touched when they saw how magnanimous Su Zimo was to his own people. "Master," Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said in a deep voice, "since you've already become enemies with Five Poisons Palace and it's not appropriate for you to appear, why don't you cultivate in the heaven and earth creation diagram as well?" Of course, that was an alternative as well. However, the heaven and earth creation diagram was the lesser three realms after all. If he wanted to comprehend the chaos great Tao better and increase his cultivation, he had to return to the major kiliocosm. The heaven and earth creation diagram could only be considered the last way out. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. I'll try to escape from this place first. It'll naturally be best if I can successfully escape from the pursuit of Five Poisons Palace. Five Poisons Palace was only the largest faction in Baldecan State. As long as he could escape from Baldecan State, it would be equivalent to escaping more than half of this danger. There was no time to lose. Su Zimo gave a few more instructions and left the heaven and earth creation diagram. Arriving above Myriad Beast Ridge, Su Zimo sighed internally when he saw the lush surroundings and well-arranged palaces. To think that 10,000 odd years after he ascended to the major kiliocosm, he would be forced to flee. Of course, compared to Tianhuang mainland and the medium kiliocosm, things were already smooth sailing after his ascension to the major kiliocosm. The current crisis was nothing much. At this cultivation realm, unless one cultivated the disguise Great Tao, there was not much meaning in changing one's appearance and one would be seen through at a glance. Su Zimo willed with his spirit consciousness and used the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual to condense 3 clones. They sped in 4 directions and vanished above Myriad Beast Ridge in the blink of an eye. Baldecan State, Five Poisons Palace. As the strongest faction in Baldecan State, Five Poisons Palace had a total of 5 Palace Lords. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider and Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede were both at the perfected Tao hegemony realm and were paramount Tao supremacies. Those at their realm were normally called by the short form paramount supremacy. Palace Lord Heavenly Snake and Palace Lord Heavenly Scorpion were both at greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm and were major Tao supremacies. Those at their realm were normally called by the short form major supremacy. There was only Palace Lord Heavenly Toad left, a lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm and a Tao supremacy. As for young Master Zhu Ling, he was the son of Palace Lord Heavenly Spider. At that moment, not only were the 5 Palace Lords present in the 5 Poison Hall, dozens of Tao hegemony realm experts under them were also present. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive and murderous. The news of Myriad Beast Ridge had already spread. The 5 Palace Lords had grim expressions. Among them, Palace Lord Heavenly Spider's beautiful face was filled with killing intent. She licked her scarlet lips gently and said faintly, "I'm surprised that someone dares to challenge 5 Poisons Palace in Baldecan State. This time round, not only did Palace Lord Heavenly Spider lose a young master, she even lost a Tao supremacy. The other Tao supremacy who died was under Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede." A Tao supremacy stood out and said in a deep voice, "I've already investigated. The murderer was an ascender from 10,000 years ago. He rules over Chaos Palace. It's said that this person obtained a treasure diagram that caused Chaos Palace to become famous in recent years." Humph! Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede sneered. "Could it be that a faction that should have been destroyed long ago wants to rise from the ashes? If we don't answer to this, our 5 Poisons Palace will lose face." Palace Lord Heavenly Snake said. "Don't worry," Palace Lord Heavenly Scorpion said. "No matter how extraordinary he is, he won't be able to escape from Baldecan State." Palace Lord Heavenly Spider stood up and said slowly, "Pass down the order. Get all the poisonous creatures in Baldecan State to keep an eye on this person. Report to me at any moment if there's any movement. I want to capture this lad personally and make him suffer the pain of the 5 poisons, wishing he was dead." Palace Lord Heavenly Toad stood up as well. "You guys will lead the teams personally. Every team has to have a Tao supremacy and a major supremacy holding down the fort. Since this lad can kill 2 Tao supremacies, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. You can't be careless." "Understood." Dozens of Tao hegemony realm experts replied in unison and dispersed. The 5 Palace Lords moved one after another and left the 5 Poison Hall. Su Zimo sped in a direction continuously. About half a day later, his injuries healed. As his green lotus bloodline circulated, the poison in his body was removed. Under normal circumstances, with the cover of his 3 clones, there was a high chance that he could escape from Baldachin state. However, ever since he set off, he had a vague feeling that he had always been under surveillance. However, when he released his spirit consciousness to investigate, he found nothing. Could it be an illusion? Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was also possible that he was paranoid. At the very least, he had not sensed any actual danger so far. Suddenly, Su Zimo lost connection with one of the clones. In fact, before he could see who the other party was through the clone, the connection between the two of them was severed. They're already here. How fast? Su Zimo murmured softly and continued charging forward with his movement technique. Another 4 hours passed. He lost contact with his second clone. After ascending to the major Kiliacosm, the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual was not of much use to him. Even if he lost it, it would not be a pity. However, the fact that 2 clones were crippled in such a short period of time made Su Zimo feel a strong sense of danger. Furthermore, the feeling of being under surveillance did not dissipate along the way. It was as though there were a pair of eyes that were omnipresent. Even if Su Zimo changed directions at the last minute, there was nowhere to hide. Under normal circumstances, no matter how powerful Five Poisons Palace was, they could not cover every corner of Baldachin State. Right now, the feeling Su Zimo had was as though Baldachin State was filled with spies from Five Poisons Palace. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and stared at the colorful mushrooms that filled the mountains and plains. His heart skipped a beat. If he focused his gazes, he would be able to see some tiny poisonous insects near the poisonous mushrooms. Some poisonous insects hid under the gigantic umbrella caps of the poisonous mushrooms. Some passed through the mud while others weaved nets in the corners. It's them. Su Zimo came to a realization. These poisonous insects were way too weak, and Su Zimo did not take note of them initially. It was only now that he reacted. The environment of Baldachin State was most suitable for poisonous insects to survive. It could be said that all sorts of poisonous insects were ubiquitous. His whereabouts were exposed to these poisonous insects. These poisonous insects definitely had some form of contact with Five Poisons Palace to be able to send messages at any time. In that case, it was almost impossible to escape from Baldachin State. "I've finally found you." Right then, a voice sounded from afar. The person was extremely fast and arrived instantly. A Tao supremacy expert. Su Zimo's eyes shone coldly. He could hide in the heaven and earth creation diagram at any moment. However, before that, he could try to fight a Tao supremacy and test the extent of his combat strength. Back in the Chaos Hall, the main reason why he could kill the 2 Tao supremacies in a few breaths was because he caught them off guard. If he truly fought against a Tao supremacy, it was hard to say who would win. The Tao supremacy should have long heard of Su Zimo's methods and did not look down on him. The moment he approached, his hands transformed into 2 gigantic scorpion pincers and he charged over. The scorpion pincers were poisonous. Not only that, it also contained the power of the great Tao that he had condensed. Rumble. The blood chi in Su Zimo's body surged and his bloodline phenomenon appeared. He propped up the chaos world and collided with the 2 gigantic scorpion pincers opposite him. Boom! A deafening bang sounded. The airwaves released by the collision of the 2 of them flipped the surrounding mushrooms and plants to the ground. "You can actually withstand a single strike from me?" The Scorpion Tao Supremacy shuddered and exclaimed, "You're indeed capable." There was an entire major cultivation realm difference between the 2 parties. In reality, Su Zimo had already released his full strength to defend against that attack. He had even released his bloodline phenomenon. Of course, it was extremely difficult to suppress a Tao supremacy with just his bloodline phenomenon and the chaos world. Su Zimo did not intend to entangle himself with the Tao supremacy any longer. With a long howl, 2 sword lights tore through the chaos and landed in his hands. The Avicii and Nether swords had appeared. Su Zimo wielded the 2 swords and slashed towards the Scorpion Tao supremacy opposite him. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed past at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind afterimages that were difficult to distinguish. Su Zimo did not care about the illusions of the black shadow at all. He waved the Avicii and Nether swords and slashed towards the black shadow continuously. Clang! Clang! Clang. A crisp sound accompanied them. The black shadow was sliced into a few pieces by the Avicii and nether swords and scattered on the ground, emitting a strong stench. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The black shadow was a pitch-black scorpion tail. The scorpion Dao supremacy was shocked. His scorpion tail was his hidden killing move. To think that it would be sliced into pieces by the two swords the moment he released it. However, the scorpion Dao supremacy's scorpion tail did not have any bloodline. Even if it was severed, there were no wounds and the killing intent of the nether sword could not kill his essence spirit. Even so, the scorpion Dao supremacy broke out in cold sweat. Su Zimo wielded Avicii and nether swords and seized the opportunity to charge forward, wanting to kill the scorpion Dao supremacy here. Humph! Right then, a cold snort sounded from the side. The voice was neither loud nor soft. However, Su Zimo frowned slightly and his ears hurt. How powerful! A single voice could penetrate his bloodline phenomenon and world. Su Zimo's spirit perception warned him. He could not continue attacking the scorpion Dao supremacy as he moved gently and dodged to the side. Swoosh! It was as though something had brushed past him narrowly. Su Zimo scanned with his spirit consciousness but did not see anything. Su Zimo channeled the illumination and nether glow divine stones. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white as he focused his gaze. Everything before him became clear. What streaked past him earlier on was a spider silk as thin as a cow's hair. If he had not used illumination and nether glow divine stones, he would not have been able to see it clearly. Su Zimo held his sword horizontally in front of him with both hands and looked over. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood with an aura that surpassed the scorpion Dao supremacy earlier on. Greater mastery of the Dao hegemony realm, a major supremacy expert. Su Zimo had a grim expression. Before he could think further, the major supremacy extended 10 fingers and grabbed in his direction. 10 spider silks appeared out of thin air and intertwined, forming a huge web that enveloped him. Su Zimo hollered and waved the Avicii and nether swords, slashing towards the spiderweb. The Avicii and nether swords struck the spiderweb and it caved in deeply. In fact, it even changed shape but did not break. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. At the Dao hegemony realm, one could master and control the great Dao. In fact, they could even begin to attempt to make use of the power of the great Dao. At the Dao comprehension realm, upon comprehending the great Dao, the most one could do was create great Dao phenomenons. Once cultivators advanced to the Dao hegemony realm, the great Dao they cultivated would become a weapon in their hands and materialize. After the major supremacy expert fused the great Dao into the spider silk earlier on, even the Avicii and nether swords could not sever it. Retract! The major supremacy expert did not approach. He merely stood in the distance and controlled the spider silk remotely. He retracted his hands and the spiderweb wrapped around the Avicii and nether swords. Naturally, he could tell how powerful the Avicii and nether swords were and wanted to take them for himself. Su Zimo released his full strength, wanting to withdraw his swords and retreat. However, the spider silk on the Avicii and nether swords tightened and increased. Even the sharpness and killing intent of the two swords were overwhelmed. Suddenly, Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon swayed before dissipating. At some point in time, a spiderweb had appeared behind him and enveloped over. His bloodline phenomenon could not hold on at all. Let's see where else you can escape to. The major supremacy sneered and waved his hands continuously. More and more spider silk surrounded Su Zimo, forming a gigantic inescapable net that sealed all his escape routes. The strength of a major supremacy was way too strong and the difference between the two parties was way too great. Su Zimo sighed internally. It seemed like he had to hide in the heaven and earth creation diagram. Right then, two extremely domineering auras descended and one landed beside Su Zimo. The great Dao spiderweb that initially enveloped Su Zimo and caused the space to distort snapped rapidly. Another terrifying power charged towards the major supremacy expert. The expression of the major supremacy changed as he channeled his essence spirit and weaved an impenetrable spiderweb in front of him. Boom! However, the spiderweb shattered instantly and turned into dust. The body of the major supremacy was smashed by the terrifying power as well. Before his essence spirit could escape, he died. A major supremacy had died. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. The two powers that had suddenly descended came from two different directions. Clearly, they belonged to different great Daos and came from two different experts. The former made use of space to break the spiderweb. The latter was even more ferocious and destroyed the spiderweb directly. The fact that a major supremacy expert was killed with such brute force probably meant that this person was already at the perfected Dao hegemony realm. This was a paramount supremacy expert. However, Su Zimo did not know the background and intentions of the two experts who attacked earlier on. The Scorpion Dao supremacy of Five Poisons Palace was so frightened that his face turned pale. He was in a dilemma as to whether he should stay or escape and froze on the spot for a moment. We're graced by two paramount supremacies. The moment you guys attacked, a major supremacy of my Five Poisons Palace was killed. What impressive methods! Right then, a beautiful woman descended in midair. She wore a colorful Taoist robe and her long hair was tied up. Her lips were scarlet and she surveyed the two voids with a cold expression. Another paramount supremacy. Furthermore, it was a paramount supremacy expert of Five Poisons Palace. Su Zimo was focused and on guard, prepared to hide in the heaven and earth creation diagram at any moment. The void not far away swayed slightly like a calm lake. Suddenly, a ripple appeared and a gray-robed old man walked out. You cultivated the space great Dao? The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes slightly and could tell the dermic Dao this person cultivated. She said coldly, I'm one of the palace masters of Five Poisons Palace, Heavenly Spider. Fellow Taoist, you don't seem familiar to me. How should I address you? You don't have to know. The gray-robed old man said indifferently with his hands behind his back, as though he did not care about the killing intent of the beautiful woman. Our Five Poisons Palace has no feud with you, right? Palace Lord Heavenly Spider asked again. That's right. The gray-robed old man nodded. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider asked sternly. Then why did you kill a major supremacy of my Five Poisons Palace? I didn't kill him. The gray-robed old man had a calm expression and his tone was calm. All right, Palace Lord Heavenly Spider said in a deep voice. In that case, I won't pursue this matter. Fellow Taoist, please leave. This lad harmed my son and killed some Dao supremacies of Five Poisons Palace. I'll definitely make him pay with his life, the gray-robed old man said indifferently. You won't be able to kill him with me around. Su Zimo frowned slightly and took a closer look at the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed man looked extremely unfamiliar to him, and he definitely did not know this person. He did not know why this paramount supremacy wanted to save him. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider's expression darkened as she said coldly, Does that mean that you intend to go against Five Poisons Palace? A mere Five Poisons Palace isn't worthy of my respect. The gray-robed old man still had his hands behind his back and his tone was indifferent, as though he was saying something extremely ordinary. Ha 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 ha. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider burst into laughter. Good, good, good. I'll remember what happened today. Right now, she was alone and she had some reservations. She was trying to stall for time and wait for Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede and the other experts of Five Poisons Palace to arrive before planning her next move. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider swept her gaze to the other side and said coldly, And you're not going to appear yet? How long more are you planning to hide? Shouldn't you give an explanation for killing a major supremacy expert of Five Poisons Palace? Behind a poisonous mushroom on the other side, a black-robed young man strode out with a cold expression. He looked askance at Palace Lord Heavenly Spider and asked, What explanation do you want? When Palace Lord Heavenly Spider saw that person, her expression changed as she said sternly, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction. When the gray-robed old man heard that name, his expression was unchanged, as though he had long known the identity of the person. When the Scorpion Dao Supremacy heard that, he clearly trembled and a look of fear flashed through the depths of his eyes. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider's expression changed a few times before she said slowly, Why didn't you follow the evil lady to the northwest to fight? Why did you come to our insignificant Baldecan state? And it's any of your business? Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction sneered with a disdainful expression. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider was choked speechless from that reply. She cursed internally and clenched her fists, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. If the major supremacy of Five Poisons Palace was killed by this person, there was probably no way to seek redress. Even if Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede arrived and they joined forces, they would not have much chance of winning against this person. Furthermore, there was an unknown gray-robed old man with a powerful background beside him. Just as Palace Lord Heavenly Spider was deep in thought, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction suddenly turned murderous. He turned around and said coldly with a dark expression, "And you think you're qualified to mention the name of the evil lady?" Palace Lord Heavenly Spider's heart skipped a beat as she opened her mouth instinctively. What or why? Before she could finish her question, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction grabbed the void in front of him and a pitch-black spear appeared, condensing a terrifying Great Tao aura as it stabbed towards Palace Lord Heavenly Spider. The spear tore through the air and let out a whining sound. The surrounding void trembled and distorted. It could not withstand it at all. "You're crazy!" Palace Lord Heavenly Spider shrieked and channeled her essence spirit. She opened her lips and spat out a large amount of spider silk as she waved her hands to weave a net in front of her continuously. Layers of spiderwebs landed on the pitch-black spear. However, the moment they landed, they were shattered by the Great Tao aura released by the spear. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider retreated continuously and distanced herself from the pitch-black spear. She released the silk Great Tao and wrapped it around the pitch-black spear. After countless layers, the pitch-black spear was finally trapped and stuck in midair. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction had long left his spot and arrived before Palace Lord Heavenly Spider. He raised his palm and slapped down, causing the surrounding void to collapse instantly. After cultivating to the Tao hegemony realm, one could make use of the Great Tao to release immense power with every move. Palace Lord Heavenly Spider channeled her bloodline and raised her hand to receive the attack. Bang! The two palms collided with a muffled sound. The next moment, Palace Lord Heavenly Spider's palm exploded, and a terrifying power spread continuously. Her entire arm turned into a blood mist. Ah! Palace Lord Heavenly Spider let out a tragic cry. The Great Tao she cultivated specialized in using poison to obtain victory. There was no way she could defeat the other party in a head-on collision. Furthermore, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction cultivated the destruction Great Tao that was extremely ferocious. With a single punch or palm strike, he could destroy everything. After shattering an arm of Palace Lord Heavenly Spider, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction's palm was also tainted with spider poison. However, he did not care and continued chasing, attacking in succession. In melee combat, Palace Lord Heavenly Spider had nowhere to escape. She was smashed to a pulp by Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction's attacks, and her essence spirit was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths, Palace Lord Heavenly Spider was already dead, leaving behind a large blood fog with a stench. Su Zimo witnessed the entire process and was secretly speechless. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction was indeed ruthless. Just because Palace Lord Heavenly Spider mentioned the words evil lady, he fell out with her and killed her on the spot. Could the evil lady that Palace Lord Heavenly Spider mentioned be Empress Evil of the Medium Kiliacosm? Su Zimo thought to himself and looked at the gray-robed old man not far away. Right from the beginning, the gray-robed old man stood by idly. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, the gray-robed old man smiled at him and nodded. Weird, Su Zimo muttered internally. However, he did not let down his guard and was prepared to hide in the heaven and earth creation diagram if he saw that the situation was bad. He had experienced too much in Tianhuang mainland and the medium Kiliacosm. As such, he would always be wary of strangers. Thud! When the Scorpion Tao Supremacy saw that, he knelt on the ground and trembled, begging, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction looked askance at this person and raised his brow. Do I look like I'm trying to kill you? What are you begging me for? Right. The Scorpion Tao Supremacy was shocked and said hurriedly, I won't beg, I won't. As he said that, the Scorpion Tao Supremacy stood up and fled into the distance. He no longer looked like a dignified Tao Supremacy, and it was clear that he was extremely afraid. The gray-robed old man cupped his fists towards Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation has sharpened once again. Will the poison affect you? Quit acting familiar with me. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction pouted. What have my injuries got to do with you? The gray-robed old man had good intentions but was refuted by Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction's words. However, the gray-robed old man was not angry and merely smiled. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction flung his slightly swollen palm. If I had known that an old man like you would protect him, I wouldn't have come. With that said, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction turned to leave. He had not looked at Su Zimo even once the entire time. Su Zimo was at a loss. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction seemed to be referring to him. Su Zimo cupped his fists towards Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction's back view. Thank you for saving me, Senior. No matter what, he had to thank Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction for helping him. Initially, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction was about to leave. When he heard that, he suddenly stopped and turned to walk back. He looked at Su Zimo with malicious intent. Su Zimo felt goosebumps from his gaze and secretly channeled the heaven and earth creation diagram, prepared to escape at any moment. This person seemed neurotic, as though he would fight and injure anyone if he heard something that he disliked. Furthermore, no one knew what words would trigger this person. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction came before Su Zimo and sized him up, smiling sinisterly. There's no need to thank me. It wasn't my intention to save you. You'd better cultivate slower so that you can live longer. If you advance to the Tao Hegemony realm, be careful. I'll look for you at any moment and kill you to snatch that thing back. Dream badge. Su Zimo probed. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction muttered. I really don't know why Master handed the dream badge to you. However, it's fine. I'll snatch it back for Master in the future. At that point, Su Zimo was certain of something. The evil lady that Palace Lord Heavenly Spider was referring to should be Empress Evil and the Master of Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction. In that case, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction must have protected him on Empress Evil's instructions. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction laughed. In addition, I won't look for you after you cultivate to the perfected Tao Hegemony realm. I love bullying the weak. I'm only giving you the chance to cultivate to the Tao Hegemony realm on account of Master. Otherwise, I would have snatched the dream badge right now. With that said, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction turned to leave and vanished before long. Su Zimo turned to look at the gray-robed old man not far away and bowed. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I ask for your Tao title? Young friend. Just call me Uncle Feng. The gray-robed old man smiled. That was no Tao title. It was more like a casual form of address. Su Zimo was puzzled and could not help but ask, Senior, you know me? I don't. Uncle Feng smiled. This is the first time we've met. Su Zimo was even more puzzled and asked, in that case, why did you rush here to save me, Senior? Uncle Feng shook his head. It's not convenient for me to say more about that. Perhaps you'll know in the future. Su Zimo frowned slightly and thought of all the people he had once befriended. He had definitely never seen Uncle Feng before. In other words, someone must have instructed Uncle Feng to save him, similar to Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction. If Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction was here on the orders of the evil lady, what was Uncle Feng's motive for being here? He had only interacted with a few experts from the major Kiliacosm. Most of them, such as the lords of the Heavenly Court, had even fought with him, and there was no way they would send anyone to help him. Apart from the lords of the Heavenly Court, there were only the Fiend Lord and the others. It was even more impossible for Brahma Ghost Mother and the Lord of Hell to send someone to save him. Could it be the Fiend Lord? Thereafter, Su Zimo rejected that guess. This did not seem like the style of the Fiend Lord. The Fiend Lord had always only considered his own motives and placed no emphasis on relationships. Back then, for the Heaven Conquest battle, he could even stand by idly as the martial Dao Prime Body suppressed Feng do in that case. Why would he care about an ascender from the medium Kiliacosm? Su Zimo thought for a long time but could not come up with anything. Uncle Feng asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Su Zimo said, "I can't stay in Baldecan State any longer. As for where I'm going, I haven't thought about it yet. I can recommend a place for you to go." Uncle Feng said, "Senior, please speak." Su Zimo said, "South Region." Uncle Feng said, "There's going to be a heavenly supremacy meet in the South Region. The geniuses and monster incarnates of the 49 spirit grounds will gather in the ancestral fire sanctuary and fight against each other to decide the peerless heavenly supremacy." When Su Zimo heard that, he had a calm expression. Up till this point of his cultivation, he no longer cared about such empty titles. Although fights between geniuses of the same cultivation realm were beneficial for his cultivation, it was not very attractive for him at this moment. What he hoped for the most was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. When Uncle Feng saw that Su Zimo did not seem interested, he reminded, "The peerless heavenly supremacy is not only an empty title. Eventually, the peerless heavenly supremacy will obtain rewards from the ancestral fire sanctuary and even have a chance to join it." Su Zimo remained silent. Since he was going to revive the Chaos Sanctuary in the future, he was naturally not interested in joining the ancestral fire sanctuary. Furthermore, there was a high chance that the 9 lords of the heavenly court of the medium Kiliacosm were from the other 5 sanctuaries, including the ancestral fire sanctuary. Right now, his cultivation realm was too low and he did not want to be noticed by the sanctuaries. The rewards of the sanctuary would definitely not be bad. However, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Su Zimo still said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. However, my current cultivation realm is too low. Even if I participate in the Heavenly Supremacy Meet of the South Region, I won't have the chance to obtain the title of Peerless." "Are you sure you're not going?" Uncle Feng said with a fake smile. "I believe you definitely don't want to miss the reward of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy this time round." "Oh!" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that Uncle Feng seemed to be implying something and asked, "What's the reward?" "Merit's Gold Lotus." Uncle Feng's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. "And it's grade 12. With that said, Uncle Feng smiled and waited for Su Zimo's reply. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Not only did Uncle Feng know about the Merit's Gold Lotus, he even knew where it was and that the reward for the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy this time round was the Merit's Gold Lotus itself. It would have been fine if it was any other treasure. However, the Merit's Gold Lotus was way too important to Su Zimo. Not only would it improve his physique and bloodline, obtaining the Merit's Gold Lotus meant that his lineage memories would be further completed, and there was a high chance that he could break through in a short period of time. Back in the turmoil, the Chaos Green Lotus split into 4. Nothing could improve him more than the remaining 2 lotus flowers. Uncle Feng was right. Indeed, he did not want to miss the Merit's Gold Lotus, even if he might take a certain risk. The Heavenly Supremacy Meet was held by the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Uncle Feng knew so much about the Heavenly Supremacy Meet and even the final reward. In other words, there was a high chance that he was from the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary itself. "Senior, what do you need me to do?" Su Zimo did not express his stance right away. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. "There's no need for that." Uncle Feng smiled. "I'm just here to deliver the news. Whether you can obtain the final reward will depend on your own capabilities." Su Zimo frowned internally. Not only did Uncle Feng rush here from the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary to save him, he even gave him such an important piece of information without asking for anything. That was truly strange. Why would a stranger he did not know, and a paramount supremacy at that, help him like this? "All right, I'll go." Su Zimo pondered for a long time before agreeing. On the one hand, the Merit's Gold Lotus was too important to him. Since he knew the whereabouts of the Merit's Gold Lotus, he had to fight for it. On the other hand, Uncle Feng should not have any intention of harming him. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction clearly knew this person and even said that he would not have rushed over if he knew that this person was protecting him. In other words, in the eyes of Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction, at the very least, he would not encounter any danger with Uncle Feng around. Let's go. Uncle Feng waved his hand. I'll send you to the ancestral fire sanctuary. As for how far you can advance in the heavenly supremacy meet, it has nothing to do with me. Su Zimo walked towards Uncle Feng and asked, how long will it take to reach the ancestral fire sanctuary of the south region from here? Not long. Uncle Feng smiled gently and waved his hand casually. The aura of the great Tao spread and tore through the void beside him, revealing a spatial tunnel. Su Zimo's gaze froze. He had once heard Su Rui and the others mention that in the major Kiliacosm, even Tao supremacy experts could not teleport and cross the void. As though he could sense the doubt in Su Zimo's heart, Uncle Feng smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it's true that Tao hegemony realm experts can't cross the void. Only saints and sacred spirits can travel through the major Kiliacosm casually. However, those who cultivate the space great Tao can do it as well. Su Zimo was enlightened. Uncle Feng waved his hand and released a space great Tao barrier to protect Su Zimo. Only then did he bring Su Zimo into the spatial tunnel and disappear above Baldecan State in the blink of an eye. Not long after the two of them left Baldecan State, the other 4 palace lords of 5 Poisons Palace arrived one after another. The Scorpion Tao Supremacy who escaped previously followed behind. The blood fog that filled the air after the death of Palace Lord Heavenly Spider had yet to dissipate. The 4 palace lords had ugly expressions when they saw the traces of the battle earlier on. Palace Lord Heavenly Scorpion said in a deep voice, Heavenly Spider died in the hands of Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction. It is difficult to take revenge. However, the instigator, Su Zimo, can't be allowed to live. Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede released his spirit consciousness and communicated with the surrounding poisonous insects. He could not help but frown slightly and mutter softly. He went to the Heavenly Supremacy meet in the South region? The South region is too far away from this place. Although our 5 Poisons Palace is powerful in Baldecan State, we have no control over there. Palace Lord Heavenly Snake shook his head gently. Palace Lord Heavenly Toad said, are we going to let this matter rest just like that? The Scorpion Tao Supremacy probed. Palace Lords, Su Zimo seems to have the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus. Oh! When Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede heard that, his eyes lit up and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said slowly, it's fine even if this lad goes to the South region. There's no need for us to attack personally. We can kill him with a borrowed knife. Are you saying that we should release this news? Palace Lord Heavenly Scorpion asked. That's right. Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede said. It's the bloodline of Saint Lord Chaos back then after all. I believe that there will definitely be people from the 5 sanctuaries who are interested in the creation Green Lotus. As long as he goes to the ancestral fire sanctuary, he can forget about leaving alive. Palace Lord, you're wise. The 5 Poisons Palace cultivators praised. Palace Lord Heavenly Toad frowned. Even if we release this news, people of the sanctuaries might not believe us, right? Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede said, if the news is spread by Master, the sanctuaries should not suspect anything. In any case, we have to report the death of Heavenly Spider to Master eventually. Master loved Heavenly Spider the most. To think that she would be killed by that lunatic. Palace Lord Heavenly Snake sighed. In the spatial tunnel, Su Zimo thought of 5 Poisons Palace from before and asked, Senior, the 108 states in the southeast region are ruled by factions like 5 Poisons Palace. Why haven't I heard of the birth of a saint? The destruction of the Chaos Sanctuary was more than 6 billion years ago. No matter how difficult it was to become a saint, Su Zimo did not believe that no one had advanced to the saint realm all these years. As for Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others, after the Chaos Sanctuary was destroyed, they were dragged into the heaven and earth creation diagram and knew nothing about what had happened in the major Kiliacosm over the years. Uncle Feng might be the only one who could answer some of the doubts in his heart. It's not that there were no saints born. Uncle Feng said, most of the saints of the major kiliacosm are under the command of the 5 sanctuaries. Furthermore, the saints will stay out of the conflicts between the major factions and won't attack living beings below the saint realm. Why is that? Su Zimo asked. Uncle Feng said, when saints kill living beings below the saint realm, they will be tainted by karma. Once the great Tao is tainted by karma, it will affect their combat strength. More importantly, it might attract divine punishment and cause them to die. Su Zimo nodded to himself. In that case, the saint would indeed have reservations against the intimidation of divine punishment. Uncle Feng said, for example, 5 Poisons Palace in Baldecan State actually has a saint backing them as well. Those 5 poisonous insects are the pets of Saint Poison. Su Zimo was stunned. 5 Poisons Palace had dominated Baldecan State for many years. However, the 5 palace lords were merely poisonous insects reared by a saint. Uncle Feng continued, however, even if paramount supremacy evil destruction kills all 5 poisonous insects, Saint Poison won't dare to attack him. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived at the end of the spatial tunnel. Walking out of the void, Su Zimo looked over and his vision was scarlet. The surrounding temperature was clearly much higher than in Baldecan State, and he was surrounded by a heat wave. Sand and gravel were everywhere, and there were even flames burning in some places. Many mountain peaks were flowing with boiling lava. In such an environment, there was extremely few vegetation that could survive, and there was no greenery within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. In the horizon ahead, a large number of incomparably majestic buildings could be seen standing on the horizon. They towered into the clouds and were clustered together like gigantic holy flames. Uncle Feng pointed at the majestic buildings. The ancestral fire sanctuary is right ahead, so I'll drop you off here. There are still a few days to go before the heavenly supremacy's battle starts. You just have to participate at that time. Do you have any other questions? Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, who are the experts participating in the heavenly supremacy's battle from? Will people from the ancestral fire sanctuary participate? Uncle Feng smiled and shook his head. If someone from the sanctuary participates, you won't have the chance to obtain the title of peerless. All 8 major territories of the major kiliacosm will hold similar meets. Typically, experts of other territories won't travel thousands of miles to the ancestral fire sanctuary to participate in a fight for the peerless heavenly supremacy of the South region. There are 108 states in the Southeast region and 49 spirit grounds in the South region. Therefore, the opponents you face will be the strongest heavenly supremacy experts from the 49 spirit grounds. Such meets can be considered a way for the sanctuaries to choose talents. If people from the sanctuaries participate as well, it will be too much of a bully. Su Zimo was expressionless as he asked, are people from the sanctuary that strong despite being in the Tao comprehension realm as well? Uncle Feng said, right now, you're at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm. With the help of your physique, bloodline, and spirit treasures, you can even attempt to kill great heavenly supremacies and utmost heavenly supremacies above your cultivation realm. However, it won't be so easy for you to do so against people from the sanctuary. Furthermore, the sanctuaries contain the bloodline lineages of the saint race. Saint race? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, when you mention the saint race, for the ancestral fire sanctuary, does it refer to the vermilion bird or phoenix races? Back then, among the 9 lords of the heavenly court, the lord of vermilion heaven's true form was the vermilion bird. In flame heaven, some cultivators possessed the vermilion bird bloodline but were not of the vermilion bird race. Neither. Uncle Feng shook his head. The saint race is independent from them and there are very few of them. They're neither the vermilion bird race nor the phoenix race. People from those 2 races can only be considered as part of the sanctuary, but they're not part of the saint race's bloodline lineage. Su Zimo was shocked. The Feng Huangs and dragon phoenixes were known as taboos in the minor kiliacosm, while the vermilion birds were even known as sacred spirits in many ancient books. However, even the vermilion bird and phoenix races were not part of the saint race. What was the background of the saint race? Uncle Feng said, Be it the vermilion bird, phoenix, or flame races, only those with atavistic bloodlines can become the saint race. Su Zimo was enlightened. There were suddenly answers to some of the questions that had been in his heart for many years. Only those with atavistic bloodlines were qualified to become part of the saint race. As for him, he knew two people with atavistic bloodlines. Night Spirit and Carefree. That was also the reason why Night Spirit could come out of the evil fiend battlefield alive. Night Spirit's bloodline was atavistic, and even in the major kiliacosm, he would belong to the saint race. Even the people of the heavenly court did not dare to hurt him, let alone the blessed heaven world. After Night Spirit and Carefree entered the Emperor realm, they were forcefully taken away by a force of the major kiliacosm. There was a high chance that they were summoned by experts of the sanctuaries. When Su Zimo left, Kuanpeng Carefree had yet to advance to the Emperor realm. However, when Monkey advanced to the Emperor realm, he was also taken away by the same power of the major kiliacosm. Could Monkey's bloodline be atavistic as well? In that case, Night Spirit and Monkey should not be in any danger in the major kiliacosm. As for Night Spirit, once he entered the saint race and obtained its lineage, it will definitely be a huge opportunity for him. His future achievements might not be inferior to Su Zimo's. However, Su Zimo did not know which sanctuary Night Spirit was brought to. Just as Su Zimo was about to ask more questions, some cultivators sped past and looked over. As though he did not want to be noticed, Uncle Feng disappeared into the void in a flash. You can't use weapons in the sanctuary. You're on your own now. With that said, Uncle Feng vanished. That person doesn't look like a heavenly supremacy of our south region. He seems to be a human? Ha! A mere heavenly supremacy at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm wants to come to our sanctuary to fight for the title of peerless? Ha ha! Maybe he's just here to join in the fun. The group of cultivators from earlier on sped past not far away and looked in Su Zimo's direction, chatting and laughing with no intention of hiding anything. Blaze Spirit Ground. One of the 49 spirit grounds of the South region. This group of people were the top heavenly supremacy experts in the Blaze Spirit Ground. When they saw Su Zimo's cultivation and the fact that he was alone, they naturally did not take him seriously. The man in the lead had red hair, phoenix eyes, and a calm bearing. He stared at Su Zimo for a while before saying softly, "This person should have some tricks up his sleeves. He's not as weak as he looks. Senior brother Fan, you flatter him too much." The others smiled disapprovingly. Before long, the group of people brushed past Su Zimo and entered the ancestral fire sanctuary. Su Zimo stood quietly for a moment before heading towards the sanctuary as well. There were many heavenly supremacy experts guarding the ancestral fire sanctuary, and everyone had to pay some source stones before they could enter. Su Zimo handed over a few source stones. When the guards nearby saw that he was alone, they only took a few more glances before letting him enter the sanctuary. The ancestral fire sanctuary was extremely lively. All the architectural styles inside were related to flames. Some were in the shape of flames and some were engraved with flame totems. Even the streets of the sanctuary were named after vermilion birds and phoenixes. The rest were not much different from the mortal world. There were cultivators holding up stalls on the streets with some treasures and chatting with others. There were also many restaurants and inns on both sides of the long street. Almost all the cultivators coming and going in the sanctuary were above the Tao manifestation realm. Even emperor experts were extremely rare. For many living beings with long lifespans, the joy of food and wine was still irreplaceable. Su Zimo weaved through the crowd and casually found an inn by the street to settle down, waiting for the heavenly supremacy's battle to eventually begin. Every room in the inn was surrounded by mysterious restrictions that could isolate spirit consciousness detection and sound. It was clearly made by an expert. Those who could open an inn in the ancestral fire sanctuary were also extraordinary. Su Zimo spent most of his time in seclusion in his room. However, he would take some time each day to head to the hall and find a corner to slowly savor wine while listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators so that he could gather information. To him, everything about the South region was extremely unfamiliar. Even though he had many trump cards, He did not dare to underestimate others and inquired about the strongest utmost heavenly supremacies from the 49 spirit grounds. However, the past 2 days had been a little strange. The number of heavenly supremacies in the ancestral fire sanctuary increased exponentially. In fact, many cultivators in other attire arrived. It was clear that they were not from the south region. On this day, as usual, Su Zimo arrived at a corner of the hall of the inn and ordered a pot of wine. He sipped slowly and listened to the conversation of the many cultivators in the hall. Have you heard? The heavenly supremacy meet of our south region this time round actually alarmed the Yin-Yang sanctuary. I saw a group of people from the Yin-Yang sanctuary arrive yesterday. It's not only the Yin-Yang sanctuary. Another cultivator said, people from the other 4 sanctuaries are here too. Furthermore, an utmost heavenly supremacy of the saint race is here. Ah! At the mention of the saint race, the crowd was in an uproar. Many cultivators in the surroundings gathered over. Someone asked curiously, could it be that the people of the saint race are also participating in this heavenly supremacy meet? In that case, the few geniuses of the 49 spirit grounds probably won't have the chance to fight for the title of the peerless heavenly supremacy. That's right. The saint race is invincible among their peers and possesses an atavistic bloodline. Only the saint race can fight against the saint race. The living beings of the other races are completely inferior. There's something strange about this. How were experts of the other regions attracted by the title of the peerless heavenly supremacy in our south region? Even the saint race was alarmed. Could it be that the treasure for the reward this time round is very special? No one knows what treasure will be rewarded until the last moment. Everyone gathered and discussed spiritedly without coming to a conclusion. In the crowd, someone coughed gently and said smugly, I heard a rumor. Tell me. Hey, cow nose. Stop beating around the bush. Everyone urged. The old Taoist with a nose that resembled a cow stroked his chin and beard gently and said slowly, according to what I know, the saint race of the 4 sanctuaries are not here for the title of the peerless heavenly supremacy or the final reward, but for the... At that point, the old Taoist deliberately dragged out the syllables before saying a shocking remark. Creation Green Lotus. What? A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. The Creation Green Lotus has appeared? I heard that Saint Lord Chaos was the Creation Green Lotus back then. After he died, there was no trace of the Creation Green Lotus. For heavenly supremacies who cultivate the Creation Great Tao, with Great Tao and Vitality Great Tao, they will benefit greatly from the Creation Green Lotus. It can help them comprehend the Great Tao easier. When he heard that, Su Zimo, who was in the corner, frowned. He knew that it was impossible for the Green Lotus bloodline to remain hidden in the major Kiliacosm forever. However, he did not expect this matter to spread to the ears of the sanctuaries so quickly. Uncle Feng knew his bloodline, but this should not have been done by Uncle Feng. The most likely culprit was 5 Poisons Palace. They were trying to kill him using a borrowed knife. Su Zimo's thoughts raced, and he guessed 5 Poisons Palace's scheme before long with a cold glint in his eyes. The old Taoist continued, the Creation Green Lotus did not merely appear. I heard that it has already fused with a cultivator. Furthermore, he's an ascender who arrived in recent years and is now in the ancestral fire sanctuary. That explains why the 4 sanctuaries are alarmed, and there are even people of the saint race here. If I were the Creation Green Lotus, I would leave now. The old Taoist sneered. Weapons can't be used in the ancestral fire sanctuary. Sure, he can live for a few more days. However, he'll die the moment he leaves. What does that person look like? What's his cultivation realm? A cultivator asked. The old Taoist replied, I was lucky enough to get a look at that person's portrait. It's a man with black hair and green robes. He has refined features and looks studious, like a weak scholar. It's said that his cultivation realm is only at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm. Isn't this person doomed for sure? Cow knows, now that you mentioned it, I seem to have some impression of this person. I might have seen him somewhere recently. When Su Zimo heard that, he was already prepared to get up and leave. Right then, Someone inadvertently glanced over and suddenly shouted, "Over there!" That shout instantly diverted everyone's attention. Instantly, thousands of cultivators in the hall turned around and their gazes landed on Su Zimo. At the same time, for utmost heavenly supremacies walked into the hall and surveyed their surroundings, as though they were searching for something. Before long, the gazes of the four utmost heavenly supremacies locked onto Su Zimo with a hint of killing intent. When many cultivators in the hall saw the badges hanging on the waists of the four utmost heavenly supremacies, their expressions changed starkly and they retreated one after another, widening the distance and making way for a large empty space. "There from the sanctuaries!" Exclamations sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo glanced at the badges on the waists of the four utmost heavenly supremacies. The badge on the waist of the utmost heavenly supremacy on the left showed a pair of black and white yin-yang fishes chasing after one another. He should be from the yin-yang sanctuary. The badge of the utmost heavenly supremacy beside him was shrouded in a layer of lightning. He should be from the divine punishment sanctuary. The badge of the third utmost heavenly supremacy was empty. However, with a single glance, one's gaze and mind would sink into a vast and endless space-time and they would lose themselves. He should be from the space-time sanctuary. The badge of the fourth utmost heavenly supremacy was blood-red and filled with killing intent. He should be from the nirvana sanctuary. The bloodlines of the four utmost heavenly supremacies were extremely strong. Before they even revealed their bloodlines, Su Zimo already felt a sense of pressure. Are these people from the saint race? They're not from the saint race. Those of the saint race don't need to carry such identity badges with them. The few of them are from the sanctuaries and should be the servants of the saint race. Ah! Even their servants can emit such terrifying might. The utmost heavenly supremacy from the yin-yang sanctuary was expressionless. He looked at Su Zimo in the corner of the hall and said indifferently, "Come with us." "Where to?" "You don't need to know." The utmost heavenly supremacy of the divine punishment sanctuary had a calm tone, but it was impolite. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of many cultivators of the ancestral fire sanctuary, and they were gathering over. Perhaps because the crowd was too large, a team of sanctuary guards patrolling the city even pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. The sanctuary guards glanced into the hall. A look of realization flashed through the eyes of the commander in the lead, as though he had already understood something. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he asked, "And if I refuse?" "That's not up to you." The utmost heavenly supremacy of the Nirvana sanctuary had a ferocious gaze and a murderous aura as he walked towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked at the guards of the ancestral fire sanctuary outside the hall. Under normal circumstances, the duty of this group of guards was to maintain order in the sanctuary. If anyone dared to use weapons, these guards would stop them and even suppress the instigator. However, at that moment, the commander of the ancestral fire sanctuary seemed to have ignored that scene. He turned around and berated the surrounding cultivators loudly. "Stop looking and disperse!" Su Zimo's expression turned cold. It was clear that the guards of the ancestral fire sanctuary intended to protect them. These people are openly taking him away in the ancestral fire sanctuary. Since weapons are not allowed to be used in the sanctuaries, are the guards going to stand by idly as well? You're too naive. These rules of the sanctuaries are for people like us. They are from the other sanctuaries as well. On account of their sanctuaries, these guards will naturally turn a blind eye. The old Taoist pouted. Those few from the saint race did not appear the entire time. Even if someone wants to pursue this matter later on, the most they can do is to use these servants as scapegoats to be punished. As everyone discussed, the utmost heavenly supremacy of the Nirvana sanctuary had already arrived before Su Zimo. He reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's shoulder. When the person's palm arrived in midair, it had already transformed into a gigantic and malevolent beast claw. His demonic chi surged, and it was clear that he wanted to cripple Su Zimo's entire arm. When the beast claw of the utmost heavenly supremacy appeared, Su Zimo could tell his true form at a glance. Heaven weave. With a human face and the body of a beast, they had wings and a violent temperament. They loved to eat humans and were one of the cruelest ferocious beasts. Su Zimo did not move at all, as though he could not dodge in time. The claws of the heaven we've landed on Su Zimo's shoulder and grabbed forcefully. Under normal circumstances, his claw was enough to crush Su Zimo's shoulder. However, when his sharp beast claws pierced through Su Zimo's clothes and landed on his skin and flesh, he encountered a tremendous resistance and merely sank slightly before encountering an even greater rebound. Bang! The claws of the heaven weave were repelled. Su Zimo glanced at the sanctuary guards outside the hall. When the commander caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, he turned around again, clearly intending to stand by idly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. "How dare you?" The heaven weave's eyes shone fiercely as he grinned sinisterly. "How dare you retaliate?" Boom! The blood chi in the heaven weave's body surged and he opened his bloodied mouth. There was a world within as he devoured Su Zimo, wanting to kill him on the spot. "I'll let you know what retaliation truly is." Su Zimo did not retreat a single step. Suddenly he extended his hands. Just as the heaven weave's mouth was about to bite down, he gripped the upper and lower jaws of the heaven weave tightly and exerted strength in his arms. Ow! The heaven weave's throat extended and he let out a tragic cry. The moment, blood spewed into the hall, right in front of everyone. Su Zimo pressed down on the heaven weave's mouth with both hands and tore his entire body into two from the corner of his mouth. When the essence spirit of the heaven weave wanted to escape, Su Zimo hollered softly and gathered his chi into a sword. With a flash of white light, the essence spirit of the heaven weave was sliced into two. The cultivators were in an uproar. This scene was way too bloody and shocking. Nobody expected the heavenly supremacy, who looked like a weak scholar, to release such a terrifying power with a single move. He tore the heaven weave apart in a single move. No one expected Su Zimo to really dare to kill someone from the sanctuaries. If the heaven weave had released his full strength, he might not have died so quickly. Even he did not expect Su Zimo to dare to kill him. "How dare you? You must be tired of living." The remaining 3 servants of the saint race shouted angrily. The entire process happened too quickly and the heaven weave died on the spot in almost a single round before the 3 of them could attack. It was only at that moment that the 3 utmost heavenly supremacies snapped out of their stupor. One after another, they propped up their worlds and channeled their blood chi, even summoning their bloodline phenomenons. The eyes of the person from the yin-yang sanctuary were pitch black and he exuded a dark aura. Behind him, a full moon appeared, but it was dim, an utmost heavenly supremacy of the extreme yin race. The person from the divine punishment sanctuary transformed into his true form. It was an azure dragon that overturned the entire inn instantly. His blood chi surged and a dragon roar reverberated through the world. Even with the azure dragon bloodline, he was only a servant of the saint race. The person from the space-time sanctuary was still in his human form, but the surrounding void kept changing and distorting. Although he was merely an utmost heavenly supremacy in the Tao comprehension realm, he could already alter the form of the void. "It's the ancient Yu race." A cry of surprise sounded from the crowd. The 3 utmost heavenly supremacy from the sanctuaries had just released all their methods when Su Zimo had already closed in. "If you want to take me away, I'll send you guys on your way first." Against the combined forces of 3 utmost heavenly supremacies, Su Zimo did not retreat. He hollered and his aura intensified, releasing his blood chi as well. Rumble, like a volcano bursting forth. A tsunami swept through and suppressed the blood chi of the 3 utmost heavenly supremacies instantly. A gigantic world rose behind Su Zimo. It was boundless and indistinguishable from yin and yang. It was gray and dark, as though it could obliterate and devour everything. "Chaos Great Tao!" A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Boom! Although the worlds of the 3 utmost heavenly supremacies were already filled with traces of the Great Tao, they could not suppress the chaos world. At the same time, the blood chi of the 4 of them intertwined and corroded each other. Boom! 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 Su Zimo fought against the 3 of them single-handedly with his fists, palms and fingers, colliding with the three utmost heavenly supremacies with an earth-shaking bang. The three utmost heavenly supremacies shuddered and their expressions changed. The power released by Su Zimo was way too ferocious. Even if the three of them joined forces, they could not defend against it. Not only that, there was also a scorching power contained in Su Zimo's blood qi. Their blood qi was evaporating rapidly and was being consumed continuously. Although the three utmost heavenly supremacies were not from the saint race, they were also the strongest races of the 10,000 races and possessed invincible physiques and blood qi. However, they could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks at all. Right then, the nether glow stone in Su Zimo's left eye activated on its own and his eye turned pitch black, spinning slowly like an endless abyss. The world of the utmost heavenly supremacy of the Yin-Yang sanctuary seemed to be pulled by countless threads as endless power surged into Su Zimo's left eye. The world of that extreme Yin race utmost heavenly supremacy dissipated silently. After Su Zimo obtained the illumination and nether glow divine stones in Tianhuang mainland, they were of great help to him in cultivating his visual techniques. However, it was only after they ascended to the major kiliacosm that the two divine stones truly revealed their intelligence and might. The power of the chaos world increased exponentially and enveloped the utmost heavenly supremacy of the extreme Yin race who had just lost the protection of his world. After being pulled into the chaos world, it was difficult for him to use all his methods. He was being dispelled, obliterated and devoured by the chaos. Initially, there were 3 worlds fighting against the chaos world. Now, there were only 2 worlds left. They belonged to the utmost heavenly supremacy of the Azure Dragon race and the utmost heavenly supremacy of the Ancient Yu race. The situation took a turn for the worse instantly. The 2 worlds could no longer withstand the burden and swayed. Retreat first. When the 2 utmost heavenly supremacies saw that the utmost heavenly supremacy of the extreme Yin race was already in danger and could not be saved, they could only avoid the danger for the time being. At the same time, the expression of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary Guard commander changed when he caught sight of the state of the battle here. He could not help but shout, "How dare you injure others in the sanctuary? Stop!" This person pretended to be oblivious when the servants of the other sanctuaries attacked Su Zimo earlier on. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. 2 servants of the saint race had already died in Su Zimo's hands. Boom! 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 Under the commander's order, many guards of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary released their blood qi one after another and propped up their worlds, surrounding Su Zimo and saving the remaining 2 servants of the saint race. If the commander's order was a step slower, the 2 servants of the saint race might not have been able to escape. Su Zimo looked at the many sanctuary guards surrounding him with a cold expression. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes before gradually disappearing. He was brought to the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary by Uncle Feng after all. Although the guards were clearly biased, he could not kill them on account of Uncle Feng. The utmost heavenly supremacy of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary looked at the commander and pointed at Su Zimo, shouting, "Commander Chun, this person fought in the sanctuary and killed 2 people from the other sanctuaries. He simply doesn't take the rules of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary seriously." "That's right," the utmost heavenly supremacy of the Space-Time Sanctuary said in a deep voice as well. "Commander Chun, this person committed murder in public. You have to seek justice for our 4 sanctuaries." All the cultivators gathered around saw the entire process clearly. The green-robed cultivator only counterattacked after the people of the 4 sanctuaries attacked first. Now that the remaining 2 people from the sanctuaries were making this accusation, many cultivators pouted in disdain. Commander Chan said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. This person's crimes are unforgivable. Our Ancestral Fire Sanctuary will definitely not protect such a murderer. They were the ones who attacked first earlier on. Didn't you see that?" Su Zimo asked coldly. "I only saw you disrespecting the law and committing murder." Commander Chun sneered and surveyed his surroundings, shouting, "Anyone who sees fellow Taoists of the 4 sanctuaries attack first can stand out." There was silence in the crowd. Although many cultivators despised the people of the sanctuaries for bullying others and disdained Commander Chun for distorting the truth, They did not dare to stand out and speak up for Su Zimo. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that if they spoke up for him now, they would undoubtedly offend the four sanctuaries and even the ancestral fire sanctuary. Furthermore, none of the cultivators knew Su Zimo. This person is truly ruthless. He killed 2 servants of the saint race the moment he attacked. That's right. Even if the ancestral fire sanctuary can spare him, the 4 sanctuaries won't let the matter rest. Those few servants from the saint race came for him. Did you expect him to just surrender and kneel down to beg for mercy? The cultivators whispered with the intention of watching a show. Shackle him up. Commander Chun waved his hand and ordered. A few guards threw out a few chains filled with traces of the great Tao from their robes and coiled towards Su Zimo. Clang, clang, clang. Su Zimo slapped the flying chains to the ground with a few casual palm strikes. Commander Chen's expression darkened, and he said coldly with a ferocious gaze, "How dare you resist arrest? Chun Chiu." Right then, a voice sounded from the skies. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Tao supremacy standing in midair. "Greetings, Tao supremacy Ning Yen." Commander Chun and many guards of the ancestral fire sanctuary bowed one after another. Tao supremacy Ning Yen said indifferently, "This person is innocent. You guys can disperse." Chan Xiu was slightly stunned and said hurriedly, "Tao supremacy. This person just committed murder in public and killed 2 people from the other sanctuaries." Chan Xiu emphasized the words people from the other sanctuaries. Even for people of the other sanctuaries, they have to abide by the rules of the ancestral fire sanctuary here. Tao supremacy Ning Yen said in a deep voice. Since they ignored the rules and attacked first to injure others, they only have themselves to blame for being killed. After all, they were the ones who were inferior in skills. Tao supremacy, this person was the first to. Chan Xiu pointed at Su Zimo and wanted to defend himself forcefully. However, he was interrupted by a cold snort from Tao supremacy Ning Yen. "Do you really think you can hide the truth from me?" Tao supremacy Ning Yan's voice was cold as he said slowly, "Chan Xiu, as the commander of the guards of the sanctuary, you bear the heavy responsibility of maintaining the order of the sanctuary. However, you don't know right from wrong and distort the truth. From today onwards, you will no longer be the commander." Chan Xiu's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. He opened his mouth slightly, as though he wanted to argue. However, when he saw the killing intent in Tao supremacy Ning Yan's eyes, his heart could not help but turn cold. He lowered his head hurriedly and said, "I'm sorry." When they heard that, many cultivators were secretly speechless. No one expected that not only would today's matter alarm a Tao supremacy of the ancestral fire sanctuary, it would end in such a manner. Even a commander of the sanctuary guards was stripped of his position. The 2 servants of the other sanctuaries knew that they were in the wrong and turned to leave with ugly expressions. "Tao supremacy Ning Yen is wise." Exclamations sounded from the crowd. As expected of the ancestral fire sanctuary, they enforce the law impartially and don't even give the other 4 sanctuaries face. From today onwards, it will be difficult for the 4 sanctuaries to attack this person in the ancestral fire sanctuary. This person was truly lucky to have encountered Tao supremacy Ning Yen. If not for Tao supremacy Ning Yen, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists in thanks to Tao supremacy Ning Yen, who was in midair. Tao supremacy Ning Yen merely glanced at him indifferently before turning to leave. The next moment, Tao supremacy Ning Yan's voice suddenly sounded in Su Zimo's mind, leaving him an address. "There's someone waiting for you there." Su Zimo was slightly stunned. On second thought, he thought of a possibility. The inn here was shattered and turned into ruins. Su Zimo did not stay here for long. According to the address left behind by Tao supremacy Ning Yen, he searched all the way and arrived at a relatively quiet alley. There was a residence here. Su Zimo pushed the door open and walked in, following a path paved with fiery red stones. After turning through a few strange rocks and fake mountains, he saw a courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a stone table. Sitting beside it was a gray-robed old man who was sipping tea alone. It was Uncle Feng. The moment Dao Supremacy Ning Yen sent a voice transmission, Su Zimo had already guessed that there was a high chance that the reason why Dao Supremacy Ning Yen appeared was because of Uncle Feng. Thank you, Senior. Su Zimo arrived beside Uncle Feng and bowed in thanks. Have a seat. Uncle Feng nodded slightly and poured Su Zimo a cup of fragrant tea slowly before saying, Your creation Green Lotus bloodline has already been exposed and the saint race of the 4 sanctuaries have already arrived. After this incident, they won't have the chance to attack you in the sanctuary. However, if you participate in the Heavenly Supremacy's battle, you might have to fight them. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, Senior, are you implying that I should show mercy to them? Cough. Cough. When Uncle Feng heard that, he choked on his tea and coughed a few times to catch his breath before saying helplessly, What are you thinking about? Those 2 you killed were merely servants of the saint race. You don't have much of a chance against the saint race. Furthermore, there's 4 of them. Su Zimo did not refute. Through his battle with the servants of the saint race this time round, he could also see the combat strength of the saint race. If everyone from the saint race was similar to Night Spirit, they would be difficult to deal with indeed. Most importantly, his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than those 4 from the saint race. Of course, he had many trump cards. With the synthesis of the creation Green Lotus and Karmic Fire Red Lotus, he might be able to fight the saint race. Uncle Feng said, My intention was to persuade you to give up on this Heavenly Supremacy's battle. Su Zimo was silent. He was determined to obtain the Merit's Gold Lotus and could not retreat just because of the appearance of the saint race. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Uncle Feng said, Don't worry. If you give up on this Heavenly Supremacy's battle, the Merit's Gold Lotus won't appear as the final reward. What do you mean? Su Zimo could not really understand. Uncle Feng said, The final reward for the Heavenly Supremacy's battle has yet to be announced. It will only be revealed when the peerless Heavenly Supremacy is decided. If you give up on the Heavenly Supremacy's battle this time round, I can exchange the final reward for other treasures and leave the reward for the Merit's Gold Lotus for the next Heavenly Supremacy's battle. When you cultivate to the perfected Tao comprehension realm, you can participate in the next Heavenly Supremacy's battle and have a higher chance of obtaining the title of Peerless and obtaining the Merit's Gold Lotus even against experts of the Saint race. Su Zimo was stunned. Uncle Feng's words revealed too much information. Uncle Feng's status in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary was much higher than he had imagined. Not only could he change the rewards for this Heavenly Supremacy's battle, he was even willing to save the Merit's Gold Lotus for him until the next Heavenly Supremacy's battle. All of that was so that he could have a better chance of obtaining it. This favor was not small. In fact, it made Su Zimo feel flattered. The 2 of them did not know each other after all. Uncle Feng rushed to Baldecan State from thousands of kilometers away. Not only did he save him, he even told him the clues of the Merit's Gold Lotus. Earlier on, he even arranged for the Tao Supremacy to step in and resolve the danger he faced in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. And now, he was willing to save the Merit's Gold Lotus for him until the next Heavenly Supremacy's battle. Could it be that Uncle Feng had once received the kindness of the Chaos Sanctuary back then? Was he doing this just to repay kindness? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Su Zimo asked, When will the next Heavenly Supremacy's battle begin? Uncle Feng said, 100 million years. The Heavenly Supremacy meet would only be held once every 100 million years. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was way too long. He could not wait that long. Now that the creation Green Lotus had been exposed, the best way to deal with the subsequent danger was to increase his cultivation realm as quickly as possible so that he could release Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others. Uncle Feng said, For the next 100 million years, you can cultivate in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. No one will be able to hurt you. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Although that was the case, it was impossible for him to cultivate here for 100 million years. After Dai Yu ascended to the major Kiliacosm, her whereabouts were still unknown. After he increased his cultivation realm and had a certain level of self-preservation, he would look for Dai Yu. There were too many things that could happen if he waited here for 100 million years. Thank you for your good intentions, Senior. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. I still intend to participate in the Heavenly Supremacy's battle this time round. Are you sure? Uncle Feng said. Although you can leave the battlefield at any time in the Heavenly Supremacy's battle with the Vermilion Bird badge, life and death happens in a flash when a battle breaks out. Furthermore, you might not have the chance to escape against experts of the Saint race. Over the past few days, Su Zimo roughly knew some information about the Heavenly Supremacy's battle. Every Heavenly Supremacy who participated in the battle would bring a Vermilion Bird badge. If they saw that the situation was bad, they could activate the badges at any moment and leave the battlefield to escape from danger. I've never fought against the Saint race before. This is a good opportunity for me to test it out. Su Zimo smiled. Up to you. When Uncle Feng saw that Su Zimo was determined, he stopped persuading and stood up. Cultivate in this residence for the next few days. No one will disturb you. Su Zimo expressed his thanks once more. After hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo asked, Senior, will there be any other trouble after you helped me resolve the conflict between me and the 4 sanctuaries this time round? Although the 4 sanctuaries attacked first, 2 of them died after all and the remaining 2 returned empty-handed. Even if it was just 2 servants, that was intolerable for the sanctuaries. The Saint race of the 4 sanctuaries would definitely be dissatisfied with the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary after encountering such a huge setback. One could imagine the pressure Uncle Feng was facing. There won't really be much trouble for us. Uncle Feng said indifferently, Dao Supremacy Ning Yan enforced the law impartially and acted according to the rules of the sanctuary. Even if the 4 sanctuaries are dissatisfied, they can't say anything. However, they will definitely vent their anger on you. I can't help you in the Heavenly Supremacy's battle. Be careful. With that said, Uncle Feng's figure vanished into the void. After Uncle Feng left, Su Zimo sat quietly in deep thought. Even now, he did not fully trust Uncle Feng. After all, he had encountered the sect master of the academy in the medium Kiliacosm back then. Naturally, he was wary of strangers who suddenly appeared. Back when he joined the Heaven and Earth Academy, he had sensed something unusual. That was why he gradually became wary of the sect master of the academy. However, as of now, no matter how he thought over things, he could not find anything wrong with Uncle Feng. If there was anything, it would be that Uncle Feng was too good to him. Uncle Feng treated him with such kindness but asked for nothing in return. His creation Green Lotus alone caused the Saint race of the 4 sanctuaries to appear and want to fight for it. However, Uncle Feng wanted to give up the Merit's Gold Lotus and was even willing to give him a chance to fight for it. Of course, be it the creation Green Lotus or the Merit's Gold Lotus, they would not be of much use to Dao Hegemony Realm experts. What Dao Hegemony Realm experts had to cultivate was how to better control the Great Dao and control the power of it. The creation Green Lotus and Merit's Gold Lotus would not provide much help in this aspect. However, for heavenly supremacies at the Dao Comprehension Realm, especially those who cultivated the Vitality, Wood, or Gold Great Daos, the creation Green Lotus and Merit's Gold Lotus could help them comprehend those Great Daos better. Since Su Zimo could not find anything amiss, he put this matter aside for the time being. Right now, he could only take things one step at a time. To him, the most important thing was to obtain the Merit's Gold Lotus. Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, the Saint race of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, Utmost Heavenly Supremacy Zhu Liang, sat on the main seat. The Saint race of the 4 sanctuaries sat on both sides of the hall and chatted happily. The few of us have not seen each other for many years, and it's rare for us to meet. To think that it's because of a creation Green Lotus. Zhu Liang chuckled. This creation Green Lotus is not of much use to my cultivation. However, my Dao companion can use it for the great Dao she cultivates. The man who spoke had long black hair and bright eyes. His breathing was long and steady. He was Fu Tsangtian from the Yin-Yang Sanctuary. I'm determined to get the creation Green Lotus. A green-robed woman spoke slowly with an unquestionable tone. There were 2 horns on the woman's head. As she looked around, a green light flashed with an oppressive coldness from her gaze. She was Qing Yen from the Divine Punishment Sanctuary. Fufu, there's no need to argue now. We can fight for the creation Green Lotus after we obtain it. a golden-haired man said with a smile. This person had sharp brows and starry eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the primordial era of the universe, and he had a warm smile. It was Xiaolin of the space-time sanctuary. Zhu Liang smiled. The creation green lotus came to our ancestral fire sanctuary. It's practically right under our noses. Even I'm tempted after everything you guys said. Among the 5 of them, a burly man had his eyes closed the entire time. He was expressionless, motionless, and silent like a stone statue. It was Lai Hua from the Nirvana sanctuary. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside the hall. Immediately after, 2 figures barged into the hall with ugly expressions. Their breathing even emitted a hint of blood. It was clear that they were injured. The 2 of them were the 2 servants of the saint race who had just escaped death from Suzimo. What's going on? Qing Yan of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary asked coldly. Where's Yu Xian? When Fu Songtian of the Yin-Yang Sanctuary saw that only 2 people had returned, he could not help but frown and ask. Xiaolin of the Space-Time Sanctuary looked over with a smile as well. Master! The servant of the Yin-Yang Sanctuary knelt on the ground hurriedly and hesitated for a moment before saying, We failed. Apart from Lai Hua of the Nirvana Sanctuary, the expressions of the other 4 from the saint race changed slightly. For people from the sanctuaries attacked, and they were all utmost heavenly supremacy. How could they fail against a lesser mastery Tao comprehension realm heavenly supremacy? Did he have any other helpers? Xiaolin asked. Never. A servant lowered his head. This person's physique and bloodline are terrifyingly strong. Furthermore, we were caught off guard when he suddenly attacked. Answer me? Where's Yu Xian? Fu Songtian of the Yin-Yang Sanctuary hollered and asked again. He's dead. A servant said. That fellow Taoist of the Nirvana Sanctuary was killed by this person as well. When he heard that, Lai Hua of the Nirvana Sanctuary suddenly opened his eyes. They were bloodshot and burned with 2 balls of scorching flames. The moment he opened his eyes, the temperature of the entire hall rose. When the other 3 from the saint race heard that, their expressions darkened. For people from the sanctuaries went to capture him, but 2 of them were killed, and the remaining 2 returned with injuries. A servant glanced at Zhu Liang, who was sitting on the main seat, and said in a low voice, Commander Chan of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary wanted to capture and suppress this person. However, he was stopped by Tao Supremacy Ning Yen of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, who allowed the person to leave. Helpless, we could only return to report first. Where did he go? Fu Songtian asked hurriedly. He's still in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. The servant replied. The 4 from the saint race heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was around, he would not be able to escape from their hands. The 4 from the saint race pondered, lost in their own thoughts. The reaction of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary was a little strange. Although the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary had rules and order, the 4 of them were from the other sanctuaries after all. On account of their relationship, the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary should be biased towards them. However, the Tao supremacy of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary appeared and let this person off. Could it be that the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary was greedy and wanted to take the creation green lotus for themselves? However, they did not want to snatch it in public because they wanted to protect their dignity. Earlier on, Zhu Liang might not have been joking when he said that he was tempted by the creation green lotus. Xiaolin stood up and smiled. Brother Zhu, since your Ancestral Fire Sanctuary wants to get their hands on the creation green lotus as well, let's set a rule first. The creation green lotus will belong to whoever wins the Heavenly Supremacy's battle and obtains the title of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. No one else can fight for it. How about that? Tao Supremacy Ning Yen is not under me. Zhu Liang shook his head gently. I can't give him orders either. Brother Zhu, there's no need to explain. Fu Songtian said coldly, if you don't want to participate in the fight, it'll be the 4 of us fighting for the title of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. At that time, I shall need the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary to hand over the culprit who killed my servant and let us deal with him. This request isn't too much, right? Zhu Liang pondered in silence. Suddenly, Lai Hua of the Nirvana Sanctuary said slowly, "Those who kill people of our Nirvana Sanctuary must pay with their blood." At that point, the 4 people from the saint race did not say anything else and stood up to leave. Dao Supremacy Ning Yen. Zhu Liang frowned slightly and instructed his servant, "Go and investigate where the creation Green Lotus is staying in the sanctuary." Understood. In a flash, the servant disappeared from the hall. Before long, the servant returned and gave an address. "Master, should I send someone to restrain this person first? That's a place I can't even touch. How can you enter?" When Zhu Liang heard the address, he was shocked and berated hurriedly with a dark expression in deep thought. Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Uncle Feng stood outside a quiet courtyard and lowered his head slightly with a respectful expression. How did the 4 sanctuaries know that he has the Green Lotus bloodline? A long time later, a voice sounded from the courtyard. Although it sounded like a question, there was a hint of authority. Uncle Feng thought for a moment. When he fought against the Dao supremacy of 5 Poisons Palace in Baldecan State, he released his bloodline phenomenon. That Dao supremacy must have leaked it, and it was spread by Saint Poison. Why wasn't that Dao supremacy of 5 Poisons Palace killed? The voice in the courtyard was cold. Uncle Feng explained, "Even if we killed that Dao supremacy, there were many poisonous insects in the surroundings watching the battle. Then you should have killed all of those poisonous insects." Before Uncle Feng could finish, the person in the courtyard interrupted him. "I lacked foresight. Master, please forgive me." When he sensed that the person in the courtyard was blaming him, Uncle Feng lowered his head hurriedly and admitted his mistake. The surroundings instantly fell silent. There was no response from the person in the courtyard for a long time, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Even with Uncle Feng's cultivation, a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was clear that he was terrified. A moment later, Uncle Feng seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and continued, "I went to persuade him to give up on this heavenly supremacy's battle. When he cultivates to the perfected Tao comprehension realm and participates in the next heavenly supremacy's battle, he has a higher chance of obtaining the Merit's Gold Lotus." "What did he say?" The voice in the courtyard sounded once more. Uncle Feng said, "He's a little stubborn and still wants to participate in the heavenly supremacy's battle this time round. I couldn't persuade him further. However, don't worry, Master. As long as his descent point is separated from those few from the Saint race, it will be difficult for them to encounter him in advance at the foot of the fiery mountain ranges. Furthermore, with the Vermilion Bird badge, he shouldn't be in any danger. There are only 10 spots for the final battle. With those few from the Saint race around, he shouldn't have the chance to enter the final battle, let alone come across them." The person in the courtyard fell silent once more. Uncle Feng probed, "Should I appear and stop him forcefully?" "No, ignore him." The person in the courtyard harumphed softly. "It'll teach him a lesson if he dies." Uncle Feng was silent. He did not know how he should reply to that, nor did he dare to casually. The death of 2 people from the sanctuaries caused quite a commotion in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. In the major Kiliacosm, no one or faction could challenge the few sanctuaries. However, this time round, someone killed 2 people from the sanctuaries in public. One could imagine the commotion. As the Heavenly Supremacy's battle approached, more and more cultivators from all over the major Kiliacosm gathered in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. The deaths of 2 people from the sanctuaries made the Heavenly Supremacy meet even more eye-catching. On this day, the Heavenly Supremacy's battle officially began. All the Heavenly Supremacy experts participating in the battle had to head to a gigantic teleportation formation in the south of the sanctuary to retrieve a Vermilion Bird badge before entering the battlefield. The Heavenly Supremacy's battle of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary was divided into 2 parts. It was divided into the Elimination Battle and the Final Battle. For the Elimination Battle, they had to cross the 4 fiery mountain ranges of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Only the fastest 10 Heavenly Supremacies were qualified to enter the final battle. It was said that these 4 fiery mountain ranges had existed since the establishment of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. They were the Myriad Spirit Mountain Range, the Burning Heaven Mountain Range, the Sixting Mountain Range, and the Nether Mountain Range. The 4 fiery mountain ranges burned with the 4 great heavenly fires of the major kiliacosm all year round. They were the myriad spirit ancient fire, burning heaven purple fire, 6 ding divine fire and nether ghost fire. All the heavenly supremacy experts who participated in the battle would be assigned to the foot of the myriad spirit mountain range to cross the 4 mountain ranges in succession. Once the elimination battle began, they could move at the same time and cross the first fiery mountain range. The moment the sky lit up, a large number of heavenly supremacy experts were already gathered around the gigantic teleportation formation to the south of the sanctuary. Do you guys think that Su Zimo will still participate in the heavenly supremacy's battle? Why would he come? To die. Ha. Those words caused the surroundings to burst into laughter. A cultivator said, "If I were Su Zimo, I would take advantage of the time when those few from the saint race are participating in the heavenly supremacy's battle to escape from this place." Fufu. Someone at the side sneered. Escaping from the ancestral fire sanctuary is exactly what the few sanctuaries want. Those few from the saint race must have made arrangements outside the ancestral fire sanctuary and won't let him leave easily. Another person said, "In my opinion, the ancestral fire sanctuary won't let this person leave either. Those 4 from the saint race are here." Right then, a voice sounded from the crowd. The 4 saint race beings descended slowly from midair with terrifying auras. The initially dense crowd instantly made way for a large empty space. Most of the people present were utmost heavenly supremacies. However, compared to the 4 saint race beings, they were far inferior in terms of aura and status. "Heh!" a cultivator gloated. Initially, the utmost heavenly supremacies of the 49 spirit grounds of the South region still had a chance to fight for the title of Peerless. With the 4 saint race beings around, there's no chance. Not to mention fighting for the title of the Peerless heavenly supremacy, they occupied 4 of the 10 spots to enter the final battle alone. Another person said, "Almost everyone knew that the 4 fiery mountain ranges would definitely not be able to stop the 4 saint race beings. To the 4 saint race beings, the only difference was who could cross the 4 fiery mountain ranges faster. I'm afraid it won't be just 4 spots." Suddenly, a cultivator said, "Look over there. The saint race being of the ancestral fire sanctuary has appeared as well. Its utmost heavenly supremacy Zhu Liang. Could he be participating in the heavenly supremacy's battle as well? This is going to be lively. A fight between the 5 saint race beings is truly a rare grand occasion. If the saint race being of the ancestral fire sanctuary appeared, that would mean that there were only 5 of the 10 spots for the final battle available for others. Why? Brother Zhu, do you want to give it a try too?" When he saw Zhu Liang appear, Fu Tsongtian of the Yin Yang sanctuary raised his brow slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Let's go according to our previous bet." Zhu Liang smiled gently. Previously in the Vermilion Bird Hall, the 4 saint race beings had once said that the creation Green Lotus would belong to whoever obtained the title of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. Naturally, Zhu Liang was tempted by the creation Green Lotus as well. However, Su Zimo should be protected by a big shot of the saint race. In fact, even he could not do anything in the ancestral fire sanctuary. Since that was the case, Zhu Liang could only attack in the heavenly supremacy's battle. The heavenly supremacy's battle was watched by everyone and no one could interfere. "All right," Qing Yen of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary nodded. "It's a deal. Please show mercy when the time comes, everyone." Xia Lin of the Space-Time Sanctuary smiled gently. Lai Hua of the Nirvana Sanctuary was still silent. He merely surveyed the crowd with his burning eyes, as though he was searching for something. "Brother Lai, stop looking." Xia Lin chuckled. "He'll probably be scared to death just by our mighty lineup. How could he dare to come?" Before his sentence was finished, an abnormal commotion sounded from the distant crowd. The next moment, a black-haired and green-robed cultivator appeared and arrived before the gigantic teleportation formation under countless gazes. It's him, the creation Green Lotus. He actually dares to participate in the heavenly supremacy's battle? Even if he has the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus, he's only at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm. How far can he advance in the heavenly supremacies battle? Many cultivators whispered. The 5 saint race beings were also staring at Su Zimo. The flames in the eyes of Lai Hua of the Nirvana Sanctuary became brighter and were about to spew out. Everyone believed that if not for the rules of the ancestral fire sanctuary, the 4 saint race beings would have probably attacked and torn Su Zimo into pieces. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Su Zimo arrived at a guard beside the gigantic teleportation formation and cupped his fists. I'm Su Zimo. I want a vermilion bird badge. The vermilion bird badge had 2 uses in the heavenly supremacies battle. Apart from ensuring that cultivators could leave the battlefield at any moment if anything happened, one could also make use of the vermilion bird badge to display the ranking of cultivators. At that moment, a fiery red ranking list that was 1,000 feet long had already appeared in the sky above the ancestral fire sanctuary and descended. It was filled with the names of many cultivators. However, it was random and there was no ranking. Once the elimination battle began, the vermilion bird ranking would be updated in real time. The closer one was to the finish line, the higher their ranking would be. There were a total of 1,000 rankings on the vermilion bird ranking. Only the top 10 were qualified to fight for the final ranking. There was a benefit to such an elimination battle. No faction could secure victory using numbers. Once they stepped onto the 4 fiery mountain ranges, everyone would face their own challenges and would have no time to care about anything else. The guard of the ancestral fire sanctuary took out a vermilion bird badge and handed it to Su Zimo, sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. It's best if you keep this badge in your hands at all times. If you see that the situation is bad, use your spirit consciousness to activate this badge at any moment and leave the battlefield. Thank you for the reminder. Su Zimo smiled gently. Give me a vermilion bird badge. Another person arrived beside Su Zimo with a cold tone. Su Zimo glanced sideways. This was the commander outside the inn a few days ago. Because he distorted the truth and sided with a few people from the other sanctuaries, his position was stripped by Dao Supremacy Ning Yen. Chen Qiu is here. He wants to participate in the heavenly supremacies battle as well. Fufu, I'm afraid he's not here for the heavenly supremacies battle, but for Su Zimo. Chen Qiu lost his position and fell from grace because of this person. How could he let it go? Su Zimo had a calm expression when he heard the discussions around him. In the elimination battle, there would not be any restrictions on fights between heavenly supremacies. However, in order to reach the endpoint faster, generally speaking, heavenly supremacy experts would not have any conflicts as they crossed the 4 fiery mountain ranges. On the one hand, it was a waste of time. On the other hand, battles would definitely exhaust them and they could easily encounter other dangers in the 4 fiery mountain ranges. The 4 heavenly fires of each mountain range were equivalent to tests of their own. Can Chen Qiu defeat this person with his combat strength? Someone pouted. No matter what, that person has the body of the creation green lotus and once killed 2 utmost heavenly supremacies of the sanctuaries. Another cultivator said, under normal circumstances, Chen Qiu might not be able to win. However, don't forget that the battlefield is in the 4 fiery mountain ranges. It's hard to say who will win. That's right. A cultivator said in a deep voice, according to what I know, Chen Qiu cultivates the ancient fire Great Dao. In the myriad spirit mountain range, his combat strength can be unleashed to its limits. However, the creation green lotus is from the flora race and is innately afraid of fire. He will definitely be suppressed in the 4 fiery mountain ranges. Under that wax and wane, Su Zimo will be in danger if the 2 of them meet. Chen Qiu received the vermilion bird badge and glared at Su Zimo coldly. You'd better pray that I don't find you. Su Zimo gave a faint smile. Right then, another voice sounded in his mind. You are Su Zimo? The voice was rather young, like a little girl. Su Zimo ignored it. Before long, the voice sounded once more. You're Desolate Marshal, right? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. After he ascended to the major Kiliacosm, he had never used the Dao title of Desolate Marshal because he was afraid of causing trouble for himself. After all, back then, The martial Tao Prime Body joined forces with the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil to crush the 9 heavens and suppress the lords of the heavenly court. In the major Kiliacosm, there should be very few people who knew that he was Desolate Marshal. However, he had no impression of that young voice. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings expressionlessly, wanting to investigate the source of the spirit consciousness. However, there were many heavenly supremacy experts gathered around. With 100,000 of them, the auras were mixed and everywhere was noisy with their voices. There were also many people communicating with their spirit consciousnesses. That spirit consciousness was mixed within everything, and it was difficult for him to determine who it belonged to. He could only roughly determine a direction. Seems like there's no mistake. The young voice sounded once more. You don't have to look for me. I'm here to tell you a piece of news. You have to listen carefully. Sister Dai is at Mount Xian Pin. If you want to see her, go look for her. When he heard that, Su Zimo's expression changed. He could not determine the location of the person, nor could he send a voice transmission to ask. However, the little girl knew that he was Desolate Marshal and specially came to look for him. There was a high chance that the Sister Dai the little girl was referring to was Dai Yu. Su Zimo had once thought that he would look for Dai Yu after his cultivation improved and he had a certain level of self-preservation. However, he had no idea where to start. The only clue might lie with the evil lady. However, he did not know where the evil lady was either. To think that he would hear about Dai Yu's whereabouts from a stranger in the ancestral fire sanctuary. How was Dai Yu after her reincarnation? Did she still have the memories of her previous life? Where was Mount Xian Pin? Who was this little girl? Was this news reliable? Apart from being pleasantly surprised, Su Zimo gradually calmed down as many questions flashed through his mind. He waited patiently for a long time. The little girl seemed to have vanished and did not send another voice transmission. Right then, Tao Supremacy Ning Yen of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary appeared and declared, "The Heavenly Supremacy's battle has officially begun. Everyone step into the teleportation formation." With a wave of his hand, the gigantic teleportation formation activated slowly and released a gigantic pillar of light. It was surrounded by the totems of the Divine Feng and Divine Huang and was blazing with flames. Many cultivators moved hurriedly and charged towards the pillar of light like carps crossing the river. After all, if they arrived at the foot of the Myriad Spirit Mountain range a step earlier, they would be able to move first. The moment everyone's figures touched the pillar of light, they vanished. The 5 saint race beings were not in a hurry. To them, being a step earlier or later would not affect the final outcome. They were confident that they could rush to the front and reach the finish line. Su Zimo followed the crowd and stepped into the gigantic teleportation formation. His figure vanished and space spun in front of him in a daze. By the time he snapped out of his stupor, he was already standing at the foot of a towering mountain range. Myriad Spirit Mountain Range. At the same time, the ranking on the Vermilion Bird ranking began to update. This meant that someone had already set foot in the Myriad Spirit Mountain Range. In the Myriad Spirit Mountain Range, a heatwave surged and flames surged into the skies. The reason why the 4 fiery mountain ranges became a test for the Heavenly Supremacy's battle was because the 4 heavenly fires were extremely powerful. For example, the Myriad Spirit Ancient Fire burning in the Myriad Spirit Mountain Range was golden, and was condensed from various flames that living beings of the 10,000 races could control and release. Crossing the Myriad Spirit Mountain Range would not only require one to endure the roasting of the Myriad Spirit Ancient Fire. After climbing to a certain height, the Myriad Spirit Ancient Fire would evolve various living beings to attack the climbers. The closer one was to the mountain peak, the stronger the living beings evolved by the Myriad Spirit Ancient Fire would be. It was said that at the top of the mountain, one might even be surrounded by powerful races, such as the phoenixes and vermilion birds conjured by the Myriad Spirit Ancient Fire. The moment the elimination battle began, the rankings on the Vermilion Bird ranking changed extremely frequently. Almost at every moment, the ranking of cultivators would rise or decrease. The Myriad Spirit Mountain Range was the first fiery mountain range after all. At that moment, the Heavenly Supremacy experts were at their peak and sped along at a ferocious speed. As time passed by and the heavenly supremacy experts got closer and closer to the mountain peak, the difference gradually appeared. Many cultivators had already expended a lot of energy resisting the burning of the myriad spirit ancient fire, and were even more struggling against the various ancient fire living beings and demon beasts. Many heavenly supremacy experts slowed down after charging halfway up the mountain. Some of them could not take a single step forward. In fact, some heavenly supremacy could not withstand the attacks of many ancient fire living beings, and summoned their vermilion bird badges to retreat from the battlefield. At that moment, some heavenly supremacy experts were lucky enough to witness the scene of the 5 saint race beings ascending the mountain. The 5 saint race beings did not descend at the same spot. However, their method of climbing the mountain was almost identical. In the myriad spirit mountain range, the 5 saint race beings walked with their hands behind their backs and heads raised. They were neither fast nor slow and had calm expressions. In fact, even without condensing a world, releasing their blood chi or summoning divine weapons, the 5 of them arrived at the peak of the myriad spirit mountain range easily. They passed through the first fiery mountain range with ease just with their bodies. Although the 5 saint race beings were the last to ascend the mountain, they were the first to cross the myriad spirit mountain range. Among the 5 of them, Zhu Liang was the fastest and was rank 1 of the vermilion bird ranking. He had the vermilion bird bloodline after all. Even the 4 heavenly fires would affect him less. In the ancestral fire sanctuary, many cultivators were discussing the heavenly supremacy's battle excitedly in restaurants and inns along the long street. Those in the ancestral fire sanctuary could not watch the exact situation of the elimination battle. However, everyone could roughly tell through the ranking of the vermilion bird ranking. As expected of the saint race, they caught up and are far in the lead. The saint race has atavistic bloodlines and their bodies have transformed. The 4 fiery mountain ranges will not pose much of a challenge to them. The only difference is who arrives first in the end. I haven't seen Su Zimo on the vermilion bird ranking. There were more than 100,000 heavenly supremacy experts participating in the battle this time round. However, there were only 1,000 names displayed on the vermilion bird ranking. I've noticed that his name has never appeared on the vermilion bird ranking right from the beginning. I reckon that the bloodline of the creation green lotus is under considerable pressure in the myriad spirit mountain range. He's at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm after all and is too weak. Heavenly supremacies and great heavenly supremacies like him would be the first to be eliminated. To think that he can't even be ranked on the vermilion bird ranking. We've overestimated him. If the vermilion bird ranking could show all cultivators, Su Zimo would definitely be at the bottom now. Ever since he stepped into the myriad spirit mountain range, he had not taken a single step forward. Instead, he stood on the spot motionlessly and looked at the burning myriad spirit ancient fire around him. If anyone passed by him, they would be surprised to discover that Su Zimo's eyes were burning with 2 strange purple flames. Spirit consonance art, the ability to convey what he saw. Although the martial Tao prime body was locked onto and could not ascend to the major kiliacosm, he could see everything in the major kiliacosm through the eyes of the green lotus true body through the spirit consonance art. The 4 fiery mountain ranges were layers of tests for others. However, they were rare opportunities for the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body had long controlled the nether ghost fire. If he could control the other 3 heavenly fires, the martial Tao prime body would definitely receive a considerable improvement. Furthermore, once he controlled the heavenly fires, it would be much easier for him to cross the 4 fiery mountain ranges. The martial Tao prime body controlled 9 types of Tao fire, and even his martial spirit was a ball of flames. Apart from the martial Tao, the easiest great Tao for the martial Tao prime body to comprehend was the fire great Tao. With that foundation, it was not difficult for the martial Tao prime body to comprehend the myriad spirit ancient fire. Furthermore, the current cultivation of the martial Tao prime body had already entered the Tao hegemony realm. The higher his cultivation realm, the easier it was for him to refine the myriad spirit ancient fire. Before long, Su Zimo shuddered and a golden flame rose in his eyes. It was the myriad spirit ancient fire. Thereafter, Su Zimo walked forward. The myriad spirit ancient fire that was initially burning in front of him opened up a path one after another and did not cause him any damage. In reality, it was just the martial Tao prime body who had comprehended and mastered the myriad spirit ancient fire. The green lotus true body had yet to comprehend it. However, the two true bodies came from the same source and were telepathic. Coupled with the help of the spirit consonance art, the martial Tao prime body could release the aura of the myriad spirit ancient fire through his eyes. In the perception of the myriad spirit ancient fire, Su Zimo was not an anomaly and was the same as them. Su Zimo sped towards the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. When a cultivator at the side saw that, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the one hand, they had to defend against the burning of the myriad spirit ancient fire and the attacks of the living beings of the ancient fire. The heavenly supremacy experts advanced extremely slowly and took every step carefully. How had anyone seen such a method of crossing the myriad spirit mountain range? Even for the 5 saint race beings, they had to rely on their bodies to defend against the myriad spirit ancient fire, and they could not speed the entire way. As for Su Zimo, he acted as though he was fine in the myriad spirit mountain range. It was as though he was walking on flat ground without any obstruction. When Su Zimo was about to reach the peak, he had already caught up from behind and was in the top 1,000 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. "I've finally found you." Right then, a cold laugh sounded from the side. It was Heavenly Supremacy Xianxia who was stripped of his position. "It's fated that you would encounter this calamity of meeting me in the myriad spirit mountain range." Xianxia propped up a world and released his blood qi, defending against the impact of the surrounding divine huangs and divine fengs as he charged towards Su Zimo in large strides. He cultivated the ancient fire great Tao. In the myriad spirit mountain range, his combat strength could be unleashed to its limits. Before Xianxia could close in, a puzzled expression flashed across his face. Why did the demon beasts and living beings conjured by the surrounding myriad spirit ancient fire not attack him? Before he could react, Su Zimo turned around and glared at Xianxia with golden flames in his eyes. His spirit consciousness moved. Shriek! The flames of the surrounding myriad spirit ancient fire intensified and transformed into countless fiery red sparrows. They were even bathed in golden lava and charged towards Xianxia crazily. "What?" When Xianxia saw that, his expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. This place was still a distance away from the peak of the mountain. The myriad spirit ancient fire should not have conjured powerful living beings like the vermilion birds. At most, there should only be divine fengs and divine huangs. But now, not only did the myriad spirit ancient fire transform into vermilion birds, they even surrounded him. However, they had no hostility towards Su Zimo. How could this be? Xianxia did not have time to think too much about it. Hundreds of vermilion birds had already closed in and released a series of attacks towards his world. He cultivated the ancient fire great Tao, and he should have been like a fish in water in the myriad spirit mountain range. To think that he would suffer a backlash from the myriad spirit ancient fire. Boom! 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 Every vermilion bird seemed to have gone crazy and charged towards him continuously. Xianxia himself was no longer in the mood to care about anything else, let alone attack Su Zimo. When the surrounding cultivators who passed by saw that, they were shocked as well. No matter how strong Xianxia's combat strength was, he could not defend against the attacks of endless vermilion birds. After all, these vermilion birds were transformed from the myriad spirit ancient fire in the mountain range, and there was an endless stream. Even after Xianxia killed a group of them, he realized that more and more vermilion birds were gathering in the surroundings. In the end, his figure was already drowned. A moment later, his world was already on the verge of collapse. Impossible! Impossible! Xianxia's shrill voice sounded from the flames that filled the skies, filled with indignation. Boom! Before long, his world was broken through by many vermilion birds. Without the protection of his world, Xianxia could not defend against the attacks of the vermilion birds with just his physique, bloodline, divine weapons, and spirit treasures. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was already covered in injuries and his blood qi was expended immensely. A vermilion bird plunged into his chest and exploded in his body, creating a gigantic bloodied hole. Xianxia's face was filled with hatred as he summoned the vermilion bird badge. His body shone brightly and the badge brought him out of the myriad spirit mountain range. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not attack. He merely watched the entire process quietly with his eyes that burned with golden flames. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances with Su Zimo's golden eyes, and a chill ran down their spines. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence hidden behind those eyes that was terrifying. Su Zimo turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain. The journey was smooth, and before long, he crossed the myriad spirit mountain range and arrived at the foot of the second fiery mountain range. Burning Heaven Mountain Range. The moment he set foot on the Burning Heaven Mountain Range, Su Zimo stopped once more. The golden flames in his eyes dissipated and purple flames ignited. The martial Tao prime body continued to refine the burning heaven purple fire on the mountain range. Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Look, Su Zimo is on the vermilion bird ranking. To be able to enter the top 1,000, this person is indeed capable. In my opinion, he won't be able to maintain it. Among the 4 heavenly fires, the myriad spirit ancient fire is the easiest. That's right. The burning heaven purple fire at the back is the extreme yang fire. Immediately after that, the 6-ding divine fire is the extreme yin fire. The transition from extreme yang to extreme yin alone is something that most utmost heavenly supremacies can't withstand, let alone the nether ghost fire that comes after. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo's ranking on the vermilion bird ranking vanished and was replaced by other cultivators. Many cultivators chuckled when they saw that, not surprised at all. Naturally, the cultivators of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary did not know that Su Zimo was currently refining the burning heaven purple fire and was motionless. That was the reason why he was surpassed by those who came later. The burning heaven purple fire was the extreme yang fire. It was even easier for the martial Tao prime body to refine this fire than the myriad spirit ancient fire. During this period of time, the illumination stone in Su Zimo's right eye emitted a power as well and established a connection with the 2 true bodies, helping the martial Tao prime body comprehend the burning heaven purple fire. The illumination divine stone contained the purest power of extreme yang. It could also encompass the power of the burning heaven purple fire. Before long, Su Zimo began to move towards the peak of the burning heaven mountain range. The journey was smooth and he was extremely fast. The surrounding burning heaven purple fire would not cause him any damage. When he was halfway up the mountain, the burning heaven mountain range suddenly shook. Not good. The volcano has erupted and the heaven burning purple fire rain is about to descend. A cultivator at the side was shocked. This was the greatest test for the cultivators to cross the burning heaven mountain range. Once the volcano erupted, not only would scorching lava wash down from the mountain peak, it would also spew out a rain of flames that filled the sky and overturn everything. If one was not careful, they would die inside. Many cultivators did not dare to be careless and gripped the vermilion bird badge in their palms hurriedly, prepared to escape at any moment if they saw that the situation was bad. Su Zimo merely raised his head slightly and took a glance before charging towards the top of the mountain without any intention of slowing down. Before long, black smoke filled the air and blocked the vision of his spirit consciousness. It was accompanied by a purple fire rain that descended from the skies. However, the purple fire rain did not cause any ripples when it landed on him and vanished before long like a gigantic boulder sinking into the sea. The lava that flowed down from the mountaintop arrived before Su Zimo. As though it had sentience, it parted automatically and made way for him. Su Zimo passed through the layers of black smoke and fire rain and arrived at the peak of the burning heaven mountain range before long. This time round, he had already surpassed most cultivators. Rank 132 on the vermilion bird ranking. The 6-ding mountain range came after the burning heaven mountain range. Su Zimo ascended the 6-ding mountain range and the martial Tao prime body continued refining the 6-ding divine fire. With the help of the nether glow divine stone in his left eye, the speed at which the martial Tao prime body refined the 6-ding divine fire was shocking as well. The 6-ding divine fire was an extreme yin fire. There was no searing heat on the mountain range. Instead, it was as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. The temperature dropped abruptly and everything was frozen. Many heavenly supremacy experts had just crossed the Burning Heaven mountain range and experienced the baptism of the Burning Heaven purple fire. When they stepped into the Sixting mountain range, they could not withstand the sudden change of heat and cold and were severely injured. They had no choice but to withdraw from the fight for the peerless heavenly supremacy. Fufu, although Su Zimo charged to the front, he won't be able to withstand the Sixting mountain range as well. That's right. Right now, he's also frozen on the Sixting mountain range and can't move an inch. He's probably fighting against a conflict of extreme yang and extreme yin. When some heavenly supremacy experts saw Su Zimo standing motionlessly on the Sixting mountain range, they thought that Su Zimo was also obstructed by the Sixting divine fire and was experiencing difficulties climbing. However, before everyone's discussions could disappear, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he vanished from everyone's sight like an arrow leaving the bow. The expressions of the cultivators froze and they were dumbfounded. This time round, Su Zimo's ranking on the Vermilion Bird ranking did not drop much before he moved once more and headed towards the peak of the Sixting mountain range. Halfway up the mountain, the Sixting mountain range shook violently as well. A volcano burst forth. Unlike the Burning Heaven mountain range, the volcanic eruption of the Sixting mountain range would evolve into snow that filled the sky. When it fell, the temperature of the mountain range would decrease once more. All of this had no effect on Su Zimo. When he stepped onto the peak of the Sixting mountain range, he was already rank 32 on the Vermilion Bird ranking. Su Zimo is so fast. He's already rank 32 on the Vermilion Bird ranking. It's probably the end for him now. The heavenly fire on the fourth mountain range is the Nether Ghost Fire. It can burn the blood chi of cultivators. Only the saint race with atavistic bloodlines can withstand it. Look, he's already rank 31, 29, 25. In the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, as everyone discussed, Su Zimo's ranking on the Vermilion Bird ranking increased at an unimaginable speed. Everyone watched as Su Zimo's ranking surpassed continuously and he was getting closer to the top 10. What's going on? The Nether Ghost Fire doesn't seem to pose any obstruction to him. Is Su Zimo really going to enter the final battle? If he reaches the final battle, that means he'll have to go against the 5 saint race beings. That might not be a good thing for him. In the Nether Mountain Range, the Martial Tao Prime Body had long comprehended the Nether Ghost Fire and naturally did not have to waste time. Su Zimo advanced and surpassed heavenly supremacy experts one after another. The moment he arrived halfway up the mountain, he was already in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. At the same time, the 5 saint race beings on the Nether Mountain Range noticed Su Zimo's ranking on the Vermilion Bird ranking as well. Fu Songtian's expression was cold as he thought to himself, "It's fine. We can just get rid of him later." Interesting. Xiaolin smiled gently. Zhu Liang narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, "You're rather bold to want to fight the few of us head-on. Unfortunately, no matter how strong your backing is, he won't be able to save you on the battlefield." As for the Vermilion Bird badge, it was practically a decoration in the eyes of the 5 saint race beings. The only way was if Su Zimo used the Vermilion Bird badge to escape the moment he caught sight of them. Otherwise, once the battle broke out and both parties fought, given their methods, they would not give Su Zimo a chance to summon the Vermilion Bird badge. Su Zimo continued forward and surpassed 4 cultivators in succession, reaching rank 6 on the Vermilion Bird ranking. As he approached the peak, the names of the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking shone one after another. This meant that the 5 saint race beings had already reached the final destination. Although Su Zimo wasted some time in the middle, he moved at an astonishing speed after the Martial Tao Prime Body comprehended the 4 heavenly fires, as though he was walking on flat ground. Even so, the 5 saint race beings charged through the entire way and were still a step ahead of him. It was clear how powerful the bloodline of the saint race was. There was a high chance that this would be the most difficult battle he had ever had since he ascended to the major Kiliacosm. At that moment, a gigantic water screen appeared above the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Like a mirror, one could see the situation on another battlefield. The situation of the elimination battle was not broadcast for everyone directly. However, the final battle was broadcast for everyone. Behind the 4 fiery mountain ranges was a gigantic altar made of fiery red boulders. This was the battlefield of the final battle. After crossing the 4 fiery mountain ranges, one still had to arrive at the Vermilion Bird altar before the ranking was taken into account. At that moment, 5 figures were already standing on the Vermilion Bird altar. It was Zhu Liang, Fu Songtian, Qing Yan, Xialin and Lai Hua of the Saint Race. From the looks of it, if the Saint Race did not participate in the Heavenly Supremacy meet this time round, Su Zimo might really be able to obtain the title of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. That's right. At the very least, from the performance of the elimination battle, this person is second only to the 5 Saint Race beings. It's also because he was unlucky and the matter of the creation Green Lotus was suddenly exposed, causing the 5 Saint Race beings to enter. That's why he lost his chance. I reckon only 3 of the 49 spirit grounds of the South region are qualified to enter the final battle this time round. That's right. There's an utmost heavenly supremacy who doesn't seem like he's from the South region. However, he looks like he's able to secure a spot. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo had already crossed the Nether Mountain Range and stepped onto the Vermilion Bird altar. The discussions of the ancestral fire sanctuary gradually vanished. Everyone looked fixedly at the Vermilion Bird altar and realized that a battle was about to break out. There were no restrictions on the final battle. They could join forces with others or fight one-on-one. In the worst-case scenario, it might even turn into a situation where 9 people surrounded one person. Of course, such situations were rare. This was also a test for the 10 heavenly supremacies on the Vermilion Bird altar. Only those who were invincible among their peers were qualified to be called the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. Although there were still 4 heavenly supremacy experts who had yet to arrive, a battle could break out on the Vermilion Bird altar at any moment. You're indeed bold. Zhu Liang smiled gently. You really had the guts to come. The moment Su Zimo stepped onto the altar, the gazes of the 5 Saint Race beings landed on him with unfriendly expressions. The 5 Saint Race beings did not hide the killing intent in their hearts. Why not? Qing Yan said coldly. Should we determine the victor among the 5 of us first or suppress this person first? Xialin smiled. We'll deal with him first, of course, in case anything happens later. Although that was the case, the 5 Saint Race beings did not attack immediately. In their opinion, it was easy to suppress Su Zimo. However, if they expended some energy because of this, they would be at a disadvantage in fighting for the title of Peerless. After all, their agreement was that they could only obtain the creation Green Lotus after obtaining the title of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. Xialin chuckled. In that case, the 5 of us will attack together and suppress him first before deciding the victor between us. All right. Zhu Liang nodded. There are no restrictions on the Vermilion Bird altar. With a few words, the 5 Saint Race beings reached a tacit understanding. How is it a fight if the 5 Saint Race beings join forces? If I were Su Zimo, I would summon the Vermilion Bird badge and leave right now. It's probably too late. The 5 Saint Race beings have long locked on to him. If he makes any abnormal movements, he'll attract the attacks of the 5 Saint Race beings. When the cultivators of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary saw that, they shook their heads. That's all there is to the so-called Saint Race. Su Zimo smiled faintly. Humph. Fu Songtian sneered. Su Zimo, there's no need to provoke us. Any one of the 5 of us can kill you. We're just unwilling to get entangled with you. Fight if you want, but cut the crap. Su Zimo hollered with a burning gaze, and the blood chi in his body surged. Taking huge strides, he charged towards Fu Songtian, who was the closest, and stabbed forward with his finger sword. Against the 5 Saint Race beings, Su Zimo was fearless and took the initiative to attack. Fu. When Xialin saw that, he chuckled. Brother Fu, this person is looking down on you. To think that he would attack you first. How dare you? Fu Songtian hollered and could not even be bothered to release his blood chi. He reached out his palm and grabbed towards Su Zimo's finger sword. With the physique of the Saint Race, It was enough to suppress an utmost heavenly supremacy of the same cultivation realm, let alone this puny heavenly supremacy before him. When the finger sword collided with his palm, a phenomenon sounded, like the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Blood light surged. Ugh! Fu Songtian felt a sharp pain in his palm, and could not help but grunt as his expression changed. This person's finger sword can actually pierce my body. Not only that, the mighty power released by the finger sword not only pierced his palm, it even wanted to surge into his arm and cripple it. Phew! Fu Songtian took a deep breath and the blood qi in his body surged, spewing out a vast and majestic life force. The tsunami in his body churned with a terrifying might like raging tides slapping the shore. Fu Songtian's body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic black hole that devoured and accommodated everything. Kunpeng. When Su Zimo sensed that aura, his heart skipped a beat. Fu Songtian's true form was a Kunpeng that contained the power of yin and yang. The life force in his body was exuberant and the flesh of his palm that was pierced by Su Zimo grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his injuries healed. Are you guys still planning to watch? Fu Songtian shouted with a livid expression. To him, such injuries were just superficial wounds and were nothing much. Furthermore, he did not use his full strength. He just did not want Zhu Liang and the other three to reap the benefits. Xiaolin chuckled. Brother Fu, don't panic. I'll help you now. Everyone. Zhu Liang said indifferently as well. Stop watching. Let's get rid of this person as soon as possible so that we can fight to our heart's content. All right, Qing Yan nodded. Without saying a word, Lai Hua of the Nirvana Sanctuary had already arrived behind Su Zimo. His eyes burned with raging flames and his blood qi surged. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and transformed into the head of a ferocious beast that resembled a lion but was not. The ferocious beast, Swan and I. There were such pure-blooded ferocious beasts in Tianhuang mainland as well. However, the bloodline of the Swan and I in front of him was atavistic and his aura was terrifying. That bite could probably bite any living being in half. Su Zimo waved his robe and whipped it towards his head. Bam! The head of the Swan and I was tilted slightly from the blow. However, he was fine. Su Zimo took the opportunity to dodge. Gore! Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the blood qi in Qing Yan's body surged and the sleeve on her arm exploded instantly, turning into countless fragments. Her entire arm transformed into the arm of an azure dragon and layers of scales appeared on it, filled with a metallic luster. Her initially fair and tender palm transformed into a ferocious dragon claw that was like molten steel. The nails were sharp and shone with cold glints. Qing Yan's true form was an azure dragon. In the battle in the inn previously, a servant from the Divine Punishment Sanctuary was from the azure dragon race as well. Although their cultivation realms and races were the same, the difference in their physiques and bloodline was immense. This was the transformation brought about by an atavistic bloodline. The dragon claw covered the top of Su Zimo's head and grabbed down. Su Zimo raised his hand to receive it. When he placed his palm on Qing Yan's wrist, his palm suddenly turned limp and could not exert any strength. Immediately after, Su Zimo's palm trembled and released a distortion power. In pain, Qing Yan retracted her hand hurriedly and roared at Su Zimo. More than 10 scales on her wrist were torn off by Su Zimo's palm, revealing blood-red flesh. Without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath, Zhu Liang slapped down. His blood qi contained a searing heat that could incinerate everything. Bang! Su Zimo received it with his palm. Zhu Liang bounced up and reappeared in midair. The moment flames ignited on Su Zimo's palm, they were extinguished instantly. At the same time, Xiaolin came to the side with a smile and punched casually. His attack seemed simple. Su Zimo punched back as well. Bang! Their fists collided with one another. Both of them shuddered. Su Zimo frowned slightly. In the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged blows with the 5 saint race beings. The atavistic bloodlines of the 5 saint race beings were extremely powerful and had their own specialties. Fu Songtian's true form, the Kunpeng, had a vigorous life force and an exuberant aura that seemed endless. Qing Yan's main body was the azure dragon. She was covered in dragon scales and had a strong physique. Her attack and defense were top-notch. Lai, whose main body, the swan and eye, maintained the hunting habits of ferocious beasts as he advanced. When his gaze shifted, he locked onto Su Zimo's weaknesses. Zhu Liang's true form was the vermilion bird, and the blood qi in his body was searing, burning everything. Xielin's true form seemed to be a mutated beast that Su Zimo had never encountered before and had only seen in ancient books. The Qilin. Among the 5 saint race beings, Xielin's physique was the toughest and indestructible. After that head-on collision earlier on, even Su Zimo's fist felt sore. This was something he had never encountered after synthesizing the karmic fire Red Lotus. After the 5 saint race beings fought Su Zimo, their hearts skipped a beat. Not only did this person not show any signs of defeat under the encirclement of the 5 of them, he could even fight the 5 of them head-on. Such combat strength had already exceeded their expectations. Of course, the 5 of them were still in control of the situation. The battle had just begun. Fu Songtian condensed extreme yin power in his left palm and extreme yang power in his right palm, slapping towards Su Zimo one after another in an endless manner like a surging tide. Qing Yan waved her dragon claw with a cold glint. The horns on her head were still condensing electric arcs, and lightning could descend at any moment. Lai Hua was burly, but his speed was abnormally agile. He used his claws and teeth to attack the flaws revealed by Su Zimo. Zhu Liang's figure remained in midair the entire time. After every attack, he would make use of the rebound to leap up before swooping down once more. Each attack was sharper and stronger than the previous. This was the innate offensive skill of the vermilion bird race. Unless he was interrupted from the beginning, his attacks would only become even more ferocious. Xielin's body shone with a bright yellow-golden light and was unshakable like metal. Every single move he made could release shocking divine power. Under the encirclement of the 5 saint race beings, the pressure on Su Zimo increased exponentially. Even with the surging blood qi in his body, he could not defeat any saint race being in a short period of time. Although this was the first time the 5 saint race beings had joined forces, their combat talent was shocking at this cultivation realm. Their coordination was seamless. A moment later, Su Zimo was already at a disadvantage and could only defend passively. Many cultivators of the ancestral fire sanctuary were secretly shocked when they witnessed this battle. Su Zimo's combat strength is actually so strong that he can defend against the encirclement of 5 saint race beings. Can the 5 saint race beings really suppress this person if they take him one-on-one? Unfortunately, this is the heavenly supremacy's battle. There's no such thing as fighting one-on-one. No matter how strong this person is, it's difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. As everyone discussed, changes happened on the battlefield. Su Zimo, who was surrounded, suddenly grew a head and 2 arms, entering a 2 heads for arms state. This is 3 heads, 6 arms? That's not right. 3 heads, 6 arms is just a divine power. Unless it's someone from the Azura race who innately have 3 heads, 6 arms, or they cultivated the 3 heads, 6 arms Great Tao, it's impossible to release such a technique. Furthermore, this isn't the 3 heads, 6 arms state. There's just 2 heads for arms. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. Initially, the peerless divine power that Su Zimo comprehended was 4 heads, 8 arms. After cultivating to the Tao comprehension realm, the power of 4 heads, 8 arms could not reach the level of the Tao. Therefore, it could not be condensed. However, his situation was different from others. His body was synthesized from the creation Green Lotus and Karmic Fire Red Lotus. To be precise, his true form was equivalent to 2 lotus flowers. That was the reason why he could release the form of 2 heads, 4 arms. Not only that, Su Zimo even summoned the Trinity Auspicious Jade and Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip. He held them in his hands as the 9 heavens living soil surrounded him, protecting him from openings. He made use of his 2 heads, 4 arms state to take on the 5 saint race beings. Although Lai Hua's eyes could detect his opponent's flaws, each time he attacked, Su Zimo could always avoid fatal damage with his spirit perception. As such, the most Lai Hua could do was hold back Su Zimo. But now, with the protection of the 9 heavens living soil and his spirit perception, Su Zimo's aura surged and he counterattacked. Boom! 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 Instantly, blood chi surged on the battlefield and light shone in all directions, emitting an earth-shaking bang. Melee combat was the most dangerous. A single move could determine life and death. The fact that Su Zimo could remain undefeated against the encirclement of the 5 saint race beings meant that he had indeed unleashed his combat skills to their limits. If he hadn't fought his way up all the way from Tianhuang mainland to the medium Kiliacosm, he would definitely not have been able to withstand the attacks of the 5 saint race beings today. When the 5 saint race beings saw that Su Zimo was about to reverse the situation, they summoned their divine weapons one after another. Fu Tsongtian opened his mouth and spat out a pair of yin-yang crescent moon knives. This was a unique weapon of the Kuan-Peng race. Yin and yang, female and male. Only the Kuan-Peng race could unleash the power of this divine weapon to its limits. Clang! Fu Tsongtian gripped the yin-yang crescent moon knives with both hands and exchanged blows, releasing a crisp sound that tugged at one's heartstrings. In his hands, the yin-yang crescent moon knives seemed to have transformed into a deep-sea giant Kuan and a great Peng with its wings spread. Their attacks covered the skies with a majestic aura. Gore! A dragon roar resounded through the world. A sword with a cold green light appeared in front of Qing Yan. The sword was 4 feet long and there was a layer of green dragon scales on it. Sword chi surged into the skies and transformed into the phantom of an azure dragon in midair. It soared through the clouds and overturned the seas. Phew! A streak of flames tore through the sky. Accompanied by Zhu Liang's swooping attack, it descended from the skies. It was a scarlet spear. The spear was burning with raging flames that were red and crystalline. More than 10 vermilion birds circled in the surrounding flames and let out long cries. The divine weapon of the vermilion bird race, the vermilion bird spear. Swoosh! A golden light descended from the skies and smashed down. A golden weapon appeared in Xielin's hands. It looked like a saber, but there was no sharpness. It was like a blunt ruler that was incomparably thick and indestructible. The divine weapon of the Qilin race, the Qilin ruler. As for Lai Hua, he did not summon any divine weapons. To the saint race of the Nirvana Sanctuary, every single part of their bodies and bloodlines were born for killing and could be used as killing weapons. He was a born killer. One with the divine weapons in hand, the attacks of the 5 saint race beings became even more ferocious. The situation on the battlefield became even more dangerous. Any misstep could lead to blood being spilled. Right then, the last 4 utmost heavenly supremacies in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird ranking arrived on the Vermilion Bird altar one after another. Rank 7 was Fan Yun of the Blaze Spirit Ground, one of the 49 spirit grounds of the South region. Back then, everyone from the Blaze Spirit Ground met Su Zimo outside the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Among the group, Fan Yun was the only one who could tell that Su Zimo was far from ordinary. However, he was still shocked at the current sight. If it was him, he would probably not be able to last a single breath against the encirclement of the 5 saint race beings. However, this person could take on the 5 saint race beings in an earth-shaking battle where victory was indeterminate. Rank 8 was Pang Jian of the Smoke Spirit Ground, one of the 49 spirit grounds. Rank 9 was Jiuran of the Ignite Spirit Ground, one of the 49 spirit grounds. Rank 10 did not seem like she was from the South region. It was a young girl with braids and an oval face. Her eyes shimmered brightly and she looked extremely energetic. When the other 3 saw the scene on the Vermilion Bird altar, they were shocked but secretly rejoiced. In fact, they merely watched the show to see what the final outcome was. Only the girl blinked her shimmery eyes and looked at the battlefield not far away with a worried and anxious expression. A moment later, the girl suddenly raised her voice. As members of the saint race, isn't it embarrassing for the 5 of you to bully one person? The girl's voice was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. The 5 saint race beings were expressionless and unmoved. At this cultivation realm, one's Tao heart was firm and unshakable. How could they lose their minds just because of a few words? However, Su Zimo, who was surrounded, was shocked. That voice was the person who sent him a voice transmission to tell him where Dai Yu was. Su Zimo's distraction did not go unnoticed by the 5 saint race beings. This person is sure arrogant. How dare he get distracted even against our joint forces? The 5 saint race beings would not miss such an opportunity and attacked like a storm. Initially, Su Zimo could still deal with the 5 saint race beings. However, that single opening he revealed was enough to put him in danger instantly. Su Zimo's ribs were scratched by Lai Hua, and a few claw marks appeared, turning red on the spot. Fu Tsongtian's yin-yang crescent moon knives brushed past Su Zimo's throat by a hair's breadth, and a faint blood mark appeared on his throat. It was a few inches away from removing Su Zimo's head entirely. The dragon scale sword slashed through his chest. The vermilion bird spear pierced through his shoulder. The Qilin ruler struck Su Zimo's back and he staggered, spitting out blood. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already suffered several wounds that stained his green robes with blood. When the girl saw that, her face turned pale. The girl also realized that not only did her words not help Su Zimo, they even caused him to be severely injured and almost caused a huge disaster. Hey, don't be panic. I'll help you. The girl's eyes reddened as she cried anxiously and was incoherent. She leaped and took out an axe from somewhere clumsily, running towards the battlefield. The axe looked like a wood axe from the mortal world and was extremely incompatible with the girl's figure and aura. The girl dragged the axe with her slightly skinny hands with an aggrieved and angry expression. She cried as she barged into the battlefield. Ordinary cultivators, even utmost heavenly supremacies of the 49 spirit grounds, would not dare to attack the saint race. They would not even dare to provoke the servants of the saint race. However, the girl had no intention of retreating. Phew! The girl propped up a world and the blood chi in her body surged. The seemingly clumsy axe suddenly turned into nothing in her hands. Fu! Pang Jian chuckled and a mocking look flashed through her beautiful face. So, to think that she's a human. When the girl released her blood chi, everyone recognized her race at a glance. Fan Yun said in a deep voice, "A human who can enter the top 10 of the vermilion bird ranking must not be underestimated. She must have some methods up her sleeves." Zhou Ran shrugged his shoulders slightly and said disapprovingly, "Even so, a mere human is not qualified to challenge the saint race." Boom! As everyone discussed, the girl had already raised her axe and slashed at Xiaolin's head. Xiaolin did not even look and maintained his attack on Su Zimo. He merely punched in reverse towards the girl's axe. Clang! The girl's axe struck Xiaolin's fist with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, as though it had struck a mountain peak. The girl shuddered and was sent flying uncontrollably. She spat out a mouthful of blood and gripped the axe tightly with both hands. Xiaolin's expression changed as well as he looked at his fist in disbelief. A wound appeared on his fist and golden blood flowed. He was injured. Just because Xiaolin was injured did not mean that the girl had the ability to fight him. After all, Xiaolin was barehanded and did not even prop up his world. However, the girl had attacked with all her might. Only Xiaolin was surprised that she could break through his defense and injure his body that was from the saint race. The power of the girl's axe earlier on was not strong. However, when the axe struck his fist, countless subtle vibrations burst forth instantly. It was equivalent to multiple attacks stacking together to injure him. "Aunt, you truly have a death wish." Xiaolin smiled and shook his palm. The injuries on his fist were healing rapidly as he said slowly, "In that case, I'll fulfill your wish first." With that said, Xiaolin was about to retreat from the battlefield and kill the girl first. On the battlefield, although Su Zimo was injured, he was relieved when he saw that. The girl's words and actions earlier on allowed him to confirm something. The girl was not hostile towards him and even wanted to help him. This also meant that the girl was probably not lying to him about Dai Yu. Dai Yu and the girl were acquainted. It was also because of Dai Yu that the girl stood out to help. Dai Yu was at Mount Xianpin. At that thought, he finally felt relieved. To him, this was the best news since he ascended to the major Kiliacosm. When he saw that Xiaolin was about to attack the girl, Su Zimo did not want her to take the risk. He could not help but roar, and his aura intensified as he declared, "You can just watch from the sidelines. Watch me suppress all 5 of them." How arrogant! When Fu Zongtian heard that, he sneered. When the many cultivators of the ancestral fire sanctuary who were watching the battle heard that, they felt that he was way too arrogant and condescending. He declared that he wanted to suppress the 5 saint race beings single-handedly. What did this person take the saint race for? When the girl heard that, although she was worried, she did not attack rashly. Instead, she gripped her axe tightly with both hands and waited nervously. Phew! Suddenly, a flame flew out from the glabella of Su Zimo's second head and transformed into a lotus flower burning with scarlet flames in midair, enveloping Xialin. It was the karmic fire lotus platform. Xialin's expression changed as he waved the Qilin ruler and smashed it towards the karmic fire lotus platform with a loud bang. The 2 divine weapons faced off in midair, not giving in to each other. Suddenly, the karmic fire lotus platform bloomed and countless petals enveloped down, forming a gigantic prison that enveloped Xialin's figure. Many lotus holes spewed out flames that shot towards Xialin. Clang, clang, clang. The karmic fire lotus seeds struck Xialin's body and rebounded with a series of metallic sounds. They could not break through Xialin's physical defense at all. However, the true power of the karmic fire lotus platform lay not in the lotus seeds but in the karmic fire. The raging karmic fire burned Xialin's body continuously, and his blood qi could not suppress it either. The golden barrier around Xialin began to show signs of melting. No matter how he wielded the Qilin ruler and charged through the karmic fire lotus platform, he could not break through the cage. Brother Xia, be careful. This is the karmic fire lotus platform. As someone from the saint race of the ancestral fire sanctuary, Zhu Liang quickly recognized the origin of the lotus platform. He could not help but feel delighted. This meant that if he killed Su Zimo, he would obtain 2 lotus flowers, the creation green lotus and the karmic fire red lotus. With the karmic fire lotus platform to trap Xialin, Su Zimo relied on his 2 heads 4 arms, primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity auspicious jade, and the 9 heavens living soil to fight against the other 4 saint race beings and gradually return to his disadvantage. Are the 4 of you still going to hold back? Xialin's voice sounded from the karmic fire lotus platform with a coldness. He was trapped within and burned continuously. Coupled with the impact of the many karmic fire lotus seeds, he was truly enraged. Up till this point of the battle, the 5 saint race beings had held back. To them, they had never treated Su Zimo as an opponent. Instead, they wanted to conserve their strength as much as possible so that they could fight for the peerless heavenly supremacy among the 5 of them after killing Su Zimo. However, as the battle progressed, Su Zimo became braver the more he fought. The 5 saint race beings realized that even after they joined forces, they could not suppress this person. Kill! Fu Zongtian channeled his bloodline continuously and condensed the power of extreme yin and extreme yang. The giant Kuan and great Peng in midair almost materialized, and their attacks became even more ferocious. When Su Zimo saw that, his aura changed. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white. The illumination and nether glow divine stones in his eyes had long been tempted. 2 divine lights, 1 black and 1 white, shot out and landed on the giant Kuan and the great Peng. The gigantic beasts condensed from the power of extreme yin and extreme yang melted rapidly. Not only that, the power of extreme yin and extreme yang that condensed the 2 gigantic beasts was also devoured and absorbed by the illumination and nether glow divine stones in Su Zimo's eyes. What? Fu Zongtian's expression changed drastically. From Su Zimo's eyes, he could actually sense an aura that made his heart palpitate. How was that possible? He had an atavistic bloodline. What could make him feel that way? Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Using the primordial unity as the brush and yin-yang as the ink, he quickly wrote 12 words in midair and hollered. Organize the 6 Jia to uphold justice, dispersing all gods and ghosts. 12 heavenly gods materialized rapidly and surrounded the 4 saint race beings. Although the 12 heavenly gods did not have blood qi or essence spirits, They were comparable to Su Zimo's essence spirit realm. In melee combat, they could release the combat strength of utmost heavenly supremacies. Coupled with the innate chemistry of the 12 heavenly gods, they learned a joint attack technique. With Su Zimo at the front to restrain the 4 Saint Race beings, the situation was reversed instantly and the 4 Saint Race beings were flustered as they retreated step by step. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from the battlefield. A divine beast covered in golden light broke through the cage of the karmic fire lotus platform and charged out. It reared its head and roared, emitting a terrifying aura. Xiaolin channeled his bloodline to its limits and fused his bloodline phenomenon into himself, reverting to his true form, the Golden Qilin. The Golden Qilin was innately synchronized with the metal Great Tao. Not only did Xiaolin require half the effort in cultivating it, he could also unleash the power of the metal Great Tao to its limits. Furthermore, the physique of the Golden Qilin was a top existence among the Qilin race. Everyone stop holding back. Attack with all your might and kill this person. Xiaolin spoke in human language with a cold tone. All right, Fu Songtian shouted as well. I'll let this person witness the true might of the saint race. Phew! Fu Songtian reverted to his true form as well. His gigantic body covered the skies and the 2 forms of the Kuan and Peng appeared on his body. Shriek! A phoenix cry sounded and Zhu Liang transformed his vermilion bird true form. Although he looked skinny, his body nurtured an extremely terrifying power. Gore! Qing Yan transformed into her azure dragon form as well and circled above the vermilion bird altar, emitting endless might. She looked down at Su Zimo with an indifferent gaze, as though she was looking at an ant. Roar! Lai Hua transformed into his true form of the swan and eye. He stood on flames and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Even the cultivators of the ancestral fire sanctuary watching the battle through the water screen in midair shuddered, let alone Su Zimo and the others on the vermilion bird altar. This was a suppression from the depths of the bloodlines. More than anything, the fear from the depths of their memories was uncontrollable. The bloodlines of the 5 Saint Race beings could suppress others, but not Su Zimo, who had synthesized the creation Green Lotus and Karmic Fire Red Lotus. Surrounded by the 5 Saint Race beings, Su Zimo stood with his head held high. His blood qi surged and the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. When he saw the 5 Saint Race beings use their trump cards, Su Zimo was prepared to attack with all his might as well. Initially, he wanted to hold back. It might not have been a big deal to kill 2 servants of the Saint Race. However, he would definitely become enemies with the sanctuaries once he killed people from the Saint Race. The sanctuaries have dominated the major Kiliacosm for many years and would definitely not let the matter rest. Initially, Su Zimo did not want to be targeted by the experts of the various sanctuaries so quickly. However, if he held back now, his life might be in danger. If you leave now, you still have a chance to survive. Su Zimo's gaze swept past the 5 Saint Race beings and he said slowly, once we start fighting in a bit, even the vermilion bird badge won't be able to save you guys. From the bottom of his heart, he was truly persuading the 5 Saint Race beings to retreat in the face of difficulties. However, to Fu Songtian and the others, this was an insult to them. Xiaolin could not help but laugh. To think that as utmost heavenly supremacies of the Saint Race, we would be looked down upon by a heavenly supremacy of the Flora race who has long declined. Qing Yan said, since he's arrogant, let's let him witness the true strength of the Saint Race. Kill! The 5 Saint Race beings hollered and propped up their worlds one after another, manifesting great Tao phenomenons that enveloped Su Zimo. The 6 Ding 6 Jia gods did not have flesh, essence spirit, or the protection of a world. Against the suppression of those worlds and great Tao phenomenons, they could not hold on at all and dissipated with a bang. Su Zimo willed with his spirit consciousness and a chaos world appeared behind him. In this world, the green and red lotus flowers took root in the chaos and swayed with light, resisting the great Tao phenomenons of the 5 Saint Race beings. The 5 worlds collided with the chaos world, wanting to destroy it. In the opinion of the 5 Saint Race beings, Su Zimo was only at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm after all. The traces of the great Tao had yet to fill his world, and he could not defend against their attacks at all. In reality, that was also the case. At lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm, the traces of the great Tao had only just spread in the chaos world. However, Su Zimo's chaos world was supported by the creation Green Lotus and karmic fire Red Lotus, causing the chaos world to become abnormally stable. Even against the suppression and impact of the great Tao phenomenons of the five worlds, the chaos world could still fight against them without moving. In that fight between worlds, the outcome could not be determined in a short period of time. The five saint race beings closed in once more. After reverting to their true forms, the five of them could unleash the power of their physiques and bloodlines to their limits. The five saint race beings were prepared to kill Su Zimo in melee combat. Just as the five of them closed in, Su Zimo circulated the blood qi in his body and channeled it to its limits. His blood qi condensed and two lotus flowers rose behind him. Bloodline phenomenon. The two lotus flowers soared into the skies and rose against the tide, almost bursting through the world. Su Zimo's combat strength was raised to its limits as well. At the same time, two sword lights tore through the chaos and landed in Su Zimo's hands. The Avicii and Nether swords had appeared. Even when Su Zimo released his bloodline phenomenon, the five saint race beings did not feel much threat and were not surprised. However, the moment the Avicii and Nether swords appeared, the five saint race beings felt a chill run down their spines at the same time. It was an extremely dangerous aura. Fight! A deafening dragon roar burst forth from the depths of Su Zimo's throat. The next moment, the creation Green Lotus and the karmic fire Red Lotus surrounded Su Zimo as he wielded the Avicii and Nether swords and charged into the crowd first. His first target was Fu Tsangtian of the Yin-Yang Sanctuary. The combat strength of the five saint race beings was not much different, and they were all top experts of the Tao comprehension realm. However, to Su Zimo, Fu Tsangtian was the weakness of the five of them. He possessed the illumination and nether glow divine stones. In the exchange earlier on, the two divine stones clearly suppressed Fu Tsangtian's bloodline. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and released his visual technique. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white. The illumination and nether glow spirit consciousness burst forth with a black and white divine light that intertwined in midair, forming a taiji diagram that suppressed towards Fu Tsangtian. Fu Tsangtian's expression changed drastically. Earlier on, he could sense that there was another universe in Su Zimo's eyes. The power of the yin and yang released at that moment was even purer and more condensed than what he controlled. Fu Tsangtian swayed his gigantic body and collided fiercely against the enveloping taiji diagram. The taiji diagram did not seem big, but the yin-yang fishes inside chased continuously and spun slowly. There was yin in the yang and yang in the yin, as though it could encompass everything. The two of them collided silently. As for Fu Tsangtian's gigantic body, it was being devoured bit by the taiji diagram, and the power of the yin and yang in his body was being stripped away. When Fu Tsangtian saw that the situation was bad, he hurriedly waved his yin-yang crescent moon knives and exchanged blows, creating a taiji diagram as well. The two taiji diagrams collided with a loud bang this time round. Right then, a blood-colored sword beam flashed. Su Zimo attacked. This timing was perfect. The moment Fu Tsangtian controlled the yin-yang crescent moon knives to collide with the taiji diagram, he had no time to care about anything else. Against Su Zimo's sword, Fu Tsangtian merely sneered. His body was massive and his life force was exuberant. The nether sword was not even as long as a single beard of his. Even if such a sword struck him, it could not injure his foundation at all. Most of the time, when the Kuan-Peng race transformed into their true forms in battle, they could even ignore the attacks of their opponents and counterattack directly. If anyone from the Kuan-Peng race fought against an enemy who unleashed the same lethality as them, they would definitely not feel threatened. However, their opponents would not be able to withstand such damage and would die on the spot. A massive body and exuberant life force, that was the strength of the Kuan-Peng race. However, at certain times it was also their weakness. The fact that they had a massive body meant that they were clumsier. Coupled with the ingenious timing of Su Zimo's attack, Fu Songtian could not dodge Su Zimo's sword at all. Xing. The nether sword slashed a gigantic wound on Fu Songtian's body. Of course, the wound was only gigantic when compared to Su Zimo. For Fu Songtian's massive Kuan Peng body, that wound was almost negligible. After slashing out, Su Zimo did not look at Fu Songtian a second time. Instead, he controlled the Avicii sword and slashed towards Xialin. Xialin had long understood how terrifying the Avicii and nether swords were and naturally would not take the risk rashly. Instead, he waved the Qilin ruler and smashed it towards the Avicii sword. Clang! The Trinity Auspicious Jade descended from the skies and landed on the Qilin ruler first, causing it to deviate slightly and brush past the Avicii sword. The Avicii sword did not stop and slashed towards him, getting closer and closer. Xialin frowned and wanted to retreat. Right then, Fu Songtian's massive body at the side landed on the vermilion bird altar with a loud bang and the ground shook, stirring up countless dust. Fu Songtian had widened eyes and a dim gaze. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was already dead. Fu Songtian of the saint race was dead. The life force of the Kuan Peng race was so strong that even after they died, the life force in their bodies did not dissipate completely. That scene caused an uproar both inside and outside the battlefield. Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Uncle Feng was also paying attention to the final battle of the Heavenly Supremacy meet. When he saw Fu Songtian die under Su Zimo's sword, he could not help but frown. Someone from the saint race was killed. Although Fu Songtian was only at the Tao comprehension realm, there were not many saint race beings in the sanctuaries and they could be said to be extremely rare. After all, the conditions for one to become part of the saint race were way too harsh. They were only qualified if they had atavistic bloodlines. Any saint race being was the most precious talent to the various sanctuaries. The various sanctuaries might not react much if a Tao supremacy was killed. However, if a saint race being was killed, the various sanctuaries would definitely not let the matter rest. In truth, Uncle Feng had not expected Su Zimo, who was only at lesser mastery of the Tao comprehension realm, to be able to counterattack and kill someone from the saint race even after being surrounded by 5 of them. Invite him to join the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary after this battle. Right then, a voice sounded in Uncle Feng's mind. Instantly, Uncle Feng could guess the intentions of the person who spoke. If this lad joined the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, with the protection of his master, the other sanctuaries would naturally not be able to come and pick a fight. This was the Heavenly Supremacy's battle after all, and they were fighting among the same cultivation realm. Fu Songtian could only blame himself for being inferior. Uncle Feng sent a voice transmission. Master, this person's identity is special. If we take him in, he might cause even more trouble for you. At the same time, it'll probably be difficult for us to explain ourselves even in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. It's none of your business. The voice sounded again in an unquestionable manner. It was evident that his master wanted to protect Su Zimo. Uncle Feng sighed internally and pondered for a moment before asking, I've interacted with this person and he's very opinionated. He might not be willing to join the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. What if he's unwilling? The voice was silent for a moment before saying indifferently, Let him be then. Right then, Uncle Feng sensed something and turned to look at the vermilion bird altar hurriedly. His expression changed and his lips trembled as he murmured, Another death. What? On the vermilion bird altar, the remaining 4 saint race beings were shocked and their expressions changed when they saw Fu Songtian die. As a member of the Kuan Peng race, Fu Songtian had an atavistic bloodline and his life force was exuberant and powerful. Even if they fought him, it was impossible for them to kill him with a single strike. However, Fu Songtian merely suffered a little sword injury and he died on the spot. That scene shocked the 4 saint race beings. It was that sword. The gazes of the 4 saint race beings landed on the nether sword with deep fear. Initially, Xialin could have avoided the sharpness of the Avicii sword. However, because Fu Songtian was dead, he was slightly distracted and moved slower. Swoosh! The primordial unity horsetail whip attacked silently. As though it had a mind of its own, the 3,000 threads wrapped around Xialin's waist and bound his limbs. When Xiaolin reacted, he realized that he could no longer move. Boom! Xiaolin was shocked and released all his strength to break free from the primordial Unity Horsetail Whip. However, with that delay, the Avicii sword had already slashed down. Xiaolin only had time to tilt his head to avoid being struck at his vitals. He could only hope that his body could withstand the sharpness of the Avicii sword. Clang! The Avicii sword struck Xiaolin's shoulder and sparks flew. With just a slight obstruction, the Avicii sword broke through Xiaolin's golden body and slashed down, cutting half of his body into two. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the vermilion bird altar red. If it was the nether sword, it was unknown if it could break through Xiaolin's golden body. However, the Avicii sword was the sharpest. Since Su Zimo had already decided to start a massacre and wielded the two swords, he naturally had to unleash the might of the Avicii and nether swords to their limits. The killing intent in the nether sword ignored the immense life force in Fu Zongtian's body and destroyed his essence spirit. The sharpness of the Avicii sword ignored Xiaolin's golden body defense and sliced him into two. The Avicii sword was filled with a sinister aura of hell and pulled Xiaolin's essence spirit into greater Avicii, suppressing it completely. Xiaolin's essence spirit did not last long before he died. Another one of the 5 saint race beings was killed. Although this battle sounded slow, life and death were decided in a flash. As for Su Zimo, who killed Fu Zongtian and Xiaolin in succession, he had already released all his methods and could no longer defend against the attacks of the other 3 saint race beings. Only the 9 heavens living soil was left, transforming into yellow sand that protected his body. Lai Hua went forward and bit off one of Su Zimo's head. Qing Yan's dragon scale sword tore through the void and severed Su Zimo's arms. As for Zhu Liang's vermilion bird spear, it pierced through Su Zimo's chest and he was sent flying in midair before landing heavily on the ground. The scene was so intense that many cultivators of the ancestral fire sanctuary who were watching it even forgot to breathe. It was way too tragic. With the death of the 2 saint race beings, Su Zimo's 2 heads 4-arm state was destroyed as well, and a bowl-sized bloody hole was pierced through his chest in a shocking manner. That person's blood chi must be weak after receiving such serious injuries. He probably won't be able to fight anymore. Even so, he should be proud of himself for taking down 2 saint race beings. What combat strength is that? Why hasn't he summoned the vermilion bird badge and escaped from the battlefield? You didn't see it, right? When Lai Hua approached earlier on, he snatched the vermilion bird badge from his waist and cut off his escape route. On the vermilion bird altar, Zhu Liang, Qing Yan and Lai Hua had already calmed down from their shock earlier on and regained their composure rapidly. To them, the deaths of Fu Zongtian and Xiaolin might not be a bad thing. At the very least, they would have 2 less competitors. The chances of obtaining the Creation Green Lotus and Karmic Fire Red Lotus in the end were even higher. The girl watching from the side had a pale expression and was hesitating if she should step forward. However, Su Zimo had already stood up from the vermilion bird altar. His body was stained with blood and his black hair danced wildly. However, his eyes were even deeper and his fighting spirit did not decrease. The blood hole in his chest was growing flesh crazily and healing at a visible speed. Although his blood chi had weakened, it was far from the point where he lost his combat strength. The life force of the Creation Green Lotus was in no way inferior to the Kuan Peng with an atavistic bloodline. With the synthesis of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus, this body became even stronger. Zhu Liang and the other 2 had grim expressions. The 3 of them realized that they could not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. The regeneration power of this person's body had far exceeded their imagination. Phew! The 3 saint race beings released their essence spirit Tao imprints at the same time. Su Zimo did not counterattack. The battle earlier on had expended a lot of energy on his essence spirit as well. His essence spirit sat upright on the Creation Lotus platform in his consciousness. Petals bloomed and protected his essence spirit within, and green light spewed out of the lotus cave. 3 essence spirit Tao imprints broke through his consciousness and transformed into a vermilion bird, an azure dragon and a swan and eye that charged towards his essence spirit. The essence spirits fought silently. The three demon beasts transformed from the Essence Spirit Tao imprints attacked the barrier formed by the Creation Lotus platform continuously, but they could not break through for a long time. At the same time, the three saint race beings attacked once more. Buzz! Su Zimo's hands trembled and the Avicii and Nether swords quivered slightly, emitting a soul-stirring sword hum. The three saint race beings had just witnessed the might of the Avicii and Nether swords and paused with wary expressions. Right then, Su Zimo attacked once more with his dual swords. Clang! 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 The Avicii and Nether swords collided against the dragon scale sword and the vermilion bird spear and let out a series of crisp sounds. Initially, there were 5 saint race beings. Even then, they could not suppress Su Zimo when they surrounded him. Right now, there were only 3 saint race beings left. Although Su Zimo was already injured, he had the upper hand with the terror of the Avicii and Nether swords and his powerful blood chi. Zhu Liang and Qin Yen attacked cautiously. Lai Hua's attacks became extremely sluggish and timid. His killing techniques were all in his claws and teeth. Any weapon was a burden to him. However, once he got close, he would definitely have to face the sharpness of the Avicii and Nether swords. Given his sharp claws, he could defend against the edge of the Nether sword. However, in the previous attack, he retracted his hands slightly slower and his sharp claws were sliced off neatly by the Avicii sword. It was thankful that there were no blood wounds from his sliced claws and the power of greater Avicii could not be released. Even so, Lai Hua broke out in a cold sweat. Although it seemed like the 3 saint race beings were besieging Su Zimo, in reality, Su Zimo was suppressing the 3 saint race beings. Cold sword beams swept through the void as Su Zimo gradually led the 3 saint race beings into his pace. However, the impact of Fu Zongtian and Xiaolin's deaths was not limited to that. The world of the 3 saint race beings gradually could not suppress Su Zimo's chaos world either. Su Zimo's blood chi intensified and the aura of the creation and karmic fire lotus flowers behind him increased exponentially. One of them shone with green light while the other burned with karmic fire. The chaos world began to gradually show its might. The gray fog spread continuously, attempting to devour and dispel the worlds of the 3 saint race beings. Zhu Liang and the other 2 were secretly alarmed. If this continued, the 3 of them might die here, let alone suppress Su Zimo. The 3 of them had the intention to retreat. As their courage weakened, their attacks naturally weakened. In a fight between experts, even the slightest flaw could be fatal. 2 divine lights burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes as he roared. Ignoring Lai Hua's fangs and claws behind him, he leaped and charged towards Zhu Liang and Qin Yen. This attack was a complete gamble with his life. There was a chance that Su Zimo could use this opportunity to kill Zhu Liang and Qin Yen. However, he had no time to care about anything else. If his vital points were exposed to Lai Hua, he might be killed on the spot. His 2 heads 4 arms had already been broken. This time round, there was no spare head to sacrifice. As long as Lai Hua seized the opportunity, he had a high chance of biting Su Zimo to death. The 3 saint race beings saw everything clearly and instantly made a judgment of the situation. However, in a flash, other thoughts flashed through the minds of the 3 saint race beings. If Zhu Liang and Qin Yen chose to fight Su Zimo to the death, there was a high chance that they would die on the spot and Lai Hua would become the greatest winner. Zhu Liang and Qin Yen were naturally unwilling to see such an outcome. As for Lai Hua, he was way too wary of Su Zimo's Avicii and Nether swords. He was afraid that this might be a bait by Su Zimo and he would fall into a trap instead if he closed in. The battle was intense and the situation was complicated. At the same time, all parties were involved in a mental tussle. Zhu Liang and Qin Yen had just revealed their openings when Su Zimo, who was wielding 2 swords, closed in on them. There was no way they could dodge and they could only try their best to maneuver. Su Zimo ignored Lai Hua behind him completely and unleashed the power of the Avicii and Nether swords to their limits. Sword chi surged and poured onto the 2 of them. That slight hesitation from Lai Hua had already placed Zhu Liang and Qin Yen in danger. "What are you waiting for?" Zhu Liang hollered. Lai Hua knew in his heart that if he was the only one left after Zhu Liang and Qin Yen died, he would definitely not be Su Zimo's match. Lai Hua's gaze turned cold and his figure flashed. Like a ghost, He arrived behind Su Zimo silently and opened his bloody mouth, biting down fiercely on Su Zimo's head. Suddenly, Su Zimo's attacks on Zhu Liang and Qing Yan stopped abruptly. Before his body even turned, the Avicii and nether swords had already stabbed over from beneath his ribs. Lai Hua's expression changed starkly. "This is bad." Lai Hua's heart skipped a beat. That person was still targeting him after all. The distance between the two of them was extremely close, and it was already too late for Lai Hua to retreat. He only had time to bite the nether sword. However, his fangs were severed by the Avicii sword that arrived later on. The two swords crossed and severed Lai Hua's head. Blood gushed out cleanly. Lai Hua was dead. Earlier on, Zhu Liang and Qing Yan were forced back by Su Zimo's attacks. Even though Su Zimo stopped and turned to deal with Lai Hua, the two of them did not have time to counterattack as well. By the time the two of them reacted, Lai Hua's head was severed from his body and he was dead. In the blink of an eye, there were only two saint race beings left on the Vermilion Bird altar. This battle could be said to be filled with danger. Apart from relying on his own methods, the most important thing for Su Zimo to kill Lai Hua among the three saint race beings with his severely injured body was to make use of the psychological game between the two parties. If the three saint race beings were unafraid of death and had no selfish motives, even if Su Zimo could kill one of them, he would have been killed on the spot. The combat strength of the saint race was indeed terrifying. Up till this point of his cultivation, it had been a long time since anyone could force Su Zimo to this extent. Su Zimo merely relied on stabbing the Avicii and nether swords behind him to kill Lai Hua. He did not even turn around personally. His gaze was still fixed on Zhu Liang and Qing Yan. After Su Zimo retracted his swords, he did not stop. He wielded both swords and charged towards the two of them. This time round, there were only two saint race beings left and the pressure on Su Zimo decreased significantly. As for Zhu Liang and Qing Yan, it did not matter how strong their Dao hearts were. They could not help but feel fear when they saw the three saint race beings, Fu Songtian, Xielin and Lai Hua, die one after another. Against Su Zimo's powerful attacks, the two of them did not even have the chance to summon their Vermilion Bird badges. Rumble. There were only two worlds left and they could no longer suppress the Chaos World. The Chaos World expanded exponentially, wanting to devour and drown the worlds of Zhu Liang and Qing Yan. Once the Chaos World enveloped them, the remaining two saint race beings would die here as well. Right then, Zhu Liang realized that there seemed to be an opening in Su Zimo's attack towards him, giving him a chance to catch a breather. This was a rare opportunity. It was very likely his only chance of escape. Escape! Without hesitation, Zhu Liang retreated explosively and withdrew from the battlefield. He summoned his Vermilion Bird badge and vanished from the Vermilion Bird altar in a flash. Zhu Liang Yu, Qing Yan was enraged. However, her voice was already completely drowned by the sword hums on the battlefield. The nether sword and dragon scale sword collided. The edge of the sword spun and pushed the latter away, revealing an opening. The Avicii sword stabbed out. Xing. The sword edge streaked across Qing Yan's dragon body. Even the dragon scales on it could not defend against the sharpness of the Avicii sword, and a bloodied wound was drawn. Greater Avicii erupted and pulled Qing Yan's essence spirit into it instantly. Even when Zhu Liang and Qing Yan joined forces, they could not defend against Su Zimo's dual sword attacks. Now that Qing Yan was the only one left, she was killed on the spot in a few breaths against the encirclement of the Avicii and nether swords. The entire ancestral fire sanctuary was silent. On the Vermilion Bird altar, the green-robed cultivator who was covered in blood wielded his swords with both hands and stood proudly with a cold gaze. The blood of the saint race on his sword dripped slowly, and the corpses of the four saint race beings lay in the pool of blood beneath his feet. All the cultivators opened their mouths and widened their eyes as they looked at the figure on the Vermilion Bird altar with astounded expressions. There was only endless shock in their hearts. In this final battle between the heavenly supremacies, for saint race beings died and one escaped death. It was truly beyond everyone's expectations. For countless years, the saint race had been an unstoppable existence in the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races. In reality, that was also the case. For so many years, no living being of the same cultivation realm could challenge the saint race. Only the saint race could defeat the saint race. Speaking of which, Su Zimo has the bloodline of the creation green lotus. He should be considered as part of the saint race as well, right? Even so, I've never heard of any saint race being so strong that they can take on 5 people single-handedly. This is not only a 1-on-5 battle, but also under the premise of him being 2 minor cultivation realms beneath them. Everyone, why don't you think about it? If this person cultivates to the perfected Tao comprehension realm and becomes an utmost heavenly supremacy, suppressing the 5 saint race beings will probably be as easy as flipping his palm. If the saint race of the Flora race was so powerful back then, the Chaos Sanctuary would not have been destroyed. After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out in the ancestral fire sanctuary. Speaking of which, without the protection of the Chaos Sanctuary, there is no way the 4 sanctuaries will let him off so easily after he killed 4 saint race beings. That's true. If the Tao supremacy experts of the 4 sanctuaries pursue the matter, no matter how much potential this person has, there's only one outcome left. 5 saint race beings and only one managed to escape. Seems like utmost heavenly supremacy Zhuliang is pretty capable indeed. The cultivators discussed spiritedly and could not calm down for a long time. On the vermilion bird altar, Su Zimo looked at the 4 corpses of the saint race beneath his feet and gradually calmed his blood qi. Apart from him, probably no one else could tell that the reason why Zhu Liang could escape was mainly because he did it on purpose. On the one hand, Zhu Liang was from the saint race of the ancestral fire sanctuary. The reason why he could obtain this opportunity to fight for the Merit's Gold Lotus was also because of Uncle Feng of the ancestral fire sanctuary. Su Zimo did not know much about the ancestral fire sanctuary. He was worried that it would be difficult for Uncle Feng to deal with things if he killed Zhu Liang. On the other hand, if he revealed an opening and gave Zhu Liang a chance to escape, Qing Yan would be his only opponent, and he could kill her easily. Although this battle did not seem long, fighting against the saint race consumed a lot of his energy. There were 4 utmost heavenly supremacies standing at the side. Apart from the girl, he might have to face 3 more utmost heavenly supremacies. He had to maintain his stamina to prevent any mistakes. In reality, he could not divert his attention to Fan Yun and the other 2 after the intense battle earlier on. The 3 people watching at the side witnessed the battle at close range and felt the terrifying methods released by the fight between the saint race and Su Zimo. They were long scared out of their wits. Su Zimo lowered his head and glanced at the Avicii and Nether swords. The 2 swords contributed greatly to the fact that he could kill the 4 saint race beings in this battle. Su Zimo was even more curious about the black-robed man's background. The green lotus and red lotus swords had transformed into such terrifying divine weapons after being reforged by this person. The bloodline of the saint race was indeed powerful. The Avicii and Nether swords were incomparably sharp such that blood would not even remain on them. However, after the 4 saint race beings were killed, there was some blood of the saint race stained on the swords, dripping slowly. Su Zimo flung his hands and shrugged off the blood on the Avicii and Nether swords. He turned to look at Fan Yun, Pang Jian and Jiran. Do the 3 of you want to attack together? Su Zimo asked indifferently. The heavenly supremacy's battle was not over yet. The peerless heavenly supremacy was determined only when there was a single heavenly supremacy left on the vermilion bird altar. When Fan Yun and the other 2 heard Su Zimo's question, their bodies trembled visibly. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Fan Yun coughed gently. Pang Jian gulped and said hurriedly, You're the peerless heavenly supremacy. I won't fight you for the title. What kind of joke was that? For saint race beings had already died in succession for the title of the peerless heavenly supremacy. How could she dare to take on Su Zimo at this moment? The shock of personally witnessing the deaths of the 4 saint race beings was way too great for her. Farewell. Jiran was even more straightforward. He threw out that remark and summoned his vermilion bird badge, disappearing on the spot, afraid that he would not get the chance to escape if he lingered. Fan Yun and Pang Jian reacted as well and summoned their vermilion bird badges to escape. In the blink of an eye, only Su Zimo and the girl were left on the vermilion bird altar. Su Zimo looked at the girl and smiled gently. "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" He had already tried his best to ask in a gentle tone. However, he had just killed the 4 saint race beings and was covered in blood and killing intent. Even though he revealed a friendly smile, it gave the girl quite a scare. The girl took out her vermilion bird badge as well. In her fluster, the vermilion bird badge nearly fell to the ground as she wanted to leave without saying anything more. "Hey, don't leave." When Su Zimo saw that, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Where's Mount Xian Pin?" The girl was enveloped by a layer of light. Before she disappeared, a voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. "It's in the southwest. You'll know when you arrive. Hey, I caused Yu to get injured earlier on. Why you're not allowed to tell on me. Alright?" The girl's voice disappeared with her figure. When Su Zimo heard that, he smiled. The girl was innocent and cute. The reason why she did not tell him her name the entire time was most likely because she was afraid he might make a complaint about her. Su Zimo tidied up the many treasures on the 4 saint race beings and put them all away. At that moment, he was the only one left on the vermilion bird ranking. His name was marked with the words, "Peerless Heavenly Supremacy." When he saw that, Su Zimo picked up his vermilion bird badge and left. The moment he returned to the ancestral fire sanctuary, a powerful force enveloped him. "It's me." At the same time, Uncle Feng's voice sounded in his mind. Su Zimo did not resist. This was the power of the space great Tao. Right in front of many cultivators, Su Zimo's figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the quiet residence. Uncle Feng appeared as well. "Thank you, Senior." Su Zimo bowed in thanks. Uncle Feng brought him out of the sight of many cultivators rapidly as a form of protection for him. Furthermore, if not for Uncle Feng, he would not have obtained this opportunity. Uncle Feng asked solemnly, "Su Zimo, are you willing to join the ancestral fire sanctuary?" Su Zimo was slightly stunned before shaking his head. There was a high chance that one of the 9 lords of the heavenly court was a saint from the ancestral fire sanctuary. If he joined the ancestral fire sanctuary, he would probably attract even greater trouble. Su Zimo asked, "Is this the exchange condition for obtaining the merits gold lotus?" Uncle Feng smiled and shook his head. "Since you've already obtained the title of the peerless heavenly supremacy, the merits gold lotus is yours. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. However, this didn't have to be such a difficult and dangerous process initially." Sigh. Uncle Feng sighed again with a conflicted expression. Su Zimo could roughly guess the meaning behind Uncle Feng's sigh. Initially, it was just a heavenly supremacy meet of the ancestral fire sanctuary. However, because of the exposure of his creation Green Lotus, the 4 saint race beings came and things turned out like this. In other words, Uncle Feng had indeed wanted him to obtain the merits gold lotus in the first place. However, this accident happened in the process. Why would Uncle Feng help and protect him like this? Uncle Feng waved his robe and the void split open, emitting golden light that was bedazzling. Su Zimo's bloodline stirred, and he sensed an extremely familiar aura in the void. They came from the same source and were connected by bloodline. The next moment, a grade 12 golden lotus flower appeared slowly in the courtyard. Golden light circulated and the lotus stem and leaves were filled with special patterns, as though they were burned. Su Zimo knew how difficult it was for the merits gold lotus to grow to grade 12. His creation Green Lotus had accompanied him in his cultivation and obtained countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters during this period of time. In the end, when he entered the perfected one realm in the medium Kiliacosm, it grew to the peak of grade 12. As for the karmic fire Red Lotus, it grew in the nether blood sea and drank the blood of saints to its heart's content before growing to the peak of grade 12. The merits gold lotus in front of him was already mature and he could synthesize and refine it directly. "Take it. Why don't you cultivate here without anyone disturbing you?" Uncle Feng said, "The battle today will cause quite a stir in the various sanctuaries. You can hide here and avoid the limelight. As for whether you want to join the ancestral fire sanctuary or not, you might as well consider it for the next few days. There's no need to make a decision in a hurry. If you leave the ancestral fire sanctuary, your situation will be extremely difficult and dangerous. Su Zimo knew what dangers Uncle Feng was referring to as well. In this battle, he killed 4 saint race beings, and the 4 sanctuaries would definitely not let him off easily. Furthermore, he possessed the creation Green Lotus, Karmic Fire Red Lotus, and Merit's Gold Lotus. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt puzzled. If the various sanctuaries wanted to pursue this matter, they would definitely send Dao supremacies. In fact, major supremacies or paramount supremacies might even be alarmed. Could Uncle Feng really protect him even if he joined the ancestral fire sanctuary? Uncle Feng was only a paramount supremacy expert. Even if he had some status in the ancestral fire sanctuary, was it enough to withstand the pressure of the 4 sanctuaries? Although you let Zhu Liang off, he won't feel grateful for your kindness. Uncle Feng continued, you know his grandfather as well. He sealed the medium chiliocosm for many years. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven. Uncle Feng nodded. You don't have to worry for the time being. He doesn't know your identity yet. Furthermore, this saint is in seclusion to recuperate and has no time to be distracted. Recuperate in seclusion? The Lord of Vermilion Heaven had returned to the major chiliocosm for many years and should have recovered long ago. There was probably another reason why he was in seclusion to recuperate. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Senior, if I join the ancestral fire sanctuary, news of it would definitely not stay hidden from this saint. If he wants to make things difficult, he'll probably cause quite a bit of trouble for you as well. You don't have to worry about that. Uncle Feng said indifferently, if you're willing to join the ancestral fire sanctuary, I won't be in any trouble and I'll naturally have a way to protect you. Su Zimo was silent. In that case, there was a high chance that Uncle Feng had the backing of a saint expert. That was the only reason that could explain why Uncle Feng had such confidence that he could deal with Saint Vermilion Heaven. Uncle Feng gave a few more reminders before turning to leave. Su Zimo looked at the Merit's Gold Lotus before him with a searing gaze. When the grade 12 Merit's Gold Lotus sensed the aura on his body, it sent him a joyful emotion, like a child who had been lost for many years reuniting with his family. To Su Zimo, the most important thing now was to synthesize the Merit's Gold Lotus and advance his cultivation. As long as he reached greater mastery of the Tao Comprehension realm, his essence spirit had a chance of entering the Tao Hegemony realm. At that time, he could release the hundreds of Tao Hegemony realm experts in the heaven and earth creation diagram. In a flash, Su Zimo sat upright on the lotus platform of the Merit's Gold Lotus. The Merit's Gold Lotus swayed gently and its petals bloomed, wrapping Su Zimo layer by layer. Golden light spewed out of the lotus cave and surged into Su Zimo's body through his pores. A layer of light that resembled golden foil gradually appeared on his skin. Crackling sounds sounded from Su Zimo's body as well. The green lotus true body was reborn once more. At the same time, lineage memories surged into Su Zimo's mind one after another to make up for the incomplete memories from before. Many broken memories were reconnected and gradually became clearer. As time passed, the grade 12 Merit's Gold Lotus gradually withered, leaving only a Merit's Lotus platform floating in midair, supporting Su Zimo. The aura in Su Zimo's body rose continuously. There were immeasurable merits and an immortal golden attribute. The synthesis of the Merit's Gold Lotus did not give birth to any dermic treasures. However, it increased Su Zimo's physique and bloodline greatly and helped him forge an immortal golden body, increasing his defense greatly. The Merit's Lotus platform beneath him alone was a top-tier defensive spirit treasure. At that moment, every single bone in Su Zimo's body was emerald green like jade with a layer of fine flames attached to it. Golden patterns gradually appeared on the surface of his bones and golden light spread as his blood was swapped through marrow cleansing. His bones trembled and buzzed. His bloodline surged and washed through his organs continuously. The transformed green lotus true body was flawless and his blood chi surged. His organs and apertures shone with a divine light. Boom! Su Zimo shuddered and propped up a chaos world behind him. Heaven and earth were indistinguishable within it. There was no light or darkness. It was blurry without beginning or end. Within the chaos world, Emerit's gold lotus grew beside the creation green lotus and karmic fire red lotus. The three lotus flowers swayed and shone, causing the traces of the great Tao to intensify and spread to every corner of the chaos world. He had attained greater mastery of the Tao comprehension realm and became a great heavenly supremacy. At the same time, Su Zimo's essence spirit increased exponentially after synthesizing the Merit's gold lotus. His essence spirit realm broke through and he entered the Tao hegemony realm in one go, reaching the level of a Tao supremacy. Success. If Su Zimo had to go against Zhu Liang and the other four right now, even without using the Avicii and Nether swords, he could suppress the 5 saint race beings with just his physique and bloodline alone. In Su Zimo's mind, the replenished memories revealed some images. After the chaos exploded, it turned into black, gold, red and green lights that scattered at the end of the void. However, for lotus seeds fell in the southeast direction of the major kiliacosm. That was the territory of the Chaos Sanctuary. Su Zimo shuddered and woke up from his memories. From the looks of it, the 4 lotus platforms derived from the Chaos Green Lotus scattered throughout the trichiliacosm. Back then, the 4 lotus seeds fell in the southeast region of the major kiliacosm. However, his memories were still incomplete and he could not see the exact location of the 4 lotus seeds. He could only roughly determine that the 4 lotus seeds should have fallen at the same spot and should not be too far away from one another. There must be a reason why the Chaos Green Lotus distributed the 4 lotus seeds to the southeast region of the major kiliacosm. He just did not know if the 4 lotus seeds were still around after so many years. If he could retrieve the 4 lotus seeds, it might be another opportunity for him. Apart from obtaining the Merit's gold lotus, his greatest gain from this trip to the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary was the news of Daiyu. Su Zimo could not wait to look for Daiyu. However, he was also clear about the circumstances. Given his current situation, heading to Mount Xianpin in the southwest region to look for Daiyu might bring an unpredictable calamity to her. At the very least, he had to survive the upcoming dangers before he could make a move. If he did not intend to join the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, it was not a solution to hide here for a long time. Perhaps he had to return to the southeast region. On the one hand, the Chaos Sanctuary was there to begin with. On the other hand, according to his lineage memories, the 4 lotus seeds fell in that direction as well. Su Zimo willed with his spirit consciousness and he arrived in the heaven and earth creation diagram. Many cultivators inside sensed something and appeared one after another. Master, your essence spirit has already entered the Tao hegemony realm? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng probed Su Zimo's essence spirit realm and asked hurriedly. The other Tao supremacy experts were surprised as well. This meant that after more than 6 billion years, they could finally leave the heaven and earth creation diagram and return to the major kiliacosm. Su Zimo nodded. I'm currently in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary and it's inappropriate to let all of you appear now. It's fine, it's fine. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng burst into laughter. However, some of the Tao supremacies present seemed displeased. Everyone had been trapped in the heaven and earth creation diagram for many years and yearned to leave. However, from Su Zimo's tone, it seemed like he had no precise deadline to give them. There might be some trouble later on. Su Zimo briefly recounted how he fought against the 5 saint race beings in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. As for the Merit's gold lotus, he did not mention it. Su Zimo said, after leaving this place, there's a high chance that the experts of the 4 sanctuaries will come knocking. When they heard that Su Zimo had offended the 4 sanctuaries, the Tao supremacies present frowned with worried expressions. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng had a grim expression. He pondered for a moment and said, with our current strength, we might stand a chance against a single sanctuary. However, we definitely don't have a chance of winning against 4 sanctuaries. After Su Zimo synthesized the 3 lotus flowers, he could already sense that 4 of the flora race beings in the heaven and earth creation diagram had bloodlines that were clearly stronger than others. Apart from Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, there were 3 others. The 4 of them should be from the saint race of the Chaos Sanctuary. Due to the heaven and earth creation diagram, there has never been saint race beings with atavistic bloodlines born here. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said, with the destruction of the Chaos Sanctuary, most of the saint race beings back then died in battle. Right now, there's only the 4 of us who are from the saint race. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng pointed to the 3 people beside him and introduced them to Su Zimo. The 3 saint race beings were all paramount supremacies. There were 2 men and a woman, and they were all old. The man on the left had a long beard and an immortal bearing. His Dao title was Chong Qing. The woman in the middle was graceful and beautiful. Her Dao title was Hua Rua. As for the man on the right, his face was pale and his body was shrouded with a deeply sinister aura. His Dao title was Huayan. Although Su Zimo's cultivation was far inferior to the 3 of them, with his bloodline, he could sense their true bodies. For example, Paramount Supremacy Huayan's true form was a pagoda tree. He devoured countless ghosts to gain sentience and eventually attain the Great Tao. That was the reason why the aura around him was extremely sinister. Paramount Supremacy Huayan said coldly, even when the Chaos Sanctuary was at its peak back then, we could not defend against the encirclement of 4 sanctuaries, let alone now. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing said, it's mainly because there are no saints among us. If the saints of the 4 sanctuaries attack, all of us combined won't be able to defend. Paramount Supremacy Hua Rua said, we can only have a chance to break through to the saint realm if we return to the major Kiliacosm as soon as possible. Su Zimo said, as far as I know, saints won't interfere in such conflicts. When saints kill living beings below the saint realm, they will be tainted by karma and their combat strength will be affected. They might even attract divine punishment and die. Ha! Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others were confused when they heard that. When Su Zimo saw everyone's strange expressions, he could not help but ask, everyone, you don't know about this? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng shook his head. Saints will indeed be tainted by karma when they kill ordinary living beings and it will affect their combat strength. However, I've never heard of them attracting divine punishment. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He learned about this from Uncle Feng. There was no need for Uncle Feng to lie to him about this. However, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others knew nothing about this. Su Zimo recalled Uncle Feng's words carefully. Uncle Feng merely said that being tainted by karma might attract divine punishment. Could it be that the matter of divine punishment only happened after the huge turmoil more than 6 billion years ago? That was the reason why Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others did not know anything about it. This also meant that there was a high chance that divine punishment was not a rule of the heavenly Tao, but was controlled by someone. The Divine Punishment Sanctuary. Su Zimo was shocked. Right then, Su Zimo sensed something and left the heaven and earth creation diagram, returning to the residence. Young friend, your cultivation has improved. Congratulations. Uncle Feng stood not far away and smiled at Su Zimo, asking, I wonder if you've considered my suggestion previously? Su Zimo had an apologetic expression as he cupped his fists. Thank you for your kindness, senior. It's just that my circumstances are special, and it's not convenient for me to join the ancestral fire sanctuary. I was also planning to look for you to bid farewell. In that case, I won't force you. Uncle Feng pondered for a moment. This was originally your opportunity. Since you're unwilling to join, I'll answer a question of yours as a parting gift. Can I ask any question? Su Zimo asked. Of course. I'll tell you everything I know. Uncle Feng smiled gently. Su Zimo asked bluntly, Senior, may I ask where the apocalyptic Black Lotus is? Wah! Uncle Feng was stumped by that question and shook his head. I don't know. At that point, Uncle Feng suddenly paused. After a moment of silence, he corrected himself. The apocalyptic Black Lotus involves the secrets of the sanctuaries, and it's not convenient for me to tell you. Change the question. Su Zimo had been observing Uncle Feng's expression earlier on. Initially, Uncle Feng did not seem to know the whereabouts of the apocalyptic Black Lotus. However, after a moment of silence, he changed his answer. What was even stranger was that although Uncle Feng did not seem to tell him the whereabouts of the apocalyptic Black Lotus, he also told him indirectly that the apocalyptic Black Lotus was in the few sanctuaries. Could it be that Uncle Feng changed his answer at the last minute after someone sent a voice transmission to him while he was silent? Of course, Su Zimo still had many questions. Change a question. What happened in the major kiliocosm more than 6 billion years ago? What was up with the matter of divine punishment? Who was the black-robed man? He had too many questions in his heart. However, he was silent for a long time before saying slowly, "In the minor kiliocosm, an old friend of mine was very talented but could not break through in his cultivation realm. In the end, her lifespan was exhausted and she died. I guarded her coffin for a year and never left. However, her corpse vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a set of clothes. Senior, I'd like to ask you for an explanation regarding that. What happened? Is she alive or dead? Or perhaps has she already reincarnated?" To be precise, this was no longer a question. However, Uncle Feng did not refute. Instead, he listened to him quietly. Uncle Feng was silent for a long time without saying anything. A moment later, Uncle Feng did not reply directly. Instead, he asked, "Is this person your family or Dao companion?" Su Zimo shook his head. "She's not family nor is she my Dao companion." Uncle Feng said indifferently, "Since she's not family nor is she your Dao companion, why are you asking about her?" "This is very important to me." Su Zimo thought for a moment and continued, "She's very important to me as well. I can't let it go and want to seek an answer." Uncle Feng had a conflicted expression and remained silent. When Su Zimo saw that, he realized that there was a high chance that Uncle Feng knew something. He said hurriedly, "Senior, if it's inconvenient for you to tell me, you can give me some clues and I'll find the answer myself." Uncle Feng looked at Su Zimo deeply before saying, "Follow me. Someone will give you an answer." Uncle Feng waved his robes and brought Su Zimo into the void. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived before a majestic, beautiful, and lush mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, there was a quiet and unique villa surrounded by clear water and gentle willows. When they approached, Su Zimo looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the villa with 3 words written, "Guyao Courtyard." For some unknown reason, his heart skipped a beat when he saw those words. He seemed to have thought of something but did not dare to think too deeply. "You can go in," Uncle Feng said. "Master is inside." Master? Su Zimo had a realization. Previously, he had guessed that Uncle Feng might have the backing of a saint-level expert. It was probably the master of this Guyao courtyard. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and pushed open the wooden door gently with both hands, stepping into the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with mountains and rivers with lush trees. Some ancient buildings were sparse and scattered, surrounded by flower beds, bamboo stalks, and orchards that emitted a faint fragrance. The courtyard was simple and elegant, but every piece of decoration was thoughtfully placed and fused with the surrounding mountains and rivers. Uncle Feng did not follow him in. Instead, he stood guard outside with a respectful expression. Su Zimo passed through the courtyard alone. His vision cleared up and he saw a clear pool of water with fish swimming around. The water rippled and water lotuses bloomed on the surface of the water. In the middle of the pool sat an elegant water pavilion. In the water pavilion, a woman in white sat against the railing with her side facing Su Zimo. It was clear that her skin was fairer than snow and she was elegant. Just her side profile alone surpassed all the peerless beauties in the world. As though she sensed something, the white-robed woman turned around. Su Zimo shuddered as though he had been struck by lightning. The next moment he laughed happily. Xianxia. After so many years, when he saw that familiar face again, countless memories flashed through Su Zimo's mind and endless joy surged in his heart. He finally understood why Uncle Feng would help and protect him so much. He finally knew why the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary was willing to give him a treasure like the Merit's Gold Lotus. The moment he saw Xianxia, many of his doubts were answered. However, they were no longer important. To Su Zimo, the most important thing was that Xianxia was still alive. Xianxia! Su Zimo was excited and called out softly. He took a few steps forward and was about to cross the stone bridge to the water pavilion a few 10 feet away. However, when he arrived before the stone bridge, his footsteps gradually slowed down and the smile on his face faded bit by bit. The white-robed woman in the water pavilion looked at him with a calm expression and a hint of coldness in her eyes. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and looked at the white-robed woman in the water pavilion carefully. It was as though Xianxia had become a stranger again all of a sudden. She was so unfamiliar with him that he did not dare to acknowledge her. "You've got the wrong person," the white-robed woman said indifferently. "My name is Yao Ji, or perhaps you can call me Saint Guyao." Su Zimo stared at the white-robed woman for a long time before shaking his head slowly. He was unwilling to believe it. No matter what the white-robed woman's name was, in Su Zimo's eyes, she was the princess of the great Zhou dynasty, the woman who cried for him in the Dragon Burial Valley, the smiling Ji Yaoxue who had accompanied him for 1,000 years. Do you have any difficulties that you can't speak of?" Su Zimo asked. Saint Guyao said, "I'm a saint of the ancestral fire sanctuary and the daughter of the Saint Lord. What difficulties could I have?" "Then why did you save me and help me?" Su Zimo asked. Saint Guyao did not answer. She only took off a white jade pendant from her waist and waved it gently. Su Zimo was stunned. "That's the dream badge." The white jade pendant in Saint Guyao's hands was identical to the dream badge on him. Saint Guyao said, "There are a total of 2 dream badges and they are both given by a single person. Xianxia and I each have one. Since Xianxia's dream badge is in your hands, on account of her, I naturally have to take care of you. Could Yaoshua's help to him during this period of time be because of Xianxia and the dream badge?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, as though he had thought of something. "I'm sure you've guessed it as well. Since I have the dream badge, I naturally know the dream Dermic Tao." Saint Guyao said indifferently, "To me, that lifetime in Tianhuang mainland was just a dream. My great Tao is to reincarnate in millions of dreams to cultivate. The Yaoxue you're referring to is only one of them. Was that the case?" So, everything was merely a dream for Saint Guyao. That was the reason why Yaoxue could not break through. It was also the reason why Yaoshua's corpse would disappear. It was just a dream. All of those things, they were just part of a dream. All of those people, they were merely hurried passers-by in that dream. Who would care? Who would remember a dream in the past? Everything that happened in the first place was just his wishful thinking. Su Zimo stood on the stone bridge. Saint Guyao stood in the water pavilion. Su Zimo looked at Saint Guyao quietly. Just like that, the two of them were separated by the stone bridge and their eyes met, not knowing each other. Saint Guyao had an indifferent expression and looked at Su Zimo as though he was a passerby in a dream. Cold and distant, Su Zimo's heart ached. There was only a stone bridge between the two of them. However, even the distance of that stone bridge made it seem as though they were worlds apart. After a long silence, Su Zimo smiled in relief. "That's good too." He looked at Saint Guyao's familiar yet unfamiliar face and opened his mouth slightly, as though he wanted to say something, but paused. A long time later, Su Zimo seemed to have finally let go of something. No matter what, no matter who she was, it was enough for him to know that Yaoxue was fine. Be it whether they had known one another for thousands of years or that everything was just a dream, it was all in the past. Su Zimo took out an old robe that was faded from his storage bag and folded it neatly. He leaned over gently and placed it on the stone bridge. "Thank you for this opportunity, Saint Guyao. We'll meet again if fate allows." Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and cupped his fists in farewell. He did not stay any longer and turned to leave. When he turned around, he did not notice that a ripple appeared in Saint Guyao's calm eyes when she heard the words, "if fate allows." Back when the two of them first met and parted ways for the first time, Su Zimo had once said that they would meet again if fate allowed it. At that time, she smiled and replied that fate would not play a part. They would definitely meet again. Those memories that had been sealed for many years surged into her mind once more. Even after Su Zimo's figure disappeared completely, Ji Yaoxue was still staring in the direction he left in a daze with reddened eyes. She looked at the familiar clothes at one end of the stone bridge. When Su Zimo was far away, she murmured softly, "Except, you're not a dream." She had already forgotten many of those things and people. Only that upright man in a set of green robes was clear and would forever be imprinted in her memories. Guyao Courtyard. Uncle Feng arrived at the courtyard and stood in front of the stone bridge. He looked at the neatly folded old clothes beneath his feet and was puzzled. "Master, he's already gone." Uncle Feng did not advance and merely stood on the stone bridge, bowing. "Yeah," Ji Yaoxue replied absent-mindedly. "These clothes?" Uncle Feng probed. "Throw them away." Ji Yaoxue returned to her previous cold demeanor and said indifferently, "Yes." Uncle Feng picked up the old clothes and was about to turn and leave. "Hold on." Just as Uncle Feng was about to leave, Ji Yaoxue stopped him and said softly, "Just leave them there." When Uncle Feng heard that, he sighed internally and placed the old clothes back where they were. "I had no intention of meeting him in the first place." A hint of anger flashed through Ji Yaoshua's beautiful eyes. "It's all because this person said something along the lines of how important she was to him, and how he couldn't let her go, that I wanted to meet him, so that he could give up completely." Uncle Feng said, "Master, you've done your best by giving the Merit's gold lotus to him this time round. In the future, when the Saint Lord comes out of seclusion after recovering from his injuries, he will inevitably pursue this matter." "I didn't," Ji Yaoxue said. "He won the heavenly supremacy's battle himself. I didn't help." Uncle Feng had a helpless expression as he smiled bitterly. If not for the fact that Su Zimo's identity was exposed in advance and the four saint race beings appeared, given Su Zimo's methods, the Merit's gold lotus would have been given to him for nothing. Uncle Feng said, "Even so, giving the one and only Merit's gold lotus in the world as a reward for the peerless heavenly supremacy is way too much. The Saint Lord will definitely question it." "Humph!" Suddenly, Ji Yaoxue sneered. "Have him come and question me directly then." Uncle Feng was silent. He knew that ever since the turmoil in the major Kiliacosm more than 6 billion years ago, a crack had appeared in the father and daughter relationship of the Saint Lord and Saint Guyao. From then on, Saint Guyao moved out of the ancestral fire sanctuary and lived in this Guyao courtyard. Regarding that, Uncle Feng did not dare to say anything. Ji Yaoxue beckoned, and the old clothes on the other end of the stone bridge floated into her arms. She extended her finger and caressed the slightly faded robes gently. Her gaze gradually softened and her vision blurred, as though images of the past flashed through her mind. However, immediately after, she shuddered and her life force vanished significantly. Her face turned incomparably pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood, scattering it on the robes. "Master!" When he saw that, Uncle Feng could not bear it and called out softly. He took a step forward and persuaded, "Why are you doing this?" Ji Yaoxue merely lowered her head in silence with a dejected expression. Around her, the great Tao appeared faintly, but cracks appeared and there were even signs of collapse. "Master, with your talent, you could have taken the next step to become a great saint long ago," Uncle Feng said. "However, if you're still attached to this and can't forget about him, you might die with your Tao dissipated, let alone become a great saint. Get out," Ji Yaoxue said coldly. Uncle Feng opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he sighed and bowed before leaving. Ji Yaoxue was the only one left in the water pavilion. She looked at the clothes in her arms in a daze and murmured, "How can I forget?" Thereafter, she took off the dream badge on her waist and looked at the white jade pendant, saying softly, "For the sake of Master's high hopes of me, I have to forget. I'm sorry." After Su Zimo left Guyao courtyard and recalled the scene of him reuniting with Yaoxue, he was frustrated and could not calm down for a long time. However, he also knew that the danger that originated from the four saint race beings had yet to be resolved. Right now, he had to head to Baldecan State to find the whereabouts of the four lotus seeds. He released his blood chi towards the southeast of the major Kiliacosm and sprinted with all his might, as though he wanted to vent something. His mind was in chaos as well. He only left the south region after a long period of time. Standing at the border of the south region, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned to look in the direction of Guyao courtyard. He stood there quietly for a long time before turning to leave. In reality, the moment he returned to the southeast region, he could already vaguely sense the approximate location of the 4 lotus seeds. This was also a change brought about by the advancement of his essence spirit realm through the synthesis of the 3 lotus flowers. The 3 lotus flowers were connected to the bloodline of the 4 lotus seeds. Su Zimo roughly judged the direction and headed in that direction. Baldachin State. Ever since Palace Lord Heavenly Spider died, 5 Poisons Palace only had 4 Palace Lords left. Although 5 Poisons Palace still had 3 Paramount Supremacy experts, none of the 3 of them were qualified to be one of the Palace Lords. Among the original 5 Palace Lords, only Heavenly Spider and Heavenly Centipede were perfected Tao Hegemony Realm Paramount Supremacy experts. Heavenly Snake and Heavenly Scorpion were greater mastery of the Tao Hegemony Realm Major Supremacy experts. Heavenly Toad was only a lesser mastery of the Tao Hegemony Realm Tao Supremacy expert. The main reason why the 5 of them could become Palace Lords of 5 Poisons Palace was of Saint Poison backing them. On this day, the 4 Palace Lords and the Tao Supremacy experts of 5 Poisons Palace gathered in the 5 Poison Hall. There's news from the South region that the various sanctuaries have indeed appeared at the Heavenly Supremacy meet of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary this time round. Including the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, 5 Saint Race beings have taken action. At that point, Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede chuckled. To think that apart from the one from the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary, the other 4 of the 5 Saint Race beings are all dead. The expressions of the Tao supremacies below changed starkly when they heard that. This person can actually kill for Saint Race beings? I reckon that it must be because the 5 Saint Race beings broke out in battle. That's the reason why this person could reap the benefits. Palace Lord Heavenly Scorpion said, "No matter what, the 4 sanctuaries won't let the matter rest after losing 4 Saint Race beings. This person doesn't have long to live. Where is he now?" A Tao Supremacy asked. "I'm not sure." Palace Lord Heavenly Snake shook his head gently. It said that someone saw him in the southeast region. This person dared to return? Otherwise, where can he hide? Apart from the endless flames of war in the northwest, where else can he hide in the major Kiliacosm after offending the 4 sanctuaries? Report. Right then, a long howl sounded from outside the hall. A Heavenly Supremacy of 5 Poisons Palace sped over and entered the hall. He knelt in front of the Tao Supremacies and shouted, "Palace Lords, Su Zimo has appeared in Baldachin State." "Oh!" The 4 Palace Lords' eyes lit up when they heard that. "Is he alone?" Palace Lord Heavenly Toad asked. "Yes, he's alone," the Heavenly Supremacy replied. The 4 sanctuaries had their sights set on Su Zimo and wanted to snatch the Creation Green Lotus and Karmic Fire Red Lotus. Naturally, 5 Poisons Palace did not dare to get in their way. However, if they could kill this person in Baldachin State, taking revenge for Palace Lord Heavenly Spider would only be one of the benefits. On the other hand, they could also hand Su Zimo over to the 4 sanctuaries to claim credit and might be able to obtain many benefits. The 4 Palace Lords sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses and communicated. Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede said in a deep voice, "Everyone, follow me and we'll trail him from afar. Don't attack first and carefully check if there are any other experts following him." After what happened to Palace Lord Heavenly Spider, the 4 Palace Lords did not dare to be careless, afraid that another expert like Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction would appear beside Su Zimo. Su Zimo had no intention of returning to Baldachin State. He merely advanced in the direction of the 4 lotus seeds and passed by this place. Not long after he set foot in Baldachin State, he could already sense that someone was spying on him from the shadows. He knew that Baldachin State was filled with poisonous insects, and that sense of spying most likely came from the many poisonous insects hidden in the corners. The news of his arrival would spread to 5 Poisons Palace very quickly. Su Zimo sneered internally. The news that he possessed the bloodline of the Creation Green Lotus was spread by 5 Poisons Palace. If 5 Poisons Palace still dared to look for him, he did not mind removing them from Baldachin State. The hundreds of Tao supremacy experts in the heaven and earth creation diagram could not fight against the 4 sanctuaries. However, it was easy for them to destroy Five Poisons Palace. To be precise, with that power, he could do whatever he wanted in the entire southeast region. Su Zimo had no intention of hiding his tracks and hurried on openly. Indeed, before long, he sensed a faint hostility from afar. If not for his sharp spirit perception, he would not have been able to detect it with his spirit consciousness alone. Su Zimo continued forward expressionlessly. The hostility gathered in the surroundings increased and followed him the entire way without appearing. Su Zimo sneered internally. He wanted to see how long this group of people could hold on. In reality, the experts of Five Poisons Palace were even more cautious and tolerant than Su Zimo had imagined. Just as he was about to leave the range of Baldecan State, the Tao supremacy experts of Five Poisons Palace appeared under the lead of the 4 Palace Lords and surrounded Su Zimo. Fufu. Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede chuckled and declared, "This must be Palace Lord Su of the recently famous Chaos Palace, right?" Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked around. Apart from the 4 Palace Lords of Five Poisons Palace opposite him, there were also more than 30 Tao supremacy experts around, including a few major supremacies and 3 paramount supremacies. "Palace Lord Su, don't be nervous." When Palace Lord Heavenly Snake saw Su Zimo's silence, he thought that Su Zimo was so frightened that he could not speak. He could not help but grin. "Palace Lord Su, we merely wanted to invite you to Five Poisons Palace for a visit after hearing that you've become famous in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Of course, you killed a Tao supremacy of our Five Poisons Palace and a Palace Lord died because of you. This is a good time to settle the score with you. Are all the Tao supremacies of your Five Poisons Palace here?" Su Zimo suddenly asked. Palace Lord Heavenly Scorpion burst into laughter and asked instead, "Why? Do you think that our crowd from Five Poisons Palace is not enough?" "Yes, it's a little lacking," Su Zimo said indifferently. "You guys can't make me move with just the few of you." Ha 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 ha. The Tao supremacies of Five Poisons Palace burst into laughter when they heard that. If they had not followed Su Zimo for a few days and nights, they might have really been intimidated by this person. For the past few days, Su Zimo had been alone. They had long investigated their surroundings clearly to make sure nothing would go wrong. Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede smiled indifferently. "Su Zimo, there's no need for you to pretend. Since we've appeared, we're 100% confident. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction can save you once, but he can't save you a second time. I can tell you explicitly that unless a saint expert descends from the skies, today will be your death date." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "Are you guys planning to bully me with numbers?" Ha 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 ha. "You're way too naive." The surrounding Tao supremacies burst into laughter once more. There was originally no need to mobilize so many people to deal with a mere great heavenly supremacy like you. I alone am enough. Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede changed the topic and sneered. "However, since you're known as the peerless heavenly supremacy, our Five Poisons Palace has to give you some respect." "That's right. Let's bully him with numbers today and let him die in peace." The Tao supremacies of Five Poisons Palace were eager to go. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he took out the heaven and earth creation diagram and unfolded it slowly. "I know a little about bullying with numbers as well." Before his sentence was finished, figures flew out of the heaven and earth creation diagram one after another. There were hundreds of them and they descended around Su Zimo. All of them had powerful auras and the weakest cultivation realms were Tao supremacy experts. In fact, there were nearly 100 major supremacies and more than 20 paramount supremacies among them. Hiss! The expressions of the experts of Five Poisons Palace changed and they gasped. Indeed, there were no saints. However, the formation of hundreds of Tao supremacy experts descending from the skies was truly terrifying. The number was more than 10 times theirs. Furthermore, there were more than 20 paramount supremacy experts. The group of people from Five Poisons Palace were not enough to deal with these 20-odd paramount supremacies alone. Why you? Palace Lord Heavenly Toad's face was pale and his voice trembled. "What are you doing?" Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede was shocked by this scene as well. He took a few deep breaths in succession and composed himself. Swallowing his saliva, he cupped his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, you don't look familiar. May I know which faction you're from?" "Chaos Palace, of course." Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Can't you tell that they're all Tao supremacies of the Flora race?" The Tao supremacy experts of Five Poisons Palace were frightened by the scene before them and could not be bothered to investigate what race this group of people was from. Everyone only investigated after Su Zimo's reminder. Indeed, they were all experts of the Flora race. Furthermore, after the group of experts descended from the skies, they seemed to be extremely excited. Sensing the surrounding aura, their eyes shone and everyone from Five Poisons Palace felt their blood run cold. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the other hundreds of Tao supremacies were stuck in the heaven and earth creation diagram for more than 6 billion years. All of them were about to go crazy. Now that they had returned to the major kiliocosm, how could everyone not be excited? They could not wait to find some people to chop up. "Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding about what happened today." Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede pretended to be calm and forced a laugh. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng did not even look at him. He merely turned around and bowed slightly to Su Zimo, asking, "Master, what's going on?" "Master." Everyone from Five Poisons Palace shuddered when they heard that. Su Zimo said, "These are the cultivators of Five Poisons Palace. Previously, I was hunted down by them and forced to the south region. Now, they came looking for me again and threatened to bully me with numbers." "Understood." Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng nodded and looked at the surrounding Tao supremacy experts, saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't hold it in anymore. Attack and leave no one alive." Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud bangs sounded from the bodies of Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the hundreds of Tao supremacy experts. Their blood chi surged and they controlled many great Taos, condensing them into weapons that charged towards everyone from Five Poisons Palace. The eyes of the group of people from the Chaos Sanctuary were red. Five Poisons Palace only had 30-odd Tao supremacy experts. Even if 10 people surrounded one, there would be more wolves than meat. It would not be enough for them to split. The group of Tao supremacy experts had resided in the heaven and earth creation diagram all the time, and even when they sparred, they knew their limits and stopped appropriately. It had been many years since they had seen blood. Since they finally had the rare chance to attack without holding back, all of them were in a frenzied state. There was no need for Su Zimo to attack in this battle. The Tao supremacy experts in the heaven and earth creation diagram alone were enough to suppress the 30-odd Tao supremacies of Five Poisons Palace. Initially, Palace Lord Heavenly Centipede and the others wanted to restrain Su Zimo and turn the situation around. However, they could not break through the attacks of Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others at all. Instead, they sank deeper and deeper until they did not even have the chance to escape. The hundreds of Tao supremacies in the heaven and earth creation diagram joined forces and formed an encirclement. The great Taos intertwined in the void and formed an inescapable net. At the side, Su Zimo observed the battle between the Tao supremacy experts carefully. Although he had fought against Tao supremacies before, the process was short and he did not know much about the combat style of Tao supremacy experts. This battle gave him a new understanding of how fights between Tao supremacies went. A Tao comprehension realm heavenly supremacy could make use of a world and the traces of the great Tao inside to create many great Tao phenomenons. However, after entering the Tao hegemony realm, there was no difference between the world and the Tao. The Tao and world would fuse together as one. The world was the Tao and the Tao was the world. The great Tao was invisible to begin with. However, in the hands of a Tao supremacy of the Tao hegemony realm, it could be manifested. It was not a phenomenon phantom, but a corporeal form that transformed into many divine weapons. Simply put, after entering the Tao hegemony realm, the great Tao one cultivated would no longer be illusory. Instead, it would become weapons in the hands of a Tao supremacy. Using great Taos as weapons. What Tao supremacy experts needed to cultivate was how to better control the great Tao and wield it, allowing the great Tao to be at their beck and call. It was similar to forging a treasure sword. Although the sword was sharp, one had to practice continuously to figure out how to unleash its greatest power. At lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm, one would be a little unfamiliar with wielding the great Tao. As his cultivation comprehension of the great Tao deepened, he would become more proficient in wielding it until he reached perfection. In that aspect, the martial Tao prime body had an incomparable advantage. That was because the martial Tao was created by him. Be it comprehension or mastery of the Tao, the martial Tao prime body could learn quickly and would not need to spend a lot of time to accumulate experience. His cultivation realm would increase extremely quickly as well. That was also the reason why the martial Tao prime body had already entered the Tao hegemony realm when he entered the 4 fiery mountain ranges. After absorbing and refining the 3 heavenly fires, the martial Tao prime body controlled 12 types of flames. Furthermore, every single one of them was one of the strongest flames in the world. A great Tao could be cultivated from every single flame individually. However, although the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body increased rapidly, he could not leave the nether blood sea and could not help the green lotus true body. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body had yet to find a solution as to how he should synthesize with the Tao. In order to synthesize with the Tao to become a saint, the cultivator had to fuse with the great Tao and become one. Once one entered the saint realm, the saint would be the great Tao itself, gaining eternal life. No matter how proficient a Tao hegemony realm expert was at controlling the great Tao, it would seem like child's play in front of a saint. The process of synthesizing with the Tao was also the most dangerous. If one was not careful, they would dissolve into the Tao and die. Su Zimo stayed out of this battle. As he watched the battle, he recalled his trip to the ancestral fire sanctuary. The apocalyptic Black Lotus should not be in the ancestral fire sanctuary. Xianxia had given him a hint that the apocalyptic Black Lotus involved the secrets of the sanctuaries. In other words, the apocalyptic Black Lotus should be in the Yin-Yang Sanctuary, Divine Punishment Sanctuary, Nirvana Sanctuary, or Space-Time Sanctuary. No matter which sanctuary it was probably as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the apocalyptic Black Lotus. After fighting with the saint race of the Yin-Yang Sanctuary, Su Zimo increasingly felt that the illumination and nether glow divine stones in his eyes had extraordinary origins. In fact, some consciousness had already begun to awaken in the 2 divine stones. Thankfully, the 2 divine stones were not resistant or hostile towards him. Xianxia had once mentioned that the dream badge was given to her by a single person. She and Xianxia both had one. Who was this person? As Su Zimo pondered, the battle gradually ended. The 30-odd Tao supremacy experts of 5 Poisons Palace were all dead and none of them escaped. The poisonous insects hidden in every corner had long fled in all directions in fear. From today onwards, 5 Poisons Palace would be removed from Baldecan state. The surrounding vegetation swayed gently, emitting waves of joy. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others cleaned up the battlefield and sorted out the many spoils of war they had obtained before handing them to Su Zimo. You guys can keep these. Su Zimo was rather generous as well and waved it off simply. After all, he did nothing in this battle. Furthermore, most treasures were not of much use to him at the moment. Thank you, Master. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others thanked him. Some Tao supremacy experts merely nodded symbolically. In their opinion, that was only right. This time round, Su Zimo did not let Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others return to the heaven and earth creation diagram. Now that these Tao supremacy experts were finally free after so many years, even if Su Zimo wanted them to return, they might not be willing. After all, they would have to be under control at all times in the heaven and earth creation diagram. Master, where do you plan to go from now on? Paramount Supremacy Huayan said, If experts of the saint race descend, we probably won't be able to protect you. Su Zimo did not explain and merely pointed in a general direction. Paramount Supremacy Huayan and the others frowned slightly, wanting to say something. However, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng shook his head gently. He steered the spirit vessel and sped in that direction with many experts. Hundreds of Tao supremacy experts surrounded him. Such a lineup passed through the major kiliocosm unimpeded and no experts of any faction dared to appear. About half a month later, Su Zimo and the others finally arrived at the destination. Right in front of them was a towering mountain peak that towered into the clouds with a majestic aura. With just a glance from afar, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others could not help but feel reverence. Su Zimo felt a different feeling from the mountain peak. There seemed to be a connection between the mountain peak and him. This position, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng murmured softly with a puzzled expression. The other Dao Supremacy experts were bewildered as well. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng explained. This location should have been where the Chaos Sanctuary was originally. However, more than 6 billion years ago, this mountain peak did not exist in the Chaos Sanctuary as well. When everyone continued forward, they could see more clearly. Around the mountain peak were 4 shorter mountain peaks in the form of lotus flowers. However, the 4 lotus peaks were of different colors. One of them was lush and green, while another was filled with fiery red vegetation. From afar, it looked like a flaming mountain. On the 3rd lotus peak, there were many golden plants. The 4th lotus peak was pitch black and could blend into the night. There weren't any of these 4 mountain peaks previously either. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng shook his head gently. Su Zimo recalled his lineage memories and had a guess based on the scene before him. The 4 surrounding lotus peaks were most likely transformed from the 4 lotus seeds back then. As for the towering mountain peak in the middle, he had no idea how it appeared. Su Zimo walked towards the golden lotus peak opposite. When he approached, his bloodline sensed the golden lotus peak. Su Zimo paused for a long time and an ancient memory surged into his mind through the golden lotus peak. Between the 4 lotus peaks and the central peak were dilapidated and ancient buildings. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others walked over and sighed when they saw that. After more than 6 billion years, things had changed. Through the dilapidated buildings, one could vaguely see the visage of the Chaos Sanctuary back then. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and walked towards the towering mountain peak in the middle surrounded by the 4 lotus peaks. However, the moment he approached, he felt a tremendous resistance and could not advance. Su Zimo did not barge in. Instead, he stopped on the 4 lotus peaks one after another and closed his eyes to cultivate. As Su Zimo passed by the 4 lotus peaks, he obtained 3 lineage memories. As he did not obtain the apocalyptic Black Lotus, he could not inherit the memories of the Black Lotus Peak. However, even 3 lineage memories were extremely important to him. Apart from helping him comprehend the Chaos Great Tao faster, there was also an array formation recorded in the 3 inheritance memories. The 4 lotus seeds fell here and transformed into a mountain peak each. Between the 4 lotus peaks, a chaos formation was formed. As long as he digested the 3 lineage memories, he could attempt to activate the chaos formation. According to the lineage memories, once the chaos formation was activated, even saints would find it difficult to break through. Unfortunately, those lineage memories were incomplete and there were no records of the origin of the mountain peak in the middle. When Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others saw Su Zimo cultivating with his eyes closed, they did not disturb him rashly. Instead, they tidied up the dilapidated and ancient buildings and tried their best to return them to their former appearances. 3 days later, 4 gigantic ships appeared in the southeast region of the major Kiliacosm. The emblems of the 4 saint race beings were clearly imprinted on the 4 ships. Everywhere they passed, all living beings avoided them and kept silent out of fear. At that moment, there were a few Paramount Supremacy experts standing on the ship. They were all saint race experts from the 4 sanctuaries. I heard that there are many surviving members of the Chaos Sanctuary back then around Su Zimo. They destroyed 5 Poisons Palace. The person who spoke stood with his hands behind his back. He was the Paramount Supremacy of the saint race of the Yin Yang Sanctuary Chue Tian. On a ship at the side, a middle-aged man in a green robe said indifferently, "It's said that there are hundreds of Tao Supremacy experts among these survivors. They've been hiding somewhere all these years and only revealed themselves now." This was the Paramount Supremacy of the saint race of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary, Qin Yong. If not for that, the few of us wouldn't have appeared personally to resolve this matter. The paramount supremacy of the saint race of the Nirvana sanctuary, Zhouing, said. His voice was like the cry of a baby and was extremely ear-piercing. Faint phantoms appeared around his body. The paramount supremacy of the space-time sanctuary, Wuxia, said in a deep voice, "For people from the saint race of our sanctuaries died in front of everyone. We have to make him pay with his blood." The paramount supremacy experts chatted nonchalantly with relaxed expressions. Everyone had a clear understanding of things. The blood debt and survivors of the Chaos Sanctuary were only secondary matters for their appearance this time round. Their main goal was still to snatch the creation Green Lotus and Karmic Fire Red Lotus. These people did not know that the Merit's Gold Lotus had already fused with Su Zimo. Chui Tian said, "For our 5 sanctuaries, the greatest latent danger is still the fiend and ghost races of the Reincarnation Sanctuary in the northwest. Could this be a coincidence?" Qing Yong frowned slightly. "We've yet to settle things in the northwest, and now survivors of the Chaos Sanctuary have appeared. Could those humans of the Life Sanctuary cause trouble as well in the coming days?" "We should be fine," Zhouing said. "Over the years, the human race has almost been suppressed and their luck has declined. They've long lost their drive and don't dare to challenge our 5 sanctuaries. As everyone discussed, they had already arrived before the Chaos Sanctuary. The 4 ships sailed through the skies of the southeast region and attracted the gazes of countless Tao supremacy experts. The various factions realized that something major was about to happen in the southeast region. Experts of the 4 sanctuaries have appeared. The Chaos Sanctuary has just risen and is probably about to be destroyed again. It's said that there are also hundreds of Tao supremacy experts in the Chaos Sanctuary. So what? They won't be able to defend against the encirclement of the 4 sanctuaries no matter what. Tao supremacy experts of the various factions appeared one after another and walked in the direction of the Chaos Sanctuary, prepared to witness this moment from afar. Just as the 4 flying ships arrived, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others in the Chaos Sanctuary woke up one after another. "Here it comes. Master is still in seclusion?" Paramount Supremacy Huai and asked with a frown. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said, "Master's cultivation realm is not high enough. He can't help in this battle. We can only depend on ourselves." Paramount Supremacy Chongqing said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid we can't fight to the death. If we see that the situation is bad, we have to escape with Master." Paramount Supremacy Huarua said, "Let's try and talk things out with them first. It'll be best if we can avoid a battle." The 4 saint race beings of the Chaos Sanctuary discussed for a while before getting up and arriving outside the 4 Lotus Peaks. The other Tao supremacy experts had grim expressions as well, prepared to fight at any moment. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng cupped his fists. "I'm Lin Meng. Fellow Taoists of the sanctuaries, may I know why you're here?" "Fu-fu?" Qing Yong sneered. "You're asking the obvious." Paramount Supremacy Chongqing raised his voice. "More than 6 billion years have passed since the battle back then. There's no need for everyone to exterminate us completely, right? Sure, we'll let you live if you hand Su Zimo over," Mu Qi said indifferently. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng frowned. "Fellow Taoist, the person you're referring to is our master and the lord of the Chaos Sanctuary." Zhouing shrieked. "Hand him over and the few of you will be the masters of the Chaos Sanctuary from now on. There's no need for you to lose your lives because of a heavenly supremacy expert." Those words caused a stir among the Tao supremacies of the Chaos Sanctuary. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Since we acknowledge him as our master, we'll naturally do our best to ensure his safety. Master has no feud with your 4 sanctuaries. Although 4 saint race beings died in the hands of Master in the heavenly supremacy meet of the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary previously, it was for the fight of the title of the Peerless Heavenly Supremacy. Everyone relied on their own capabilities and no one should be held responsible for their deaths. Everyone, if you're here to demand for Master because of that, the world will definitely laugh at you." The expressions of the 4 paramount supremacies of the 4 sanctuaries darkened when they heard that. "There's no need to argue with him." Chui Tian waved his hand. "Attack! Swish, swish." Swish. Figures flew out from the 4 ships one after another. The lowest cultivation realms were Dao supremacy experts, and there were even major supremacies and paramount supremacies among them. Together, there were nearly 1,000 Dao supremacy experts of the 4 sanctuaries, twice as many as the Chaos Sanctuary. The 4 Saint Race paramount supremacies, Chui Tian, Qingyong, Zhouing, and Mu Qi, attacked one after another. Their blood qi surged and they transformed into their true forms, charging forward with their great Daos. Right then, a lotus peak behind paramount supremacy Lin Meng and the others rumbled and trembled, emitting a blinding golden light that illuminated the skies. The golden lotus peak was like a golden lotus flower in full bloom and was eye-catching. Immediately after, a second lotus peak trembled as well. Green light filled the air and endless life force surged. The 2 lotus peaks trembled and a formation vaguely appeared around the Chaos Sanctuary. With the 2 lotus peaks as the formation eyes, countless mysterious patterns were reflected on the formation. When the Dao supremacy experts saw that, they frowned in surprise. Everyone, return to the sanctuary and stand guard with this formation. At the same time, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Paramount supremacy Lin Meng hesitated for a moment before leading the crowd to retreat to the Chaos Sanctuary. If they fought head-on against Chui Tian, Qin Yong and the others, they could defend for a moment. However, there would definitely be casualties among everyone. If there was a formation they could guard, everyone could adapt to the situation and advance or retreat. Paramount supremacy Lin Meng and the others returned to the Chaos Sanctuary. The attacks of the many Dao supremacy experts descended as well. Many divine weapons condensed from the great Dao descended from the skies like rain. Boom! 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 However, the divine weapons could not penetrate the chaos formation at all and smashed down with an earth-shaking bang, causing the green and golden lotus peaks to sway. Paramount supremacy Lin Meng and the others stood in the Chaos Sanctuary. When they saw that the 4 sanctuaries could not break through the formation for the time being, they heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like this formation is a backup plan left behind by the Saint Lord back then. The Saint Lord has really spent a lot of effort to protect the current master. Not only did he create the heaven and earth creation diagram, he even left behind this formation. I just don't know how long this formation can last. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo was still cultivating in a lotus peak. All these years, he had only controlled 2 formation eyes of the chaos formation. Apart from the fact that he could not comprehend the lineage memories of the Black Lotus Peak, there was another Lotus Peak formation eye that he had yet to comprehend completely. Once he controlled this formation eye, the power of the chaos formation would increase once more. In fact, the improvement would not only be in terms of passive defense. He could even attempt to counterattack. Outside the Chaos Sanctuary, the blood qi of the experts of the 4 sanctuaries erupted and they controlled thousands of great Daos to attack the chaos formation continuously. However, they could not break through the defense of the formation. When everyone failed to take down Su Zimo and the others who were inside the formation, they could not help but feel frustrated. Zhouing shrieked, "This can't go on. We have to think of a way to resolve this formation. It's difficult." Qin Yong shook his head. The key points of this formation are on the 2 lotus peaks. However, these peaks are indestructible. Even when the saints of our race came here back then, they could not take down the 4 lotus peaks, let alone us. Right then, Chui Tian's eyes evolved yin and yang and released 2 divine lights that landed on the formation of the Chaos Sanctuary, searching for flaws. A moment later, Chui Tian suddenly said, "This formation has not been completely activated. We have to change our tactics and attack the other 2 formation eyes of the formation." 2 of the 4 lotus peaks seemed to have revived. As for the other 2, they seemed silent. Chui Tian was right. Su Zimo had yet to control the formation eyes of the 2 lotus peaks, and they were indeed the weaknesses of the chaos formation. When the experts of the 4 sanctuaries heard that, they circled around the green and golden lotus peaks ahead and headed towards the red and black lotus peaks. Indeed, everyone's attacks landed on the connection between the 2 mountain peaks, causing the chaos formation to sway continuously. The runes on the formation gradually peeled off and the light flickered. paramount supremacy Chongqing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Not good. That seems to be the flaw of the formation. If they break through it, the formation will probably not be able to hold on." Boom! A loud bang suddenly sounded. The red lotus peak seemed to have burned and shone brightly as the third formation I was activated. Su Zimo opened his eyes abruptly, and with a thought, the aura of the chaos formation changed. Suddenly, the runes on the formation fell off and transformed into divine weapons that charged into the crowd of the 4 sanctuaries as though they were sentient. Every single formation pattern on the chaos formation was the mark of a great Tao. The divine weapons were equivalent to great Tao weapons as well. Poof! 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 The Tao supremacy experts of the 4 sanctuaries were caught off guard, and a blood mist instantly spread out from the crowd. They were flustered by the counterattack of the chaos formation. Clang! Chue Tian blocked a divine weapon of the chaos formation and roared, "Everyone, be careful!" The third formation eye of the chaos formation was activated, raising the defense of the formation to another level. Although there was still a weakness of the Black Lotus Peak, the connection established by the 3 Lotus Peaks was enough to make up for it. Furthermore, under Su Zimo's control, the chaos formation released counterattacks continuously, shattering the formation of the 4 sanctuaries. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing, and the others were secretly alarmed when they saw that. Many Tao supremacy experts looked at Su Zimo less contemptuously. With just this chaos formation, Su Zimo was invincible in the Tao hegemony realm. Even the paramount supremacies of the saint race could not get close, let alone injure him. Against the counterattack of the chaos formation, only 4 paramount supremacies of the saint race could defend and resolve it. The rest had long been defeated and fled into the distance. The Tao supremacy experts of the 4 sanctuaries were indeed capable. Apart from the first counterattack of the chaos formation that killed 3 Tao supremacies and a major supremacy, the other experts were prepared and managed to survive. Right now, the 4 paramount supremacies of the saint race were the only ones left standing in front of the chaos formation. "Su Zimo!" Zhouing shrieked. "Come out if you have the guts. Do you think you're capable just because you can hide inside?" When Su Zimo heard that, he could not be bothered with him. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng burst into laughter. "You bunch of paramount supremacy experts are gathered here to deal with a great heavenly supremacy. Is that considered capable? In my opinion, the 4 sanctuaries are truly shameless." Paramount Supremacy Huai and sneered as well. The 4 paramount supremacies of the saint race had dark expressions. However, they were helpless against Su Zimo, who was in the chaos sanctuary. The 4 paramount supremacies of the saint race were indignant and went against the chaos formation again. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly and discuss countermeasures. If this continued, they would be the ones exhausted before the formation was taken down. "Su Zimo, I don't believe that you can hide inside forever." Mu Qi clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "It's fine. Let's just drag it out like this. I'm not in a hurry." Su Zimo's voice sounded nonchalantly, causing the 4 paramount supremacies of the saint race to grit their teeth in hatred. Indeed, Su Zimo was in no hurry. At the very least, he would not leave the Chaos Sanctuary for the time being. He still wanted to absorb the comprehension of the Chaos Great Tao from the 3 Lotus Peaks. At that time, there was a chance that his cultivation realm would advance another level. With the protection of the Chaos Formation, Su Zimo was not worried that the experts of the 4 sanctuaries would barge in and attack. He began to cultivate in seclusion and absorb the comprehension of the Chaos Great Tao from the 3 Lotus Seeds. Before entering seclusion, Su Zimo released all the cultivators in the heaven and earth creation diagram. Su Rui, Meng Shi, and the others were filled with emotions when they returned to the Chaos Sanctuary of the past. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing, and the other experts entered seclusion as well. Some of them were even prepared to break through to the Saint Realm. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. The experts of the 4 sanctuaries guarded outside the Chaos Sanctuary for 1,000 years. Later on, when they could not hold on any longer, they retreated one after another. They could not guard outside all the time. In the opinion of Chui Tian and the others, Su Zimo would appear one day and there would definitely be a chance in the future. In 1,000 years, Su Zimo had already absorbed and refined all the comprehension of the Chaos Great Tao in the 3 lotus seeds. In the Chaos world, the traces of the Great Tao spread continuously and filled every corner, fusing with the world as his cultivation increased steadily. Finally, on this day, he advanced another level and broke through to the perfected Tao comprehension realm, becoming an utmost heavenly supremacy. The power of his essence spirit increased as well and reached greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm, comparable to a major supremacy. Nether Blood Sea ruins. In 1,000 years, the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body had already increased to the perfected Tao hegemony realm. The Green Lotus true body had the lineage memories of the Chaos Green Lotus and his cultivation was extremely fast. As for the martial Tao, it was a dermic Tao created by the martial Tao prime body. In terms of cultivation, the prime body's speed was even faster than the Green Lotus true body. If he took another step forward, he would synthesize with the Tao to become a saint. However, as the martial Tao prime body had expected, as his cultivation realm increased continuously, the repulsion between the martial universe evolved from the 3 realms and the essence martial world formed by his body had already reached its limit. His body and essence spirit were in the essence martial world. If he wanted to synthesize the Tao, he would have to fuse the 2 worlds. But now, the 2 worlds were like fire and water. If he forcefully fused the Tao, he would only die. When he was in the Tao comprehension realm, he could still synthesize them temporarily. After reaching the perfected Tao hegemony realm, the martial Tao prime body tried to synthesize it once. However, the moment the 2 worlds collided, he was severely injured and almost collapsed with his essence spirit destroyed. He recuperated for a few months before recovering. The black-robed man witnessed the entire process but remained silent the entire time, as though he did not see anything. The existence of the martial Tao prime body was a variable. It was impossible for him to become a saint through synthesizing with the Tao. The great Tao was vast and his future was uncertain. He had to make his own path. The martial Tao prime body had thought hard for many years and the 2 true bodies were communicating with one another as well. Above the Merit's gold lotus, in the lineage memories of the Merit's lotus seed, the martial Tao prime body smelled an opportunity. This was the first time he saw light ahead of the lost path. When Su Zimo synthesized the Merit's gold lotus, he sensed traces of some kind of flames burning on it. As for the golden lotus peak of the chaos formation, it contained an aura of an extremely ancient fire that was different from the flames he cultivated and saw. Even the 12 flames cultivated by the martial Tao prime body could not compare to it. The martial Tao prime body tried to comprehend the flames. Another 1,000 years passed. The martial Tao prime body made no progress towards the mysterious flames. The power contained in the depths of the flames seemed to have far surpassed his current cultivation realm. The martial Tao prime body began to change his train of thought and made use of the aura of the mysterious flames to fuse the 12 flames he controlled into one. Finally, in the 3,000th year, he made use of a wisp of power from the mysterious flames to fuse the 12 flames into one and condense them into a single type of flame. At that moment, there was only a single type of flame left in the martial universe. His realm was still at the perfected Tao hegemony realm. However, the existence of this ball of flames had already surpassed the Tao hegemony realm and possessed the power of the saint realm. The martial Tao prime body called it the Great Tao Saint Fire. The corpses of many saints were buried in the ruins. The martial Tao prime body arrived beside the skeleton of a saint and watched attentively. Synthesize with the Tao to become a saint. Even though the saint was dead, there were some remnants of his great Tao imprint on his skeleton. This saint cultivated the rain great Tao, which was a branch of the water great Tao. The martial Tao prime body tried to use the great Tao saint fire to burn and refine the great Tao imprint on the saint's skeleton. As time passed by, the rain great Tao was gradually refined by the great Tao saint fire. The birth of the essence martial world was a variable to begin with. It was not part of the reincarnation cycle, not within the 3 realms, and there was no great Tao within. It was originally empty and silent. However, after the great Tao Saint Fire refined the rain great Tao, a new great Tao appeared in the essence martial world. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment before continuing to look at another saint's skeleton. This saint's skeleton possessed the remnants of the 5 elements great Tao. With the help of the great Tao Saint Fire, the martial Tao prime body continued to refine the 5 elements great Tao. Compared to the rain great Tao, the time taken to refine the 5 elements great Tao was much longer. After he refined the 5 elements great Tao, a new 5 elements great Tao appeared in the essence martial world. By refining so many great Taos, it's equivalent to you giving up hope on being a saint by synthesizing with the great Tao. Sensing the actions of the martial Tao prime body, the black-robed man suddenly spoke. Merging one's body and essence spirit with a great Tao was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens and was extremely dangerous. The more great Taos refined, the more impossible it was to fuse them. Take the water great Tao and fire great Tao for example. The 2 great Taos were at odds and there was an innate rejection between them. The martial Tao prime body did not explain anything. For him, synthesizing with the Tao to become a saint was impossible to begin with. Up till now, he had yet to figure out the future. Right now, he only had a rough direction in his heart. The martial Tao prime body continued to search for great Taos to refine in the saint skeletons. Chaos Sanctuary. After Su Zimo cultivated to the perfected Tao comprehension realm, he sensed that everyone from the 4 sanctuaries had already retreated. He was not in a hurry to leave and continued cultivating. Time flew. Everyone had entered the Chaos Sanctuary for more than 10,000 years. Su Zimo had already cultivated to the peak of the perfected Tao comprehension realm. However, he could not advance further to the Tao hegemony realm. It was a major cultivation realm after all. Unless he obtained the apocalyptic Black Lotus or some opportunity, it would be difficult for him to break through just by cultivating in seclusion. During this period of time, a paramount supremacy expert in the Chaos Sanctuary tried to synthesize the Tao to become a saint but failed. Su Zimo watched as the body of the paramount supremacy expert dissipated bit by bit, turning into dust that fused into the great Tao and died. He had long known how dangerous it was to synthesize with the Tao to become a saint. However, it was far less shocking than witnessing it personally. A paramount supremacy expert died in such a manner. Once he took that step, there was no way out. Once the synthesization with the Tao failed, it meant death. Throughout history, how many people had tried to synthesize with the Tao to become saints, gaining eternal life? However, many of them died at the gates of eternal life. The failure of this paramount supremacy to break through to the saint realm made the other Tao supremacy experts even more cautious. For the past 10,000 years, no one else tried to synthesize with the Tao. 10,000 years ago, when Su Zimo led everyone into the Chaos Sanctuary and used the formation to defend against the encirclement of the experts of the 4 sanctuaries, news gradually spread in the major Kiliacosm. Over the years, some cultivators and living beings of the Flora race had also returned one after another. The living environment of the Flora race in the southeast region was far better than before. The 108 states were wary of the strength of the Chaos Sanctuary and restrained their bullying of the Flora race beings. In fact, some races and factions with foresight could already sense that there was a high chance that the southeast region would erupt with a cleansing and revenge under the lead of the Chaos Sanctuary. One after another, those factions began to withdraw from the southeast region. In reality, that was also the case. Over the years, because the experts of the 4 sanctuaries had long retreated, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others had already begun to discuss taking back all the 108 states occupied by the foreign races. On this day, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and the others gathered in the Chaos Hall and roughly explained the plan they had sorted out to Su Zimo. After hearing it, Su Zimo smiled and asked, "I don't seem to be required for this?" Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng smiled. "Master, your cultivation realm is not high enough. There's no need for you to take the risk. It's fine for you to just preside over the Chaos Sanctuary. If they wanted to purge the foreign races from the southeast region, they would have to fight against the top factions, the 108 states, and a battle between the Tao supremacies would break out. As for Su Zimo, he was only at the perfected Tao comprehension realm. Naturally, to the Tao supremacies present, there was no way he could change the situation. Su Zimo smiled gently. In that case, I'll leave everything here to you guys. I'm about to head out to look for an old friend. Master, where are you going? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng asked. Mount Xianpin of the southwest region. Su Zimo did not hide anything and asked, have you guys heard of this place? Southwest region? Paramount Supremacy Chongqing said in a deep voice. This place is far from the southwest region, and there's the south region in between. Take care to not run into any danger. It's fine. I have some ability to protect myself now. Su Zimo said, there's still a flaw in this chaos formation. I'll leave the heaven and earth creation diagram on the Black Lotus Peak to replace the formation eye for the time being. If the 4 sanctuaries make a comeback, even without me holding down the fort, it will be difficult for them to break through the chaos formation. When Paramount Supremacy Huaiyan heard that, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng suddenly said, Master, Mount Xianpin that you mentioned seems to be a faction established by the human race. It's not only Mount Xianpin. The entire southwest region is occupied by humans. The person who spoke was a Dao supremacy expert who had just joined the Chaos Sanctuary a few years ago, Mei Liang. Oh! When they heard that, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing, and the others revealed looks of surprise. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing said, according to what I know, the human race was a race born later on, and there are very few of them in terms of numbers. More than 6 billion years ago, although many experts and saints appeared in the human race, most of them died in that turmoil. Dao Supremacy Mei Liang shook his head. I don't know either. Right now, human factions dominate the southwest region. It's said that there are 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds that are occupied by Dao supremacy experts of the human race. However, although humans are everywhere in the major kiliocosm now, their status and strength are much weaker than before and are similar to our flora race. Su Zimo was deep in thought. According to Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and Paramount Supremacy Mei Liang, more than 6 billion years ago, the human race was not considered a huge race. After that turmoil, humans proliferated instead. However, their status was not as good as before. Paramount Supremacy Mei Liang said, perhaps it's because there are no saints in the human race. There are no saints in the human race? Su Zimo asked. Paramount Supremacy Mei Liang nodded. All these years, the human race has never given birth to any saints. For more than 6 billion years, there had been no saints in the human race at all. This was too unusual. No matter how difficult it was to synthesize with the Tao to become a saint, Su Zimo did not believe that the human race would not be able to produce a saint in the long river of time of more than 6 billion years. He had similar doubts back in the medium kiliocosm. Although the human race seemed weak, more than half of the living beings who eventually became great emperors were humans. Furthermore, the human race was inextricably linked to many races. For example, although the Heavenly Eye race, God race, and many other races were born with powerful bloodlines and possessed various innate talents and powers, they were all in the form of humans. On the one hand, he was heading to the southwest region to look for Dai Yu. On the other hand, he might be able to find some answers there. Su Zimo gave a few more instructions before leaving the Chaos Sanctuary and speeding towards the southwest. After reaching the perfected Tao comprehension realm, Su Zimo's speed increased significantly as well. In less than a month, he had already arrived at the border of the southeast and south region once more. Right then, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Not far away, he saw someone. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly, and an indescribable and conflicted emotion flashed through the depths of his eyes. Thereafter, he smiled and asked, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, are you here to send me off? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was silent. Su Zimo laughed again. In that case, you must be here to kill me then. When he heard that, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's expression changed slightly as he said indifferently, You don't seem surprised? Not really, Su Zimo said. Oh, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was puzzled and asked, When have I revealed any flaws? Never. Su Zimo shook his head. From the beginning to the end, you didn't reveal any flaws and were extremely respectful to me. Then how did you guess that I was here to kill you? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng asked. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. In the medium kiliocosm, there was once a person who treated me better than you and even saved my life. However, his final goal was to refine me. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng asked, You were guarded because of that single reason? Of course it's more than that. Su Zimo said, When I was young, I read some history books and there were situations similar to the one I'm in right now. When the young emperor first ascended the throne, he could not suppress the various factions. After all, his subordinates were way too strong. Since they did not have much feelings for the young emperor, it was easy for them to have disloyal thoughts. Therefore, I assumed that some of you must have wanted to attack and replace me. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng nodded. In reality, the Saint Lord of the past expected this situation as well. That's why he left you the heaven and earth creation diagram and the chaos formation to suppress and intimidate us. Unfortunately, you left the chaos sanctuary and escaped the protection of the chaos formation. Furthermore, you left the heaven and earth creation diagram in the sanctuary. Pausing for a moment, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said, I don't understand. Since you guessed that someone would attack you, why did you leave the chaos sanctuary? Su Zimo smiled. I did it on purpose, of course. On purpose. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng raised his brow slightly. Su Zimo said, I guessed that someone would attack me, but I don't know who that person is. If I stayed in the Chaos Sanctuary, you guys would never have a chance. In that case, I'll create an opportunity for you guys. Compared to his experience in the medium kiliocosm, Su Zimo's journey after ascending to the major kiliocosm was much smoother. Although there was the care of the evil lady, Saint Guyao and even Saint Lord Chaos and the others, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless as though he was treading on thin ice. The cultivation of the experts in the heaven and earth creation diagram far surpassed his. Back then, even some heavenly supremacies were indignant towards him. These Tao supremacy and paramount supremacy experts had lived for countless years and experienced countless bloodshed. It did not make sense for them to submit willingly just because of his bloodline. Su Zimo turned to look at the forest not far away and declared, The few of you have followed me for so long. It's time for you to appear. Ever since he left the Chaos Sanctuary, he sensed that he had been followed. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. The moment he said that, 3 figures flashed out. They were Paramount Supremacy Chongqing, Paramount Supremacy Huarua and Paramount Supremacy Huai and of the Chaos Sanctuary. Including Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, the 4 of them were all saint race beings of the Chaos Sanctuary. Only the saint race had such ambition and guts. Are the 3 of you here to kill me as well? Su Zimo asked. Chongqing, Huarua and Huayan, the 3 paramount supremacies of the saint race, exchanged glances and shook their heads. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's expression darkened as he asked, Fellow Taoists, could it be that you want to protect him? Paramount Supremacy Huai frowned. No matter what, he's the successor of the Saint Lord after all. It's not appropriate for you to attack him. Naturally, the 3 old fellows who had lived for hundreds of millions of years could guess what Su Zimo could think of. Previously, when Su Zimo decided to leave the Chaos Sanctuary, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing had already hinted to him once. When Su Zimo wanted to leave the heaven and earth creation diagram in the Chaos Sanctuary, Paramount Supremacy Huayan wanted to remind him as well, but he was interrupted by Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. Therefore, when Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng left after Su Zimo left the Chaos Sanctuary, the 3 of them realized something and followed. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said in a deep voice, Could it be that the 3 of you are counting on him to bring the Chaos Sanctuary to rise? He's only in the Tao comprehension realm and his cultivation is too weak. As for us, we're only a step away from ascending to the Saint realm. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing said, Master's cultivation speed isn't slow either. How much longer do we have to wait? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said, Are the 3 of you willing to be controlled by a heavenly supremacy like him? Should he suppress us just because of his bloodline? Suddenly, Paramount Supremacy Huarua said, Brother Lin Meng, you want to attack him out of your own selfishness as well, right? That's right. This matter definitely could not be hidden from Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng did not hide it and admitted it directly. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said, "How dangerous is it to synthesize with the Tao to become a saint? We watched as Puing transformed into the Tao and died. But we were helpless. I'm not confident that I can synthesize with the Tao and don't have the courage to take that step. I cultivate the creation Great Tao. If I can obtain his creation Green Lotus, my chances of synthesizing with the Tao will increase." Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, I'll only ask one thing. Is our relationship after so many years not comparable to an outsider like him?" Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two had conflicted expressions and remained silent. Back in the Chaos Sanctuary, they cultivated together and experienced countless dangers and tribulations. Later on, they were trapped in the heaven and earth creation diagram for more than 6 billion years. They discussed the Tao, drank heartily and chatted happily. That relationship was indeed incomparable to others. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said, "If you guys want to disregard our friendship over the years to come and kill me, I'll definitely not retaliate since I won't be able to defeat you guys alone." When Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said that, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two immediately fell into a dilemma. It was naturally impossible for them to attack Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng, let alone kill him. However, Su Zimo was the successor of the previous Saint Lord. Although he did not have a deep relationship with them, he was their master in name. Indeed, they were dissatisfied with Su Zimo and even looked down on him. However, they had never thought of betraying their master and replacing him. Right then, Su Zimo said, "Guys, there's no need to be troubled over this. Since Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng wants to kill me, this is between me and him. The three of you can choose to not help either side and stay out of things. No matter who lives or dies, it has nothing to do with the three of you." When they heard that, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Su Zimo's magnanimity made the three of them feel relieved. However, they felt guilty at the same time. If the three of them chose to stay out of it, it might seem like they were neither helping nor biased. However, in reality, it was equivalent to watching Su Zimo die in the hands of Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. After all, the difference between the two parties was way too great. There was an entire major cultivation realm difference. That disparity could not be made up for by any talent or bloodline. Master, turn around and escape later. In the end, Paramount Supremacy Huarua could not bear it and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "I can help you stop him for a moment. As for the future..." Su Zimo did not reply and merely shook his head. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two sighed and took a step back. When he saw that, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was finally relieved. He turned to look at Su Zimo. "Don't worry. After you die, I'll definitely lead the Chaos Sanctuary to rise and regain its former glory. Even though you will die, you can rest in peace." Su Zimo smiled. "The reason why you followed me all the way here before attacking is because this place is deserted. After killing me, you can blame my death on other factions. You'll use this excuse to usurp my position legitimately. Using revenge as an excuse, you'll gather reputation as soon as possible and unite the hearts of everyone to rule over the Chaos Sanctuary." "That's right." Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng nodded. Naturally, he had thought about his subsequent plans countless times in his heart. "Very good." Su Zimo clapped and smiled. "Right now, there's only one problem remaining for you." "What's that?" "I don't want to die." "That's not up to you." The two of them exchanged glances in midair and were already at daggers drawn with just a few words. Even now, Su Zimo had a calm expression as he asked with a smile, "Do you know why I've never attacked in front of you guys?" Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng smiled as well. "Since you're guarded, it's naturally because you want to hide your trump cards." Immediately after, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng changed the topic. "However, I've already asked others about it carefully before today. You rely on your Green Lotus bloodline and have the combat strength to kill those of a higher cultivation realm. Your essence spirit realm has even reached the level of a major supremacy. As for your strongest trump cards, they are two divine swords that will definitely kill once they see blood. You even know that? Su Zimo asked. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng said faintly, You're very smart, but you're too young after all. Know yourself and your enemy before making a move. I didn't live my life for nothing. I won't underestimate anyone, even someone as weak as you. Given my capabilities, your two divine swords can't touch me at all. Su Zimo nodded. In reality, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was right. Given Su Zimo's current methods, he had no chance of winning in a fair battle. The two of them faced off. The blood chi in Su Zimo's body surged and propped up a world. Two sword lights tore through the chaos and landed in his palm. It was the Avicii and Nether swords. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng watched this scene indifferently with a calm expression. He knew all of Su Zimo's methods. Right then, two purple flames suddenly rose in Su Zimo's eyes, and his aura changed drastically. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng frowned to himself. Su Zimo's cultivation realm was still at the perfected Tao comprehension realm. However, for some unknown reason, when he was targeted by the two purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine, as though he was being read like an open book. What was going on? The Su Zimo before him seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng took a deep breath and composed himself. No matter what, the difference in their cultivation realms was still huge. He did not believe that an utmost heavenly supremacy at the Tao comprehension realm could have any methods to injure him. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng waved his hand gently, and the creation Great Tao condensed rapidly, transforming into a saber that slashed towards Su Zimo's head. He was at the perfected Tao hegemony realm and had long mastered wielding the Great Tao. Su Zimo's eyes burned with purple flames as he glared at the incoming Great Tao saber. Waving his sword, he slashed at the saber in a seemingly nonchalant manner. Clang! There was a crisp sound. The Great Tao saber snapped. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's expression changed. How was that possible? No matter how sharp the two divine swords in Su Zimo's hands were, it was impossible for them to cut through his Great Tao weapon without sufficient strength. Even Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two revealed surprised expressions when they saw that. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was of the Saint race and at the perfected Tao hegemony realm. Su Zimo merely relied on his power as an utmost heavenly supremacy. Even if he wielded a divine weapon, it was impossible for him to shake the Great Tao condensed by a Paramount Supremacy. Su Zimo wielded his two swords and walked towards Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng with a cold expression. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng waved his hands hurriedly and transformed his Great Tao, condensing many divine weapons in midair that slashed towards Su Zimo. Clang! 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 A series of metal clashes sounded. Su Zimo waved the Avicii and Nether swords without any special techniques. However, he severed all the Great Tao weapons and turned them into nothingness. For the first time, a hint of panic flashed through Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's eyes. This situation had completely exceeded his expectations and imagination. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two were also watching attentively. Master doesn't seem to be severing those Great Tao weapons through brute force. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing could see things clearly from the side. Look carefully. Every single slash from Master seems to be at the weakest points of the Great Tao weapons. Paramount Supremacy Huarua and Paramount An nodded as well. However, before long, Paramount Supremacy Huayan frowned. How is that possible? Unless he's already comprehended the creation Great Tao completely, how could he find the flaws of the Great Tao weapons in a flash? There was only a single possibility for such a strange situation to happen. It was that Su Zimo's control and comprehension of the creation Great Tao were above Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's. However, in reality, Su Zimo cultivated the Chaos Great Tao and not the creation Great Tao. Furthermore, he was only at the perfected Tao comprehension realm and had yet to reach the Tao hegemony realm. It was even more impossible that he could control the creation Great Tao. The distance between the two of them closed continuously. Su Zimo walked over confidently with the Avicii and Nether swords in hand and resolved Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's attacks with ease. That's impossible. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng was flustered and exclaimed. Do you know why I cultivated in the Chaos Sanctuary for 10,000 years? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Those words confused Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng even more. Of course, cultivating in seclusion was for the sake of cultivation. Could there be another reason? In reality, Su Zimo had long cultivated to the perfected Tao comprehension realm. However, he was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to stay in the Chaos Sanctuary. He did that not for the Green Lotus True Body, but for the Martial Tao Prime Body. If he wanted to look for Dai Yu as soon as possible, he could not stay in the Chaos Sanctuary forever. However, as long as he left, he might encounter danger. Even if he brought the heaven and earth creation diagram with him, he would only be able to survive. If Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng found him, he would be trapped inside from now on. Therefore, for the past 10,000 years, the Martial Tao Prime Body began to use the Great Tao Saint Fire to refine a few Great Taos in the Saint Ruins in the Nether Blood Sea. Not only was there the Creation Great Tao, there were also the Great Taos cultivated by Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the others. When the Spirit Consonance art was released, he made use of the purple eyes of the Martial Tao Prime Body that burned with the Great Tao Saint Fire. Under those purple eyes, there were no secrets in the Great Tao weapons released by Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. At that moment, Su Zimo could clearly see the threads of the Creation Great Tao. He found its weakest point and used the sharpness of the Avicii and Nether swords to break it with a single strike. If it was a Great Tao that the Martial Tao Prime Body had not refined, he would not be able to sever it with the help of the Green Lotus True Body even with the Avicii and Nether swords. Naturally, Su Zimo would not explain this to Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng panicked even more when he saw his attacks resolved one after another. Furthermore, Su Zimo approached continuously. When he met those eyes that burned with purple flames, he even felt a burning pain in his eyes. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng did not dare to release his blood chi to take on the Avicii and Nether swords head-on. He retreated hurriedly and distanced himself instantly. You've lost. Su Zimo stood on the spot and did not chase after him, merely saying indifferently. When Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng heard that, his body trembled and his face suddenly turned pale, as though he had suffered a huge blow. Even his expression became dazed. Su Zimo retracted his swords and stood, looking at Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng in the distance quietly. Right now, he could not kill Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng completely yet. If Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng turned around and fled, he would not be able to catch up. However, this exchange was enough to intimidate Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng and make him not dare to act recklessly in the future. I've lost. I've lost. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng looked at Su Zimo and murmured softly as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. How could this be? Could the Saint Lord have taken over Su Zimo's body to give this warning to him? Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng looked at Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two not far away. At that moment, the three Paramount Supremacies looked at him with extremely conflicted gazes. The gazes of the three of them seemed a little piercing at that moment. Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng dodged instinctively. For today's matter, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng had even used their many years of friendship to stop the three of them from attacking. Even so, he was defeated by Su Zimo. How were they going to continue to get along in the future? How could he stay in the Chaos Sanctuary in the future? How was he going to face Su Zimo in the future? Embarrassment, shame, regret, fear, and confusion. Instantly, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng had mixed feelings. In fact, a thought of committing suicide flashed through his mind. After a moment of silence, a resolute glint flashed through Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's eyes as he decided to take that step. Tao synthesis. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power burst forth from Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's body. Don't! Brother Lin Meng! Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two exclaimed and wanted to stop him. If he attempted to synthesize with the Tao after receiving such a huge blow, it would be equivalent to committing suicide. However, before long, They saw a hint of relief and apology flash through Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's eyes. This was Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's choice. This was the only path he had left. Accompanied by a violent convulsion, Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's body calmed down. Under their gazes, his flesh turned into dust and ashes, dissipating into the Tao as he died. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two could not help but sigh deeply when they saw that. Although they had lived for billions of years and were used to seeing life and death, they still felt a sense of sadness and could not help but sigh when they saw the outcome of Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two turned to look at Su Zimo. At that moment, the purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes had gradually faded and returned to normal. The sense of pressure the three Paramount Supremacies felt from him seemed to have disappeared as well. The three Paramount Supremacies exchanged glances and went forward one after another. They knelt down and said in a deep voice, "Master, sorry, we deserve tea. Get up." Before the three Paramount Supremacies could finish, Su Zimo waved his robe and gestured for them to stand up. Although the three Paramount Supremacies earlier on chose not to help either side, in reality, they were on Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng's side. It was equivalent to them having a tacit agreement that Paramount Supremacy Lin Meng would kill Su Zimo and replace him. However, he did not succeed in the end. Su Zimo said, "It's difficult to be loyal to two parties. This was a difficult choice to make to begin with. You're all people who value relationships and righteousness. What's wrong with that?" Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the other two stood up to thank him. Su Zimo gave the three of them a few more instructions before leaving. He sped southwest and rode like the wind. He countered some setbacks along the way as well, but there were no actual threats. Crossing the south region, Su Zimo finally set foot in the southwest region. There was an extremely obvious border between the two regions. The south region was blazing hot and the ground was scorched. There was hardly even any vegetation. However, in the southwest region it was green and filled with vitality. Rainbows shone through the immortal fog like a paradise. Su Zimo arrived at a small town and bought a map of the southwest region from a cultivator. He found the direction of Mount Xianpin and set off once more. About half a month later, Su Zimo finally arrived at his destination. The moment he arrived near Mount Xianpin, Su Zimo could sense that this place was different. Along the way, he passed by a few of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds. The grotto heavens and blessed grounds here were similar to the 108 states in the southeastern region and the 49 spirit grounds in the south region. They were all factions occupied by cultivation experts. These experts were all high and mighty and resided at the peaks of immortal mountains, far away from the secular world. However, near Mount Xianpin, Su Zimo saw villages and houses. Traffic was everywhere and the chickens and dogs could be heard clearly. Men plowed and women weaved in a carefree manner. Su Zimo stood there quietly for a long time. In a flash, it was as though he had returned to the mortal world and saw a long-lost scene. Among them, the cultivation realms of the men and women were different. Some of them did not even cultivate and looked like mortals. However, even for cultivators with strong cultivation, they did not have the arrogance of looking down on cultivators with low cultivation realms. There were no such things as bullying the weak here. There was no bloodshed in the village. Instead, it was peaceful. Surrounded by the immortal mountains and cave abodes of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds, this village was like an isolated paradise in the major kiliocosm. This was Mount Xianpin? If not for the fact that he knew that he was in the major kiliocosm, Su Zimo would have thought that he had returned to a village beneath Pingyang town. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and walked towards the village ahead. In the distance, someone in a straw cape sat quietly like a stone and fished by the stream motionlessly. In the forest, a woodcutter waved his axe and slashed at the trees one after another. He was sweating profusely and there were already many branches piled under his feet. In fact, Su Zimo was unwilling to break the tranquility. He merely walked along a small path in the field with much lighter footsteps. A few children played and chased each other. A child did not look where he was going and ran to Su Zimo. He bumped into Su Zimo and was a little dizzy. "Are you all right?" Su Zimo asked. I am fine. The child bowed hurriedly. I'm sorry. Su Zimo smiled. When the child saw Su Zimo smile, he turned around and played with the other children. In the field beside the path, a middle-aged farmer who was plowing nodded at Su Zimo and smiled apologetically when he saw that. The child who bumped into Su Zimo earlier on looked similar to the middle-aged farmer. Su Zimo nodded in acknowledgement as well. Along the way, the people in the village did not have any hostility or vigilance when they saw an outsider like him and smiled kindly. Above a house, smoke coiled up and the door was open. Through the window, smoke could be seen lingering inside and a burly man's bare arm was faintly visible. Su Zimo smelled a fragrance. It was not the fragrance of immortal pills or spirit medicines, but a delicacy cooked from the simplest ingredients in the world. This ordinary smoke and fire somehow made him inexplicably touched. It's time to eat. Brat, come back for dinner. The burly man's rough voice sounded from the house. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor as well. A child who was playing not far away abandoned his companions and skipped over, his stomach rumbling but his face filled with joy. May I ask if this is Mount Xianpin? When the child ran past Su Zimo, he asked the child instinctively. The child turned around and asked, Are you here to seek knowledge from the mountain chief as well? Mountain chief. Su Zimo was stunned. The child extended 2 fingers and pulled down the corners of his eyes. He made a silly face and smiled. The mountain chief lives at the foot of the mountain over there. He's an old grandpa with a long face. You can recognize him at a glance. Hey! The burly man in the house had just finished cooking. When he heard the sound outside, he carried a rag in his hands and shouted as he wiped the oil on his hands. Brother, do you want to come in and eat together? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before smiling. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. I'm Su Zimo and I have something on. I won't disturb you. You're here to look for someone, right? The burly man asked. Before Su Zimo could reply, the burly man pointed into the distance. Go look over there. Su Zimo was surprised and delighted to think that the burly man knew his intentions. However, he did not know if the direction the burly man was referring to was the mountain chief or Daiyu. Before Su Zimo could continue asking, the burly man had already brought the child into the house and sat at the table, eating heartily. Su Zimo was a little uneasy but still walked in that direction. After taking a few steps, he was shocked and suddenly snapped out of his stupor. The few people he met along the way, their cultivation realms should have already reached the perfected Tao hegemony realm. They were paramount supremacy experts. The fisherman by the stream, the woodcutter logging in the forest, the farmer plowing in the field, and even that burly man earlier on. However, these people had long fused into their surroundings. At first glance, one would only take them as ordinary fishermen or woodcutters. While deep in thought, Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Before long, a faint fragrance came from a head that seemed familiar. This was the fragrance of peach blossoms. Su Zimo looked up. At the foot of the mountain not far away, peach blossom trees grew one after another. At that moment, the peach blossoms were in full bloom and countless butterflies were fluttering between the flowers. A blood-robed woman leaned against a peach blossom tree. Her body was half suspended and her slender legs were casually placed on a branch. She was resting with her eyes closed and her black hair cascaded down her shoulders. She had a lazy expression and was extraordinarily charming. This was a resplendent beauty that was surrounded by butterflies. Su Zimo looked at the blood-robed woman and felt his heart skip a beat. He had a dazed expression and did not know if this scene was reality or an illusion. It had been more than 80,000 years since the two of them parted. Unlike when Daiyu transformed into a butterfly in Pingyang town and left, the two of them were separated by life and death in the medium kiliocosm. In fact, Su Zimo did not even know if he would be able to see Daiyu again after ascending to the major kiliocosm. What would Daiyu be like when they met again? It was only at that moment that he realized that Daiyu was still the same person he thought about day and night. In fact, she was even younger than before. There was an additional hint of girlishness on her carefree and lazy face. Su Zimo had once seen Dai Yu die in front of him with his own eyes. That despair, powerlessness, and pain made him wish he was dead. He left his old friends and home to travel alone through the medium kiliocosm so that he could relieve the pain in his heart. However, it was still difficult for him to free himself. Earlier on, the moment he saw Dai Yu, all his hurt and pain vanished. There was only endless joy in his heart. Su Zimo's eyes were red and he could not bear to leave at all. He merely looked at Dai Yu in a daze, unable to even bear to disturb her. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, the blood-robed woman harumphed softly and said, "You've glared at me for a long time. How rude." As she said that, the blood-robed woman opened her eyes and looked in Su Zimo's direction. Eh? When the blood-robed woman saw Su Zimo's expression, she pursed her lips and a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. "You're quite an interesting person. Do you have to feel so aggrieved that your eyes are reddened just because I scolded you a little?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he felt vaguely uneasy. He hurried forward and arrived under the peach blossom tree, asking with a quivering voice, "Dai Yu? Don't you recognize me?" "Why should I recognize you?" The blood-robed woman glared at Su Zimo for a while before shaking her head. When Su Zimo saw that Dai Yu did not seem like she was joking with him, his figure swayed and his face turned incomparably pale. The words of Empress Evil from back then appeared in his mind. She would gain a new life in the major kiliocosm, but it would not be a rebirth. The so-called new life means wiping away all traces of this lifetime. If she gains a new life in the major kiliocosm, she might become any one of the 10,000 races. Even if she cultivates again, she will forget about everything in this lifetime, including you. In the end, Empress Evil was right. The two of them reunited but did not know each other. Su Zimo's heart ached. The joy from earlier on dissipated significantly as well. Right then, the blood-robed woman continued, "Furthermore, my name is not Dai Yu. It's Su Dai." "Huh?" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why is your surname Su? Who gave you that name?" "I named myself." At the mention of that, a smug look flashed through the blood-robed woman's eyes. "I was raised by a group of butterflies and the first word I ever said was Su. The first word I recognized was also Su. I'm guessing that I must have been an impressive figure in my previous life. Since the word Su is so important to me, it should be my surname." Before the blood-robed woman could finish, she saw that Su Zimo's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. After a lifetime of reincarnation, Dai Yu almost forgot everything about her previous life and even herself. However, she had not forgotten about him. On the peach blossom tree, the blood-robed woman looked down at Su Zimo, who was crying uncontrollably. Her heart skipped a beat and she felt an inexplicable heartache. The blood-robed woman closed her eyes and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she floated down and arrived before Su Zimo, asking gently, "What's your name?" "My name is Su Zimo." Su Zimo's eyes were red from crying as he replied softly, "Oh." The blood-robed woman replied in a seemingly casual manner. Su Zimo wiped away the tears on his face casually and took a deep breath. "Miss Dai, I want to tell you a story. Are you willing to listen?" "That depends on how well you say it." The blood-robed woman smiled gently. Su Zimo nodded and tried his best to compose himself, revealing a reminiscent expression as he said softly, "There's a small town in Tianhuang mainland called Pingyang Town. There's a scholar in the town who owns a residence of his own. There's also a peach blossom tree planted in the courtyard, similar to this one." As he said that, Su Zimo pointed at the peach blossom tree at the side. No matter what, Dai Yu still remembered some things. If not for that, there would not be these peach blossom trees planted near her residence. Su Zimo believed that that period of time in Pingyang Town left a deep impression in Dai Yu's heart. He hoped to use this to awaken the memories of Dai Yu's previous life. Su Zimo continued, "The scholar's daily life was ordinary. It was nothing more than reading and writing. One day, he went out and encountered a severely injured and unconscious red-robed woman, saving her. When Su Zimo first met the two of them, Dai Yu left him 3 gifts. Then, he cultivated continuously and chased after her footsteps. When he arrived at the medium kiliocosm, the two of them finally met. Then, the two of them fought against the world hand in hand and crushed the heavenly court. In the end, Dai died in the hands of Brahma Ghost Mother. This story was extremely long. Su Zimo fell into his memories and unknowingly, he recounted the story for 3 days and nights. He did not realize that even after such a long time, the blood-robed woman did not reveal any impatience on her face. She listened to him quietly without interrupting. Instead, when he mentioned the emotional parts, a hint of gentleness flashed through the blood-robed woman's eyes as she looked at him. After the entire story was told, Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and heaved a sigh of relief. "It's a great story." The blood-robed woman smiled faintly. "You're not trying to tell me that the scholar in that story was you and the red-robed woman was my previous life, right? You don't believe me?" Su Zimo did not expect that it would be useless even after telling her everything about her previous life. He could not help but feel anxious. An idea crossed him as he hurriedly took out a painting from his storage bag and unfolded it in front of the blood-robed woman. There were two people drawn on the painting, a man and a woman. The man had black hair, green robes, and a burning gaze. It was Su Zimo. The woman's blood-colored robes reached the ground and she looked down on the world. It was Dai Yu. This was a painting given to Su Zimo by painting Immortal Mo Qing before he ascended. "Miss Dai, look." Su Zimo pointed at the two people on the painting. "This is a painting given to me by an old friend in the medium kiliocosm. Aren't the people in the painting us?" The blood-robed woman glanced at the painting and her gaze landed on a line of small words at the bottom right corner of the painting. She read it softly, "Junior Brother Su. I hope that you can find her as soon as possible and spend the rest of your lives together." The blood-robed woman looked at the words and smelled the faint fragrance from the painting. Suddenly, she asked, "This was given to you by a woman, right?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded instinctively. "Heaven and Earth Academy's painting Immortal. Senior Sister Mo Qing." "Senior Sister Mo Qing? Huh? Why haven't I heard you mention her before?" The blood-robed woman glared at Su Zimo and asked with a fake smile. Su Zimo was stumped for a moment. In his story earlier on, he was mostly talking about how much he missed Dai Yu. He naturally skipped talking about other people as much as he could. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he snapped out of his stupor. He looked at Dai Yu in disbelief with an emotional expression and couldn't care less. He went forward and grabbed Dai Yu's hands, asking with a trembling voice, "Why you've remembered, right?" A blush appeared on Dai Yu's face and she did not break free. She looked at Su Zimo tenderly and nodded gently. Su Zimo's heart was about to explode and his blood boiled. He asked hurriedly, "When?" "Just as you were crying." Dai Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Su Zimo blushed with a shy expression. However, he was extremely happy internally. When he cried, he had yet to tell the story. Su Zimo said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You caused me to," Dai Yu said gently. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Even after hearing you talk to me for 3 days and nights, I don't think it's enough." Su Zimo's heart warmed when he heard that. He wrapped his arms around Dai Yu and hugged her. The two of them felt each other's heartbeat and hugged each other tightly with almost all their might, as though they were afraid that the other party would leave again. This time round, the two of them knew that no one could separate them. Near the village at the foot of Mount Xianpin, the fisherman who was originally fishing seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. He glanced over and gave a knowing smile. The woodcutter who was logging heaved a sigh of relief and turned around. When he saw the two of them hugging under the peach blossom tree, the woodcutter grinned and continued waving his axe to chop wood. The farmer who was originally plowing stopped the hoe in his hand and stood up to look over. A simple and honest smile appeared on his slightly withered face. In front of a straw hut at the foot of the mountain, an old man in a loose white robe was half lying on a rocking chair. An open tattered book covered his face and his white beard was tugged by the children beside him. The naughty children tugged at the old man's beard and swung him on the swing, letting out laughter. They played happily, but the old man was not angry. A child stepped on the rocking chair and grabbed the old man's beard, climbing clumsily into the old man's arms and standing on him. The child had sharp eyes and could not help but widen his eyes when he saw the man and woman under the peach blossom tree in the distance. "Grandpa Mountain Chief, who's that hugging Sister Di?" The white-robed old man did not move or lift the tattered book on his face. However, he said, "That person is your Sister Di's Tao companion and a great hero of the human race." Ha! When they heard that, the many children were interested and scrambled to climb onto the old man, shouting, "Grandpa Mountain Chief, tell us a story quickly. We want to hear the story of this great hero." "Fufu," the white-robed old man laughed. "I'm going to take an afternoon nap. Someone will tell you guys in the future." "Who's going to tell us?" "Grandpa Mountain Chief, you're lying," a group of children chattered. The white-robed old man said, "In the future, if you see a fair-faced, beardless and slightly plump wandering Taoist cultivator at the entrance of the village, just hold him back." "Huh? Then how long do we have to wait?" the many children asked relentlessly. "Soon, soon." The moment the white-robed old man said that, faint snores sounded between his breaths. The many children were still making noise earlier on. When they saw the white-robed old man fall asleep, they hurriedly fell silent and climbed down softly, dispersing. After a long time, the man and woman under the peach blossom tree separated reluctantly, but their palms were still holding each other's hands. The two of them sat side by side on the bench under the peach blossom tree and confessed their love for each other. It was only when he was with Dai Yu that Su Zimo would relax completely and ignore the commotion in the outside world. It would be as though the two of them were the only ones left in the world. As for Su Zimo, he could sense that Dai Yu seemed to have changed a little as well after her rebirth. There was less coldness in her expressions and words. Instead, there was a hint of shyness, just like a young girl, making her look even more enchanting. After her rebirth, Dai Yu was no longer from the butterfly race but the human race. However, she was still surrounded by many butterflies. Su Zimo asked, "You've been at Mount Xian Pin the entire time after your rebirth?" Dai Yu shook her head. "I was reborn in the northwest region of the major Kiliacosm. There were frequent wars there. Fortunately, I was taken care of by many butterflies and was spared from the flames of war, growing up gradually. When I was 10 years old, a white-robed woman looked for me and sent me here." "White-robed woman?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. Dai Yu said, "Previously, she did not reveal her identity. Now that I've recovered my memories of my previous life, I know that she's Empress Evil and the current evil lady of the major Kiliacosm. Back then, the evil lady only looked like a little girl in the medium Kiliacosm. It was mainly because she was injured and her cultivation realm was suppressed, so she did not recover to her peak." Su Zimo nodded. It was the same for Brahma Ghost Mother and the Fiend Lord back then. When the calamity that hunted the martial Tao prime body broke through the barrier of the three realms, Brahma Ghost Mother's cultivation recovered and she was no longer in her aged form. "Why did the evil lady send you here?" Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu said, "She didn't elaborate. She merely said that the situation in the Northwest was chaotic and she couldn't take care of me, so she brought me here." Northwest? Su Zimo was deep in thought. The original reincarnation sanctuary was in the Northwest region. Dai Yu said, "The Northwest region was originally ruled by the heavenly being race and there were a total of 33 heavens. After the Fiend Lord, Evil Lady, Brahma Ghost Mother and Lord of Hell ascended, a huge battle broke out with the 33 heavenly palaces in the Northwest region and countless people died. 50,000 years ago, 5 sanctuaries descended in the Northwest and helped the 33 heavenly palaces suppress the Fiend Lord, Evil Lady, Brahma Ghost Mother and Lord of Hell. In the end, the situation escalated continuously, resulting in a battle between saints. Great saints from both sides attacked. The 5 sanctuaries suffered considerable casualties and many saints even died. A battle between saints. Great saints attacked. Saints died. It was not difficult to imagine the tragic battle in the Northwest with just those few words. "What happened next?" Su Zimo asked. Daiyu said, "The 5 sanctuaries were unable to take down the 4 paths. The experts of the various factions withdrew from the 33 heavens for the time being. Both parties recuperated and did not do much during this period of time. The Fiend Lord, Evil Lady, and the others are so strong that they can actually defend against the encirclement of 5 sanctuaries?" Su Zimo was surprised. If the reincarnation sanctuary was so strong, it would not have been destroyed back then. Furthermore, the reincarnation sanctuary of this generation had already been destroyed, leaving only the 4 paths, Azura, Ghost, Beast, and Hell. Daiyu shook her head. The Fiend Lord, Evil Lady, Brahma Ghost Mother, and Lord of Hell should have already become great saints. However, I don't know why 4 of them can defend against the encirclement of 5 sanctuaries. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that Uncle Feng had mentioned something in the ancestral fire sanctuary. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was in seclusion to recuperate. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance that the Lord of Vermilion Heaven's injuries were left behind in the battlefield of the 33 heavens. After returning in this generation, the lords of the 4 paths had already become great saints. It did not matter to Su Zimo that the Fiend Lord, Evil Lady, and even the Lord of Hell had become great saints. However, the fact that Brahma Ghost Mother had become a great saint meant that the difficulty of taking revenge on her would increase countless times. At the same time, Su Zimo understood something. He understood why the various sanctuaries sent saints to personally descend on the medium kiliacosm more than 6 billion years ago to establish the heavenly court and seal the medium kiliacosm. The lords of the 4 paths were way too powerful, and there would be endless trouble in the future. Only saints had endless lifespan and could suppress the lords of the 4 paths in the medium kiliacosm forever, preventing them from ascending to the major kiliacosm. In this generation, if not for the appearance of the variable, the martial Tao prime body, the lords of the 4 paths would not have had the chance to break through the seal of the heavenly court. Was the human race involved in that battle? Su Zimo asked. Daiyu shook her head. In the end, that battle had already escalated to a battle between saints. In fact, the various saint lords even attacked. There are no saints in the human race. Even if they went, they would have just died in vain. When he heard that there were no saints in the human race again, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask, "Why are there no saints in the human race?" At the mention of that, a cold glint flashed through Daiyu's eyes. It's due to the deliberate suppression by the divine punishment sanctuary. Humans are not the only ones. It's the same for the flora race as well. The moment someone becomes a saint, they will attract divine punishment. Indeed, previously, Su Zimo had thought that the so-called divine punishment mentioned by Uncle Feng might be related to the divine punishment sanctuary. Su Zimo said, "A Tao supremacy of the ancestral fire sanctuary once told me that saints who kill living beings below the saint realm will be tainted by karma and attract divine punishment. From the looks of it, it's not that simple. If the divine punishment was not from the heaven and earth laws but from someone or a faction, there would be too many variables. The existence of the divine punishment would no longer be fair. It could be controlled to kill others for the sake of one's personal and selfish motives." Daiyu said, "This rule was set by the divine punishment sanctuary after the turmoil more than 6 billion years ago. Although this rule seems fair and is to protect weak living beings from being killed casually by the saints, in reality, it's a method used by the divine punishment sanctuary to intimidate the living beings of the 10,000 races. If any living being who becomes a saint disobeys the divine punishment sanctuary, the sanctuary will use this rule as an excuse to send down divine punishment and kill the saint. However, how can anyone who becomes a saint not be tainted by karma to begin with? Over the years, some of the humans who became saints were killed by the divine punishment sanctuary using this excuse. Over time, no one from the human race dared to break through to the saint realm anymore. As the great Tao saint positions were occupied by saints of the other races, the chances of humans becoming saints decreased. Great Tao saint positions? Su Zimo was puzzled. Daiyu explained, "Once one enters the saint realm, the saint is the Tao. Once a great Tao is occupied by someone, no one else can become a saint of that great Tao." Su Zimo was enlightened. When one synthesized with the Tao to become a saint, they became the Tao and were inseparable. For example, if he were to become Saint Chaos, it would be impossible for others to synthesize with the Chaos Great Tao. That was because he would be the Chaos Great Tao. How could someone fuse with him? There was a limit to the number of great Taos eventually. The more saints there were, the less Taos available for others to become saints. Therefore, after ascending to the major kiliacosm, the Tao condensation segment was extremely important. If one wanted to condense a Tao imprint to become a saint, there must be no other saints. Otherwise, as long as the saint of that great Tao doesn't die, all living beings who cultivated that great Tao would never have any hope of becoming saints. Daiyu said, however, the situation in the major kiliacosm has changed over the years. When the 5 sanctuaries fought against the 4 paths in the 33 heavens, there were some saints who died, leading to some open great Tao saint positions. The supremacies of the 10,000 races who have a chance of advancing to the saint realm were all tempted, including some humans as well. Are they not afraid of attracting the divine punishment? Su Zimo asked. Daiyu said, the 5 sanctuaries and the 4 paths are like fire and water and can fight again at any moment. The human race has always been neutral. The divine punishment sanctuary might not choose this timing to deal with the human race. This might also be an opportunity for the human race. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, the other 4 sanctuaries did not object to the establishment of such rules by the divine punishment sanctuary? Daiyu smiled. These rules are meant to intimidate the living beings of the 10,000 races outside the sanctuaries to begin with. All the rules set by the 5 sanctuaries are to deal with ordinary people. People from sanctuaries have no restrictions at all. What happened more than 6 billion years ago? Su Zimo asked again. I don't know either. Daiyu shook her head. Perhaps only the mountain chief knows about what happened back then. After Su Zimo arrived at Mount Xianpin, he heard a child mention the mountain chief and asked, what's the cultivation of this mountain chief? Paramount supremacy. Pausing for a moment, Daiyu continued, I heard from some old people of Mount Xianpin that the mountain chief might have been a saint more than 6 billion years ago. His cultivation realm fell? Su Zimo was surprised. If the mountain chief was once a saint, his cultivation realm should have fallen because he was severely injured. From another perspective, the fact that the mountain chief could survive and only suffer a drop in cultivation realm was already proof of how extraordinary he was. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, what's the relationship between the mountain chief and the life sanctuary? I'm not sure. Daiyu shook her head. No one here knows the background of the mountain chief. However, the 5 sanctuaries seem to be quite polite to him. Back then something happened. A human paramount supremacy of the 36 grotto heavens fought with a paramount supremacy of the saint race and was severely injured. He fled here and the mountain chief stepped in to resolve the matter. The 2 parties did not fight, the saint race being left and did not pursue the matter later on. Mount Xianpin is not among the 36 grotto heavens or 72 blessed grounds. However, most of the experts of the human race have been imparted the Tao by the mountain chief and are extremely respectful to him. Su Zimo nodded thoughtfully. Right then, Daiyu smiled. Your cultivation is a little slow. You're left behind by me once more. Ha! Su Zimo was stunned. He was overjoyed to be reunited with Daiyu after a long time and felt that he had endless things to say. He did not even think of checking her cultivation realm. When he heard Daiyu mention that, he scanned her spirit consciousness with his spirit consciousness and could not help but be shocked. A perfected Tao hegemony realm paramount supremacy expert. His journey after his ascension to the major kiliacosm was rather smooth. He obtained the merits gold lotus and the lineage memories of 3 lotus seeds before cultivating to the perfected Tao comprehension realm. Su Zimo smiled bitterly. Back when I saw you die, I even said that I would protect you after you were reborn in your next life. To think that, seems like I'll still be the one protecting you from now on. Daiyu pinched Su Zimo's palm gently. The 2 of them exchanged glances and smiled. On second thought, Su Zimo understood the reason. His cultivation was a step slower than Dai Yu's because he had stayed in the medium kiliacosm for 60,000 years to suppress the netherworld. However, more importantly, it was because of Dai Yu's talent. 80,000 years was enough for Dai Yu to cultivate to this point. Actually, along his path of cultivation, he had encountered many paragons and medium kiliacosms. Be it the resplendent great emperors of the medium kiliacosm, who established various eras, or the blood fiend and monk daming of Tianhuang mainland, if they were born in the major kiliacosm, they would probably be able to cultivate to this extent as well after 80,000 years. The only reason why their attainments were not so high was because they were born in different worlds and circumstances. "Did you take the mountain chief as your master?" Su Zimo asked. "No," Dai Yu said. "The mountain chief is very odd. Many people would come looking for him to seek knowledge, and he would always impart the Tao to them without holding back. However, he was never willing to be anyone's master. Although he's only a paramount supremacy, his understanding of the Dharmic Tao far surpasses his peers. The mountain chief should be taking his afternoon nap now. I'll bring you to see him later. If you can get a few pointers from him, it might be of great help to you." "There's no hurry, we'll talk about that later." Su Zimo smiled. He had just reunited with Dai Yu. At that moment, he only wanted to stay with her, and was in no mood to meet a strange old man. Time passed quickly, and it had been more than 30,000 years since Su Zimo arrived at Mount Shenpin. After settling down here with Dai Yu, the two of them worked every day at sunrise and rested at sunset. They dug wells to drink and plowed the fields for food. They were like an ordinary couple in the mortal world, far away from the commotion of the secular world, enjoying peaceful and warm times. Ever since Su Zimo entered cultivation, he had experienced countless dangers and lingered on the edge of life and death. Every single step was treacherous as he established the Tao in Tianhuang mainland, quelled the chaos of the primordial races, and resolved the catastrophe of the blood fiend. After ascending to the medium kiliacosm, he led the living beings of the 10,000 races to break through the 9 heavens and trample the heavenly court before ascending. In her previous life, Dai Yu also endured immense pressure to protect the great wilderness and the butterfly race. Those few years in Pingyang town made her feel the most relaxed. As such, although she almost forgot all memories of her previous life after her reincarnation, she could vaguely recall some things and planted a few peach blossom trees here. Having fought the entire way, the two of them felt a little tired in the depths of their hearts. Prior to this, the time the two of them actually spent together could be counted with a single hand. Furthermore, it was always accompanied by all sorts of worries and pressure. It was only at that moment that the two of them finally obtained some time that belonged to them and cherished it. The two of them could stay together every day and not care about the fate of their race or worry about the future. Just like that, they could live an ordinary life. On this day, a few children arrived under the peach blossom tree and plucked a few ripe peaches. After wiping them casually a few times, they took a huge bite and their mouths were filled with juice. They were still discussing something and were beaming with joy. The heavenly court is truly evil. They sealed the medium kiliacosm and prevented people from ascending. Thankfully, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly were around. Desolate Marshal established a Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. How bold is that? I want to cultivate the martial Tao in the future. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see Great Emperor Desolate Marshal in the future. I feel that he's even stronger than my father. I like Great Empress Blood Butterfly. Unfortunately, she was killed by Brahma Ghost Mother. I wonder how sad Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was. The children chattered as they ate peaches. In the room, Su Zimo and Dai Yu were surprised when they heard the voices outside. Logically speaking, the children outside should not have the chance to know about what happened in the medium kiliacosm. The two of them walked out. When the children saw Su Zimo and Dai Yu, they waved their arms and greeted them. "Brother Su, Sister Dai, a storyteller has arrived at the entrance of the village and is telling the story of the medium kiliacosm. It's exciting. Aren't you guys going to listen?" a child asked. "A storyteller?" Su Zimo and Dai Yu exchanged glances. "Lin Xuanji." Su Zimo burst into laughter. To think that Lin Xuanji would come to Mount Xianpin to tell stories after his ascension. Let's go and meet this old friend. Su Zimo held Dai Yu's hand and followed a group of children towards the entrance of the village. In a village on Mount Xianpin. A group of children were gathered at the entrance, and there were many adults who had just finished farming around them, listening to something with interest. In the crowd, a slightly plump Taoist cultivator in a gray robe had a fair and beardless face and a small table in front of him. The gray-robed Taoist cultivator pressed down on a wooden block with one hand and fanned himself with a folding fan with the other. He spoke eloquently and spit flew everywhere. The surrounding children did not mind and were engrossed in his words. The gray-robed Taoist cultivator put down his wooden block and picked up his tea, taking a large sip. I'm not bragging, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal is powerful, right? Actually, I'm not inferior to him either. The two of us can be considered the most dazzling geniuses in the world. A child pouted. You're just bragging, you're talking about the amazing Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Earlier on, when you spoke about the chaos of the primordial races, the catastrophe of the Blood Fiend and the Heaven Conquest battle, you didn't even appear in any of them. Fuck! The gray-robed Taoist cultivator's eyes widened. Hey! Kid, watch your mouth. I'm just a low-profile and humble person. I assimilate into the background and don't like to fight. That's all. If I were to attack, Desolate Marshal would have no place in these stories. Eft. A series of boos sounded from the surrounding crowd. Many children giggled and the adults around them smiled without saying anything. When the gray-robed Taoist cultivator saw that everyone did not believe him, he lowered his voice mysteriously and said, "To be honest, I even saved Desolate Marshal's life before. I don't believe it. You're bragging." Many children hooted. The gray-robed Taoist cultivator's face was not red as he said proudly, "Well, I guess these are just minor details. Let's not talk about these minor trivia of Desolate Marshal then. Hey, tell us. Tell us." When the children saw that the Taoist cultivator was beating around the bush, they became interested and shouted. The gray-robed Taoist cultivator said leisurely, "Hee. Back when Desolate Marshal's cultivation was still weak, he sneaked into a forbidden ground to steal someone's dragon egg and was caught by me. I'm sure all of you know the kind of person I am after interacting with me for a few days. I'm definitely a warm-hearted and chivalrous person. When I witnessed this scene, I roared." Just as the gray-robed Taoist cultivator was talking excitedly, he glanced from the corner of his eye and saw a man and woman standing outside the crowd, looking at him with fake smiles. When the gray-robed Taoist cultivator saw the two of them, he shuddered in shock. He did not expect to bump into the main character in the middle of his bragging session. In his guilt, he could not even continue. What happened after? What were you saying? There was no way the children would let him off as they asked relentlessly. The gray-robed Taoist cultivator coughed gently with a calm expression. At that time, I merely roared, "Leave some for me." Tisk! The children burst into laughter. The gray-robed Taoist cultivator was Lin Xuanji. He stood up and pushed everyone away, running towards Su Zimo and Dai Yu with a surprised and excited expression. He rubbed his hands and smiled. "Wow! Isn't this a coincidence? Ha." Su Zimo was delighted to see his old friend as well, and went forward to give Lin Xuanji a bear hug. "Storyteller, you know brother Su and sister Dai?" a child asked curiously. Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes and guessed right away that the people here did not know that Su Zimo and Dai Yu were the Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly in his story. "We're old acquaintances." Lin Xuanji laughed and dealt with it casually. "Fellow Taoist, you're not dead?" Lin Xuanji looked at Dai Yu before looking at Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled gently. "It's a long story. Let's sit at our place and chat slowly." Su Zimo and Dai Yu brought Lin Xuanji towards the foot of Mount Xianpin. "When did you ascend? Are our old friends in the medium kiliacosm all right?" Su Zimo asked. When he saw Lin Xuanji, Su Zimo could not help but recall some old friends from the medium kiliacosm. When he ascended to the major kiliacosm, Lin Xuanji, Demoness Ji, Carefree, Nian Qi, Taoyao, Tiger, and the others had yet to advance to the Emperor realm and could not ascend. He did not know if they had managed to ascend to the major kiliacosm after all these years. Don't worry, Lin Xuanji said. Everyone is doing well. With that eldest disciple of yours guarding the medium kiliacosm, the netherworld behaved itself and did not cause any trouble. Demonis G, Carefree, and I ascended together 20,000 years ago. Although some of the others advanced to the Emperor realm, they did not choose to ascend. Lin Xuanji said. However, after ascending to the major kiliacosm, the three of us split up. I descended in the southwest and the two of them disappeared. Su Zimo nodded to himself. Since Carefree's bloodline was atavistic, there was a high chance he was taken away by the Yin-Yang sanctuary. As for Demonis G, he did not know where she was. Lin Xuanji said, most of the people here are humans and they're quite friendly to me. That's why I wandered around and read books while asking about the major kiliacosm. A few years ago, I heard about your battle in the ancestral fire sanctuary. Later on, I heard that you became the Chaos Lord. I wanted to look for you in the southeast after my cultivation increased a little. At that point, Lin Xuanji sighed. My cultivation realm is far behind yours again. At that moment, Lin Xuanji had yet to condense his Tao and was only at the perfected Emperor realm. To be fair, his cultivation speed was not slow. It only seemed inferior because he was comparing against Su Zimo. All these years, Su Zimo had stayed at the foot of Mount Xianpin every day and accompanied Dai Yu. He was in no mood to cultivate and did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation realm. He was still at the perfected Tao comprehension realm. Of course, there was a difference of a major cultivation realm between the Tao comprehension realm and the Tao hegemony realm to begin with. Without any special opportunities, it would be difficult to break through. Lin Xuanji stroked his chin. I've been storytelling near Mount Xianpin all these years and heard that there's a mountain chief here who knows everything. If I can get a few pointers from him, my cultivation realm might advance by leaps and bounds as well. Dai Yu said, perfect. I'll bring you guys to meet the mountain chief. Although Su Zimo had stayed at Mount Xianpin for 30,000 years, he had yet to meet this mountain chief. The three of them arrived at a straw hut at the foot of the mountain and saw a white-haired old man sitting on a rocking chair with a relaxed expression, holding a tattered book in his hands. Sensing the arrival of the three of them, the white-robed old man placed the tattered book in his hands casually at the side and nodded slightly at the three of them with a smile. However, the corners of the white-robed old man's eyes drooped and he had a bitter expression. Even though he was smiling, he looked a little depressed. Mountain Chief. The three of them bowed at the same time. Su Zimo was curious about the Mountain Chief. The reason why the evil lady could send Dai Yu's reincarnated self thousands of kilometers here was definitely because she trusted this Mountain Chief enough. He just did not know what the relationship between the Mountain Chief and the evil lady was. Senior, I've encountered a bottleneck in the expansion Great Tao I'm cultivating. Lin Xuanji grinned. I heard that you're knowledgeable and know everything. Even saints can't compare to you. I wonder if you can give me some pointers. No matter what, Lin Xuanji's first action was to praise him the moment he arrived. The Mountain Chief said, there are 50 expansion Great Taos and 49 of them are used. If you want to condense the expansion Great Tao, you have to find the one that escaped. Where should I head to look for the one that escaped? Lin Xuanji said, the Great Tao is formless and illusory. It's not like divine powers or dermic arts that are within reach and can be seen everywhere. Of course, the Mountain Chief shook his head. Although the Great Tao is formless, it's ubiquitous. The Great Tao is ubiquitous? Lin Xuanji was at a loss. Why do you say that? Why can't I see it? Don't make it sound so mysterious. You have to give me a specific location, right? Pausing for a moment, Lin Xuanji winked and asked, Senior, do you have any secret grounds or ruins here that have traces of the Great Tao left behind so that I can comprehend them? Hee. The Mountain Chief said, the Tao is among the ants. Ha! Lin Xuanji was stunned. As long as one was at the level of the Tao, their power could penetrate the heavens and overturn the seas. How could the Tao be among the ants? The Mountain Chief glanced outside and swept his gaze across the fields, forests, and streams. The Tao is in the fields, forests, and mountains. Lin Xuanji scratched his head in confusion and asked, Mountain Chief, How can the great Tao be among such lowly and ordinary things? The Tao is in the bricks and tiles. The mountain chief did not answer and continued. Lin Xuanji could not help but roll his eyes and mutter, "Good Lord, everything is getting even worse." The mountain chief burst into laughter. The Tao is in feces. Lin Xuanji was speechless when he heard that. He turned around and pulled Su Zimo away, wanting to leave as he muttered, "This old man is just playing a fool by acting crazy. He's not willing to impart the Tao. How could the 3,000 great Taos be in feces?" Although Lin Xuanji tugged at Su Zimo, the latter did not budge. At that moment, Su Zimo frowned slightly and was in deep thought. "You?" Just as Lin Xuanji was about to speak, Dai Yu waved her robes gently and pushed him away, shaking her head at him, indicating for him not to disturb Su Zimo. What was going on? Lin Xuanji was at a loss. Could something truly be comprehended from the nonsense of the old man? For Su Zimo, the mountain chief's words had indeed let him see everything from an unprecedented perspective. The 3,000 great Taos were ubiquitous. Even the most humble and insignificant thing contained the maxims of the great Tao. The earth great Tao was in the fields, sowing seeds and nurturing life, containing the life great Tao as well. When vegetation withered, they contained the wither great Tao. The changing of seasons, the alternation of day and night, the experiencing of wind, frost, rain and snow, these were all great Taos. Right now, Su Zimo finally understood. The fisherman, woodcutter and farmer he saw at the start who were fishing, logging and farming, every single move they made was compatible with the great Taos. They had long mastered their great Taos to the peak and perfection. It was even more so for the chaos great Tao. Chaos derived everything and everything belonged to chaos. Traces of the chaos great Tao could be found in everything. In the past, Su Zimo wanted to find some things related to chaos to comprehend the chaos great Tao. However, that in itself led him further from the Tao. Everything he could see, sense and hear contained the chaos great Tao. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that everything around him seemed to be disappearing. As time passed, the village no longer resembled a village, the trees no longer resembled trees and the rivers no longer resembled rivers. Everything was fading and finally turned into chaos. However, he was standing in the chaos. Boom! A loud bang sounded from his body, as though something had shattered. The next moment, the chaos world vanished. The world was the Tao and the Tao was the world. The chaos world fused with the chaos great Tao and became everything he could control. Although the chaos world vanished, it was ubiquitous. Su Zimo finally broke through. He had attained lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm and became a Tao supremacy. The power of his essence spirit increased exponentially as well and reached the level of a paramount supremacy. Right now, even without the power of the martial Tao prime body, he could suppress experts like paramount supremacy Lin Meng. Su Zimo opened his eyes and was enveloped by night. The rocking chair in front was empty and the mountain chief was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xuanji was gone as well. Dai Yu was the only one who stood nearby, protecting him. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to thank the mountain chief. However, he quickly realized something and asked, "How long has it been?" Dai Yu smiled. "About a month." "Ah!" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. In his perception, everything that happened earlier on seemed to have happened in a few breaths. Unexpectedly, time passed and the entire breakthrough process lasted for a month. However, Dai Yu stood guard by him the entire time. Another 20,000 years passed. All these years, because Lin Xuanji traveled the southwest to tell stories, he attracted 3 old friends of the medium Kiliacosm, Feng Cantian, the Iron Crown Old Man and Chess Immortal Junyu. When the old friends were reunited, they were overjoyed and shared their experiences with one another. Lin Xuanji, Feng Cantian, the Iron Crown Old Man and Chess Immortal Junyu had all consulted the mountain chief. All of them gained insights and had already advanced to the Tao comprehension realm. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had been with Dai Yu on Mount Xianpin for more than 50,000 years. During this period of time, It was truly as though he had distanced himself from all the commotion and disputes to enjoy a rare period of peace since he started cultivating. Occasionally, news came from the southeast. Under the lead of Paramount Supremacy Chongqing and the others, the Chaos Sanctuary grew stronger day by day and became famous. Under the protection of the Chaos Sanctuary, the Flora race gradually rose and began to occupy the major territories. The factions of the 10,000 races withdrew one after another. For the past few days, many cultivators had come to the vicinity of Mount Xianpin, breaking the long-awaited tranquility. These cultivators came from all over the world and were human experts of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds. There were many of them and it was extremely lively. Even Su Zimo and Dai Yu, who were in their rooms every day, sensed it. What happened? Why are there so many people outside? When Su Zimo and Dai Yu arrived outside, they could not help but ask curiously when they saw Lin Xuanji, Junyu and the others walking over. Lin Xuanji chuckled and teased. The two of you sure are capable. You're stuck together all day and won't leave each other's side for an inch. Living alone without caring about the chaos outside. Feng Cantillon burst into laughter as well. When are the two of you going to get married? We're still waiting for the wedding banquet. Although Su Zimo and Dai Yu had long become Dao companions, there were no weddings or marriages. Dai Yu was not interested in that. Su Zimo did not care about such formalities either. In their hearts, it was enough as long as they could be together. Something like a wedding ceremony was dispensable. When he heard Feng Cantillon's words, Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. Forget about the formality of a wedding ceremony. We can just find a time to gather with our old friends and drink to our heart's content. Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu with a questioning expression. Up to you. Dai Yu smiled. Thereafter, she seemed to have thought of something and said faintly, however, you have to prepare a proper heartfelt gift for me this time round. Su Zimo blushed when he heard that. He could not help but recall the gift he gave Dai Yu when he looked for her in the great wilderness world. Wasn't that gift good enough? Su Zimo coughed gently, feeling a little guilty. What do you think? Dai Yu rolled her eyes at him. What did he give you? Lin Xuanji's eyes burned with the fiery flames of gossip as he leaned forward and asked with a sleazy expression. Get lost. Su Zimo pushed Lin Xuanji's head away and changed the topic. What happened outside? I heard that the space-time sanctuary opened a forbidden ground and allowed paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races to head there to attempt to break through to the saint realm and become a saint. The Iron Crown old man was the one who spoke to help Su Zimo out of that embarrassing situation. The Iron Crown old man said. After hearing that news, many human experts of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds gathered here, prepared to head over. Space-time forbidden ground? Su Zimo raised his brow. Junyu said, it's said that usually, only experts of the 5 sanctuaries can enter this space-time forbidden ground to attain the Tao. It's indeed a rare opportunity for them to open it up to experts of the 10,000 races now. Su Zimo frowned and asked, even if it's the forbidden ground of the space-time sanctuary, why would they be so kind as to open it to experts of the 10,000 races? Lin Xuanji said, I reckon that the 5 sanctuaries have suffered considerable casualties in the 33 heavens and some great Tao saint positions are vacant. They want to gather more saints as soon as possible and rally the 10,000 races to take on the 4 paths once more. That's the only reason why they gave the 10,000 races such a chance. According to what I know, after this news was released, the 10,000 races were shocked. All paramount supremacy experts who have cultivated to the perfected Tao hegemony realm will probably head to the space-time forbidden ground to give it a try. Su Zimo said, what's so special about this space-time forbidden ground that can tempt the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races? Lin Xuanji said, I heard that in the space-time forbidden ground, even if you fail your first attempt to break through to the saint realm, can guarantee that you will not die. Of course, continued attempts that fail will still lead to death by disintegration into the Tao. Su Zimo's expression changed. It was extremely dangerous to synthesize with the Tao to become a saint. Throughout history, countless paramount supremacies failed to synthesize with the Tao and died, disintegrating into it. There was no other way out to become a saint. Upon failure, one would die instantly. However, according to Lin Xuanji, one could even survive the first failure to break through to the saint realm in the space-time forbidden ground. This meant that there were 2 chances to break through to the saint realm in the space-time forbidden ground. This temptation was indeed too great for every paramount supremacy expert. It was no wonder why the 10,000 races were shocked by this news. Unfortunately, he had only just cultivated to lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm and did not have the chance to break through to the saint realm. Otherwise, even he would have wanted to enter this space-time forbidden ground to give it a try. Su Zimo was puzzled and asked, "How can this space-time forbidden ground be so heaven-defying that it can protect the life of a paramount supremacy who failed to synthesize with the Tao?" "I don't know either." Lin Xuanji shook his head. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu. Dai Yu did not say anything in the conversation earlier on. At that moment, her expression was indifferent and there was even a coldness in the depths of her eyes. "Is the space-time forbidden ground related to the human race?" Su Zimo vaguely realized something and asked. Dai Yu nodded. "That space-time forbidden ground is actually the life sanctuary of the past, a sanctuary of the human race. However, more than 6 billion years ago, it was sealed and snatched away by the space-time sanctuary, taking it for itself." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Lin Xuanji was enlightened. "It was no wonder why I couldn't find the life sanctuary even after traveling around for so many years. So, it was snatched away by the space-time sanctuary." Dai Yu said, "In the life sanctuary, there's a life stone. If one fails to break through to the saint realm for the first time in the sanctuary, this life stone will release a large amount of life force to resist the backlash of the great Tao and protect the life of the cultivator. Initially, the life sanctuary was prepared for the human race. Unfortunately, it has been occupied by the space-time sanctuary all these years for the cultivation of the people of the 5 sanctuaries." Su Zimo was silent. Under the suppression and intimidation of the divine punishment sanctuary, there were no saints in the human race. Because of that, there was naturally no way they could fight against such humiliation. Junyu said, "Since the space-time sanctuary released the news this time round that this place is open to the 10,000 races, it naturally includes the human race. Fellow Taoist, you've already cultivated to the perfected Tao hegemony realm. Why don't you head to the life sanctuary to give it a try?" "Forget it." Dai Yu shook her head. "Someone has long become a saint in the great Tao I cultivate. Even if I head to the life sanctuary, I won't have the chance to break through to the saint realm. To me, it doesn't matter if I become a saint or not." With that said, Dai Yu and Su Zimo exchanged glances and smiled. Both of them understood each other's intentions. If it was Dai Yu in her previous life, she might have chased after eternal life and broader horizons. However, after she died and was reborn once, her mentality had already changed a lot. The moment she awakened her memories and saw Su Zimo, she realized what was most important to her. The moment the space-time forbidden ground opened, a spatial node appeared in the various regions that could allow Tao hegemony realm experts to enter. The spatial node in the southwest region was near Mount Xianpin. In the past few days, many Tao supremacy, major supremacy, and even paramount supremacy experts of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds had gathered here with a huge commotion. There were hundreds of paramount supremacy experts of the human race alone. Through this spatial node, the scene in the space-time forbidden ground could be reflected nearby. Therefore, many Tao supremacy and major supremacy experts ran over as well, prepared to witness the moment a human synthesized with the Tao to become a saint. After all, this was a rare opportunity for them and would be a most precious experience. However, due to the mountain chief's obstruction, the paramount supremacies of the human race did not enter for a long time even after the space-time forbidden ground was opened up. This time round, the space-time sanctuary released the news that the forbidden ground is open to the 10,000 races. That naturally includes the human race too. Why does the mountain chief want us to give up? That's right. That space-time forbidden ground is the life sanctuary of the human race to begin with. Why can't we humans head there? What is the mountain chief worried about? The mountain chief stayed at Mount Xianpin all year round and was carefree, secluded and aloof. However, most of the human experts of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds had received the teachings of the mountain chief and were extremely respectful to him. Only, now that the opportunity to become a saint was right in front of them, the human experts were truly unwilling to give up and could not understand the mountain chief's intentions. The mountain chief sighed gently. The opening of the forbidden ground by the space-time sanctuary this time round attracted the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. At that time, there might be hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacies in the life sanctuary. After entering the Tao hegemony realm, one's lifespan was 10 billion years. In this long period of time, even the weakest races would give birth to paragons and monster incarnates who would eventually become paramount supremacies. For some powerful races, there might be dozens or even hundreds of paramount supremacies. This was a gathering of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. The mountain chief was not exaggerating when he said that there would be hundreds of thousands of them. The mountain chief said, "The hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacy experts are all overlords of various places. With so many of them gathered, there will be too many variables and there's a high chance that things will go out of control. You have to know that there's a limit to the number of great Tao Saint positions left. Among the hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacies, many of them will cultivate the same great Tao and there's a high chance that conflicts will break out between them. Once someone became the saint of a great Tao, all other cultivators who cultivate the same great Tao would no longer stand a chance. Therefore, paramount supremacies who cultivated the same great Tao would be hostile to one another. If it was in the major kiliocosm and they merely reigned over their respective territories, there might not be fights given the many restrictions. However, the possibility of a conflict would increase greatly with so many paramount supremacies gathered in a forbidden ground. A paramount supremacy of the human race said, "Apart from the various sanctuaries, the number of paramount supremacies of the human race can definitely be ranked first among the 10,000 races. Even if a huge battle breaks out, we humans won't lose to them." That's right. The reason why the status of the human race hasn't been high all these years is because we don't have any saints. However, below the saint realm, the human race is not inferior to any race. In a fair fight for the great Tao saint positions, I believe that we humans will definitely have a better chance in the life sanctuary. The life sanctuary was once a sanctuary of the human race after all. In this sanctuary, the human race would definitely be augmented by various providences and it would be easier for them to break through to the saint realm. The mountain chief gave a bitter smile. That's precisely the reason why it's easier for you guys to be targeted by everyone in the life sanctuary. Instantly, the hearts of the human paramount supremacies skipped a beat as they understood the reason. In the life sanctuary, it was easier for humans to become saints. This also meant that the chances of other races becoming saints were even lower. That way, it was easy to arouse the hostility of other races. The commotion in the crowd gradually disappeared. The human experts present had lived for more than 1 billion or even billions of years and could naturally understand the danger. After a long silence, the atmosphere was a little oppressive. Finally, someone said, "Are we going to give up just like that? The path of cultivation is long. After enduring for so many years, this has been the only opportunity. Not only is there a vacancy for a great Tao Saint position, I can even head to the sanctuary of the human race. I don't want to give up. Although that's a sanctuary of the human race, we've never stepped foot in it. Why should we retreat in the face of the sanctuary of the human race? They should be the ones avoiding us. Even if it's extremely dangerous, I want to give it a try. If a human can become a saint, I can rest in peace even if I disintegrate into the Tao and die. As long as a saint is born in the human race, we will have hope and a future." The tones of the human paramount supremacies were impassioned and their eyes shone with determination. The mountain chief shook his head and sighed deeply. There were 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed grounds. To be precise, almost none of the humans in the Southwest had experienced the turmoil of the past. Furthermore, they had never witnessed the tragic sight of saints being slain like wheat being mowed. More than 6 billion years ago, there were 3,000 saints of the human race and they were the leader of the 10,000 races. However, so what? But When the mountain chief saw the gazes of the paramount supremacies of the human race, he knew that it was useless no matter how he persuaded them. The fighting spirit and grit emitted by these humans moved him as well, and he was filled with emotions. Compared to them, he was like a stoic old man on the verge of death. Everyone, farewell. Hundreds of paramount supremacies looked at the large group of humans near Mount Xianpin and waved gently. Thereafter, they bowed deeply to the mountain chief and charged towards the spatial node without turning back. Looking at the departing figures of the paramount supremacies, the mountain chief sighed once more. Right now, it was supposed to be time for his afternoon nap. However, at that moment, the mountain chief had no intention of leaving. Instead, he stood here and looked at the scene of the space-time forbidden ground reflected in the void with many human experts. The fisherman, woodcutter, farmer and cook who were originally doing their chores also came to the mountain chief's side. More than 6 billion years ago, they had already followed the mountain chief. Over the years, they had long put down their weapons and only enjoyed the joy of the natural countryside. The four of them had no intention of entering the space-time forbidden ground this time round. When he saw the mountain chief's worried expression, the fisherman said, "Mountain chief, don't worry. As long as the hundreds of human paramount supremacies are gathered, not many races can go against them. It won't be easy for the 10,000 races to join forces with one another. Unless—" The woodcutter was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly paused. The burly cook guessed the concerns of the woodcutter. Even if people from the sanctuaries interfere, the people of the four paths won't sit back and do nothing, right? The mountain chief shook his head. Once paramount supremacies of the four paths leave the 33 heavens and enter the life sanctuary, the paramount supremacies of the saint race from the 5 sanctuaries will definitely lead the 10,000 races to surround and kill them. The fiend lord and evil lady can naturally tell as well. They definitely won't let paramount supremacies of the four paths participate. The fishermen seem to be in deep thought. If the four paths sit by idly, they can only watch as saints are born from the 10,000 races. These saints will join the 5 sanctuaries and turn against the four paths. This can be considered an open scheme of the 5 sanctuaries. The farmer looked at the many figures in the space-time forbidden ground and murmured, "I hope they can return safely." The moment the human paramount supremacies stepped into the space-time forbidden ground, they were in a daze and filled with emotions. This was once a sanctuary of the human race. However, for more than 6 billion years they had never set foot in it. Some human paramount supremacies bent down and scooped up a handful of yellow soil with tears in their eyes. For some unknown reason, an inexplicable sadness surged in their hearts. "Everyone, the future of the human race lies on us." Paramount Supremacy Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "That's right." Paramount Supremacy Hui Ming pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly. In a flash, everyone headed towards the center of the sanctuary. Along the way, they saw many Paramount Supremacy experts speeding through the air. Hundreds of thousands of Paramount Supremacy experts of the 10,000 races were gathered here, and Paramount Supremacy experts of the various races could be seen almost everywhere. Before long, the human Paramount Supremacies saw an ancient and dilapidated city appear at the end of the horizon. That was the life city of the sanctuary back then. However, only some dilapidated walls were left now. The dilapidated city walls stood there, and one could vaguely imagine the prosperity of the ancient city back then. In the middle of the ancient city was an ancient palace that had long shattered on all sides. Only a few thick stone pillars supported the palace, and it looked like it was on the verge of collapse. In the middle of the palace stood a white jade stone that was as tall as a person. That white jade stone was the life stone of the human race. The closer they were to Life City, the more Paramount Supremacy experts they encountered. One could attempt to break through to the Saint Realm no matter where they were in the Life Sanctuary. However, most Paramount Supremacy experts preferred to be closer to the Life Stone. In order to avoid unnecessary conflict, the human Paramount Supremacies did not choose to advance rashly. Instead, they settled down near Life City and split up. In reality, out of the hundreds of human Paramount Supremacies, only 100 or so had a chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. The great Tao saint positions of the other human paramount supremacies were occupied by saints. Although the human paramount supremacies had no hope of synthesizing with the Tao, they guarded the 100-odd paramount supremacy experts and waited solemnly to prevent any accidents. Among the 10,000 races, there were almost no races that could give birth to hundreds of paramount supremacies. When they saw the lineup of the humans, most of them avoided them and took a detour. Time passed. More and more humans gathered around Mount Xianpin. Tao supremacy experts were not the only ones. Many cultivators of lower cultivation realms arrived one after another when they heard that the human race might give birth to a saint. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The first saint was finally born in the space-time forbidden ground. He came from the heavenly eye race and fused with the petrification great Tao to become a saint. That scene caused many heavenly eye race beings to cheer. The space-time sanctuary had orders that after becoming a saint, one had to leave the space-time forbidden ground immediately. The heavenly eye saint did not dare to disobey and left immediately. For the past year, there were also other paramount supremacies who tried to break through to the saint realm, but they all failed. Although they did not disintegrate into the Tao and died thanks to the protection of the life stone, these paramount supremacies did not dare to attempt to synthesize the Tao rashly again. If they failed again, the life stone would not be able to save them either. Most of the paramount supremacy experts were secretly preparing, adjusting their states and looking for the most perfect and suitable opportunity. In the past year, the 100-odd human paramount supremacies who had the chance to break through to the saint realm had yet to attempt it. On this day, in the crowd, paramount supremacy Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and divine light bloomed. He attempted to synthesize with the Tao to advance to the saint realm. To become a saint, one had to synthesize the great Tao they cultivated with their flesh and essence spirit. This had extremely high requirements for the physique, bloodline, and essence spirit. Furthermore, it required an understanding of the great Tao that surpassed others. Paramount supremacy Xianxia had a pained expression and his body trembled continuously. Dense traces of the great Tao appeared faintly on the surface of his body. Suddenly, paramount supremacy Xianxia's expression changed starkly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was about to collapse. Right then, a majestic life force burst forth from the direction of the life stone and injected into paramount supremacy Xianxia's body, resisting the backlash of the great Tao and helping him recover from his physical injuries. A moment later, paramount supremacy Xianxia returned to normal. However, this also meant that he had failed his first synthesis with the Tao. Many humans on Mount Xianpin revealed looks of pity when they saw that. In the space-time forbidden ground, paramount supremacy Xianxia's expression was calm as he recalled the process of his Tao synthesis carefully. He deduced every detail and experienced every single comprehension he had. Brother Jiang, don't be discouraged. There's still a chance after recuperating for a period of time. That's right. That heavenly eye race being also only succeeded in his second Tao synthesis after half a year. Everyone thought that paramount supremacy Xianxia had suffered a blow and consoled him. A moment later, paramount supremacy Xianxia clenched his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, I will synthesize with the Tao once more. Success or failure depends on this. Brother Jiang, don't be rash." Although many paramount supremacies in the space-time forbidden ground cultivate the Tide Great Tao as well, they might not be able to successfully synthesize with the Tao. The Tao synthesis is no small matter and can't be rushed. The human paramount supremacies persuaded hurriedly. Paramount supremacy Xianxia smiled in a carefree manner. If I succeed, that's that. If I don't, this shall be the last time we see one another. The moment he said that, paramount supremacy Xianxia tried to synthesize with the Tao. If he failed the Tao synthesis this time round, there would only be one outcome. He would disintegrate into the Tao and die. Be it in the space-time forbidden ground or Mount Xianpin, many humans watched this scene nervously. Traces of the great Tao appeared around paramount supremacy Xianxia once more. They were densely packed and carried his body into the air continuously. His expression changed rapidly as well. One moment it was flushed red, the next moment it was purple and green. His condition was extremely unstable. Although his physique did not collapse, the surface of his body cracked continuously and blood seeped out, dyeing his clothes red. His life was on the line. Everyone held their breaths and watched this scene intently, extremely nervous. After an unknown period of time, a loud bang sounded from paramount supremacy Xianxia's body, and his aura increased exponentially. The next moment, the world trembled and the great Tao resonated. The sound of tides sounded, attracting countless gazes. Many paramount supremacies in the space-time forbidden ground realized that another saint had been born. When some paramount supremacy experts who cultivated the tide great Tao saw that, their expressions darkened and turned extremely ugly. The fact that paramount supremacy Xianxia had become a saint meant that their path to becoming a saint had been completely severed. After a momentary silence around Mount Xianpin, cheers broke out with a massive commotion. A saint of the human race. When the fisherman, woodcutter, farmer and chef saw that, they heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Right then, paramount supremacy Hui Ming stood up and synthesized with the Tao to break through to the saint realm. Paramount supremacy Hui Ming's body was filled with Buddhist light that burned brighter. Before long, Sanskrit sounded from the world. Paramount supremacy Hui Ming's aura increased exponentially, and he synthesized and transcended the great Tao, attaining eternal life and becoming a saint. Paramount supremacy succeeded on his first attempt at the Tao synthesis. When they saw two human paramount supremacies become saints in succession, the many humans of Mount Xianpin were invigorated and delighted. Amidst the commotion and ecstasy, only the mountain chief still had a bitter expression and a frown. There was no joy on his face. Instead, the worry in his eyes intensified. At the foot of Mount Xianpin, Su Zimo and Dai Yu lived in seclusion here and did not participate in this event that was extremely important to the human race. The two of them yearned to live a carefree and peaceful life far away from killing and fighting. Of course, when they heard the cheers from afar and realized that a saint had appeared in the human race, Su Zimo and Dai Yu were delighted and celebrated. As they chatted, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked, "I've seen the saint race of the 5 sanctuaries. All these years, I don't think I've seen any of the saint race of the life sanctuary. Has there been no bloodline that survived?" "There's no saint race in the life sanctuary." Daiyu shook her head. According to the mountain chief, even more than 6 billion years ago, the life sanctuary did not have a saint race. It's a little strange. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The symbol of the saint race was bloodline atavism. Could it be that the living beings of the life sanctuary would not show signs of bloodline atavism? Bloodline atavism, Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. For the past 3 days. As usual, the two of them worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, no different from usual. However, this morning, the two of them felt something strange at the same time. At this time every day, many people in the nearby villages woke up one after another to work. Smoke curled from their houses. The running of children and berating of adults intertwined and awakened the exuberant life force of this paradise. However, at that moment, the surroundings were silent and lifeless. It was strangely quiet. It was so quiet that it was oppressive. Su Zimo frowned internally and exchanged glances with Daiyu. Both of them could see the strange look in the other party's eyes. There was definitely no fight or blood stench around Mount Xianpin. Otherwise, the two of them would have sensed it long ago. Right then, a girl ran over from afar with tears on her face. She was the one who told Su Zimo about Daiyu in the ancestral fire sanctuary. All these years, Su Zimo had long heard Daiyu mention that this girl's name was Hai Tang, and she was the daughter of the woodcutter. 10,000 years ago, he had already entered the Tao hegemony realm and became a Tao supremacy. When she approached, Hai Tang threw herself into Daiyu's arms and cried loudly, "What's going on?" Daiyu caressed Hai Tang's back and asked gently, "Father and the others are trapped inside and have no way out." Hai Tang's eyes were already red from crying. Daiyu frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't your father have no intention of entering the space-time forbidden ground? Tell me slowly what happened." Hai Tang pursed her lips and sobbed continuously, trying her best to calm her breathing. After paramount supremacy Xianxia and paramount Huiming became saints, the paramount supremacies of the human race inside attracted immense hostility from the other experts. Under the instigation of a few people from the sanctuaries, the paramount supremacies of the various races joined forces to chase the hundreds of human paramount supremacies out of the space-time forbidden ground. Su Zimo and Dai Yu frowned when they heard that. Hai Tang continued, "That's the life sanctuary of the human race." Naturally, the human paramount supremacies were unwilling to leave. As the two sides faced off, a conflict broke out. Su Zimo asked, "Where's St. Xianxia and St. Huiming?" "They have already returned to Mount Xianpin." Hai Tang said, "They can't stay in the life sanctuary after becoming saints." Pausing for a moment, Hai Tang continued, "Furthermore, this is a conflict between paramount supremacy experts. They're saints and can't interfere." "And after?" Daiyu asked. Hai Tang continued, "When father and the other three uncles saw that the situation was bad, they entered the life sanctuary and prepared to persuade the human paramount supremacies to return. At the very least, if they returned to the major kiliacosm, they could have a chance of synthesizing with the Tao to become saints in the future. If they died within, they would have no chance at all." However, the situation changed rapidly. By the time father and the other three arrived, the situation had already spiraled out of control and both parties wanted to fight to the death. Father and the other three were also deeply involved and had nowhere to retreat. They could only lead the human paramount supremacies to fight their way out and retreat to Life City that was close by. At that point, Hai Tang cried once more, "Father and the others can't hold on any longer. What should we do?" In that short period of time, Su Zimo, Dai Yu and Hai Tang had already arrived near the spatial node and saw a large crowd around it. The atmosphere in the vast and endless crowd was extremely oppressive. There were only occasional sobs. Everyone had sorrowful expressions and was watching the scene reflected by the spatial node. Su Zimo and Dai Yu looked up as well. Combat and killing were happening everywhere in the space-time forbidden ground. It was chaotic and flames of war flew. The largest battlefield was in Life City. Above the dilapidated ancient city, many paramount supremacy experts stood in midair, emitting a powerful aura that surrounded Life City and covered the skies. There were not many empty Great Tao Saint positions. Many paramount supremacies who cultivated the same Great Tao were already hostile towards each other. However, the paramount supremacies could still restrain themselves and abide by some tacit rules, trying their best to maintain balance. Prior to this, all the paramount supremacies tacitly agreed to a rule. Even if they cultivated the same Great Tao, they would have to rely on their own capabilities to see who could successfully synthesize with the Tao. The appearance of the human paramount supremacies who stole providence broke that balance. The birth of two human saints in succession caused a huge commotion among the 10,000 races. Even the paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries were not confident that they could defeat the paramount supremacies of the human race. As such, they stood out to incite the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races to chase the paramount supremacies of the human race out of the space-time forbidden ground. That action was equivalent to breaking the unspoken rules in the hearts of the paramount supremacies. If they could use force to clear the obstacles ahead and seize the Great Tao Saint positions, others could do the same. At this point, the paramount supremacies of the various races fell into a chaotic battle for the Great Tao Saint positions. Although the paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries were not from the Saint race, they still had unshakable statuses and prestige that surpassed the 10,000 races. Under their call, more and more paramount supremacy experts gathered under them and rapidly formed 5 of the largest factions. The current situation was getting clearer. The only way one could avoid being targeted was by joining one of the 5 sanctuaries. Even if some paramount supremacy experts were not hostile to the human race, they would choose to join the 5 sanctuaries in order to protect themselves. At that moment, there were already 300,000 paramount supremacy experts around Life City. Furthermore, the number was still increasing rapidly. Even through the spatial node, when they saw this scene, they could sense the pressure of the paramount supremacy experts. It was suffocating. At that moment, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races had only one goal in gathering here: the hundreds of human paramount supremacies in Life City. Under the continuous attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, Life City had long shattered into ruins. Even the palace that was originally on the verge of collapse had now collapsed fully. There was only a life stone left on the ruins, as well as a group of human paramount supremacies surrounding the life stone. Although the city was destroyed and the palace collapsed, they were still alive. Saint Xianxia, Saint Huiming, please step in and bring them back. That's right. You guys are the only ones who can resolve this situation. The human cultivators could not stand it anymore and turned to look at the two saints, Xianxia and Huiming, who had just advanced to the saint realm. Saint Xianxia had a troubled expression. The other races have saints, and so do the 5 sanctuaries. Once we appear and break the balance, the saints of the various races and even the 5 sanctuaries might appear. At that point, Saint Xianxia lowered his head slightly inside. Saint Huiming did not dare to meet the gazes of many humans either. He lowered his head with a guilty expression. The main reason why they did not dare to appear was because they were worried that they would offend the sanctuaries and attract divine punishment if they interfered. Are we just going to watch our human paramount supremacies die inside? Can anyone save them? The cries in the crowd intensified. The mountain chief frowned with a bitter expression and remained silent, the sorrow in his eyes intensifying. In the space-time forbidden ground, the human paramount supremacies were already covered in injuries. However, every single one of them had fearless expressions and stood with their heads raised without any intention of retreating. Even against powerful enemies that were 10 or 100 times stronger, these human paramount supremacies would not submit. The difference between them was way too great. They were already prepared to die. Even though they knew that there was no hope, they did not give up resisting. It was as though an invisible force was supporting them. He's so stupid. Why won't he back down? A pregnant woman could not help but cry when she saw her Tao companion stuck in that deadly situation. The people of the sanctuaries just said that as long as he's willing to destroy his great Tao, he can survive. What are they persevering for? Is it worth it? Someone was immersed in his heartache and asked in a daze. Dignity and glory. A woman's voice sounded. It was calm but powerful. Everyone looked over and saw Su Zimo and Dai Yu walking through the crowd. Everyone was deep in thought and vaguely understood something. When they turned to look at the human paramount supremacies in the space-time forbidden ground once more, they suddenly felt a strong psychological impact and tears welled up in their eyes. Those people stepped on the ruins of the ancient city and protected the dignity of the human race with their lives. With their backs against the life stone, they protected the glory of the human race with their blood. Su Zimo and Dai Yu exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions at the same time. Dai Yu had died once and was reborn. She was long tired of fighting and killing. In fact, she did not care much about the saint realm or eternal life. Su Zimo cultivated the entire way and finally found Dai Yu. He lived a calm and leisurely life and was long tired of fighting and killing. However, when they saw that the human race was in trouble and bullied, they did not hesitate at all and decided to join forces once more to head to the space-time forbidden ground. Dai Yu brought Hai Tang to the mountain chief's side and bowed slightly. Sister Dai, where are you guys going? Hai Tang seemed to have realized something and asked with a trembling voice. We're going to bring your father back. Dai Yu smiled gently. Don't. It's too dangerous inside. Although Hai Tang was worried about her father, she did not want Dai Yu to take the risk and sink into that deadly situation as well. You're only at lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm. Are you confident? Lin Xuanji leaned over as well and looked at Su Zimo, asking in a low voice, Why don't you stay outside? Don't follow her in and drag her down. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. He walked together with Dai Yu and headed towards the spatial node of the space-time forbidden ground under everyone's shocked gazes. Even Saints Zhang Chao and Hui Ming raised their heads and looked at them in disbelief. Against dozens of paramount supremacy experts, entering at this moment was simply courting death. It was understandable for those human paramount supremacies within who had nowhere to retreat to die for their dignities and glory. However, why were the two of them doing this? Mountain Chief, persuade them, please. Hai Tang had a worried expression and could not help but say. The Mountain Chief looked at their backs in silence. However, the worry in his eyes seemed to have faded a little. Space-time forbidden ground. Although there were many paramount supremacy experts gathered around Life City and there were more than 300,000 of them, there were not many people attacking the human paramount supremacies. Most of them watched from the sidelines with the mentality of watching a show. The ones who truly wanted to kill these human paramount supremacies were either those who had once become enemies with the human race or those who cultivated the same great Tao and competed. Even so, there were more than 10,000 paramount supremacies who attacked. To the hundreds of human paramount supremacies, 10,000-odd paramount supremacies were definitely a power they could not defend against. If not for the help of the fisherman, woodcutter, farmer, and chef of Mount Xianpin, the paramount supremacy experts of the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Grounds would have died at the front. For those 4 from Mount Xianpin, some of their great Daos were extremely special while others were extremely ordinary. Regardless, all of them were extremely powerful when unleashed by the 4 of them. The fisherman held a fishing rod in his hand and used the great Tao as a line to fish for all living beings. Every time he threw out his fishing rod, a paramount supremacy expert would be fished out and sent flying. As for the woodcutter, he cultivated the chopping great Tao. However, it was different from when he logged in the mountains usually. At that moment, the axe in his hands was no longer chopping trees, but paramount supremacy after paramount supremacy. The chef cultivated the cooking great Tao. He wielded 2 choppers meant to butcher meat, juggling them with ease in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a living being could be eviscerated into a skeleton without any flesh on it. As for the farmer, he cultivated the life great Tao. In his hands, the power of the great Tao flowed endlessly and transformed into willow catkins that filled the sky, healing the paramount supremacies of the human race such as the fisherman, woodcutter, and chef. Of course, in the eyes of the paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries, the humans below were already birds in a cage and fish on the chopping block. As long as they gave the order, hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacies would sweep over and crush this group of humans at any moment. Are you guys still going to resist stubbornly? Paramount Supremacy Wuxia of the Spacetime Sanctuary stood in midair and looked down at the fisherman and the others. He smiled faintly. I'm giving these human paramount supremacies a chance to live on account of the 4 of you. However, you had better know your place. The fisherman said in a deep voice, Wuxia, we'll leave this place with the remaining paramount supremacies of the human race and won't fight with you for the great Tao Saint positions. No, paramount supremacy Wuxia had a cold expression as he shook his head. Even if you guys leave this place, you will still have a chance of synthesizing with the Tao to become saints. On account of our past relationship, I don't wish to kill you guys. As long as those human paramount supremacies are willing to cripple their great Taos, we can spare your lives. Crippling of their great Taos was equivalent to a fall in their cultivation, and they would have to cultivate again. There's no need to waste your breath on him. A paramount supremacy of the human race burst into laughter. The human race has given birth to 2 saints. Even if we die here today, we can rest in peace. That's right. Another paramount supremacy of the human race said, it's inevitable for one to die if they don't become a saint. If we can die in the sanctuary of the human race and under the life stone, that will be the best outcome I can think of. The human paramount supremacies were united against a common enemy and were already prepared to die. They stood in this land that had once nurtured the human race and were unwilling to abandon the dignity of the human race, let alone the former glory of the human race. They knew that countless clansmen and living beings of the 10,000 races were watching them from outside. If they submitted in front of the 10,000 races, it would be difficult for the human race to stand tall from now on. Since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Paramount Supremacy Wuxia waved his hand and pointed ahead, ordering, kill them all. Many paramount supremacies in the crowd hesitated. In reality, many paramount supremacy experts had no choice but to gather under the 5 sanctuaries to protect themselves. They had no feud with the human race and did not want to be enemies with them. However, at that moment, the paramount supremacies of the various races had no choice. Furthermore, killing these human paramount supremacy was equivalent to clearing the obstacles. It could indeed increase their chances of becoming saints. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the chef burst into laughter. How tragic! How tragic! You guys submitted to the 5 sanctuaries to help them commit evil. Do you really think you can be spared? If we die here today, it'll be your turn next. The paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races were silent. So what if they realized that? Could they join forces to deal with the 5 sanctuaries instead? In the major Kiliacosm, the 5 sanctuaries were high and mighty, controlling everything. Who would dare to go against them? More and more paramount supremacy experts stepped forward and joined the combat. Great Daos condensed in the world and crisscrossed. The pressure on the fishermen and the other humans increased exponentially. They were almost at their limits after lasting till this point. After all, the difference between the two parties was way too great. Even without paramount supremacy Wuxia's orders, they would not be able to hold on for long. The fisherman said coldly, "The sanctuaries broke the rules and caused everyone here to be in danger and fall into chaos. You guys are the ones who deserve to be killed the most." Paramount supremacy Wuxia chuckled. "What does it mean to be a sanctuary? It means that we can ignore the rules and laws. All the laws of this world are to restrict and restrain you ants. People of our sanctuaries can surpass the rules at any moment. There's nothing impressive about the sanctuaries." Right then, a voice sounded from afar. Before everyone could react, the voice had already closed in at an extremely fast speed. The person spoke once more. "I've killed even the saint race, let alone the people of the sanctuaries." The moment he said that, the world was shocked. The person who spoke had even killed the saint race. Those words caused an uproar among the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. Even the attacks against the fishermen and paramount supremacies of the human race paused. The paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races turned around one after another and looked in the direction of the voice. 2 figures flew through the air. A man and a woman had arrived together. The man had black hair and green robes while the woman wore a blood-colored robe. The 2 of them came hand in hand and their clothes fluttered. They resembled a match made in heaven. Who are these 2 people? I seem to have seen that green-robed man somewhere before. Be it Su Zimo or Dai Yu, it had not been long since their rise. In the major Kiliacosm, the battle that truly made Su Zimo famous was in the 4 mountain ranges of the ancestral fire sanctuary. However, that was the heavenly supremacy's battle, and there were not many Dao hegemony realm experts paying attention. Almost none of the paramount supremacies present had seen him before. After Dai Yu entered Cultivation, she lived in seclusion on Mount Shenpin all year round and rarely appeared. She was also unknown in the major Kiliacosm. Therefore, after the 2 of them appeared, not many paramount supremacies present recognized them. Fufu, he's just a Dao supremacy at lesser mastery of the Dao hegemony realm. To think that he would dare to come here. A paramount supremacy of the god race sneered. Almost everyone who entered the space-time forbidden ground was a paramount supremacy expert who was at the perfected Dao hegemony realm and could break through to the saint realm at any moment. Su Zimo was only at lesser mastery of the Dao hegemony realm and was naturally not taken seriously by the paramount supremacies. This Dao supremacy actually dared to spout nonsense, claiming that he killed people of the sanctuaries and even the saint race? Another paramount supremacy of the heavenly I race sneered. "Ha! Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue for telling lies?" The paramount supremacies burst into laughter. "He has indeed killed the saint race. In fact, he killed 4 of them." Right then, Wuxia's voice sounded. The smiles of the paramount supremacy experts froze on their faces and the laughter around them gradually faded. Paramount supremacy Wuxia glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, "Su Zimo, you're finally willing to come out." Paramount supremacy Wuxia was among the experts who attacked the Chaos Sanctuary back then. "Su Zimo? Who's that? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. I remember now. The current lord of the Chaos Sanctuary is called Su Zimo." Discussions sounded from the crowd of the space-time forbidden ground. Paramount Supremacy, Wuxia sneered. Since you decided to send yourself to me instead of hiding in the Chaos Sanctuary, you can't blame me for this. The grudge between us can be resolved at any time. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he glanced at the hundreds of paramount supremacies of the human race around the Lifestone. However, before that, let them leave this place first. Humph! A paramount supremacy of the stone race had an unfriendly expression and harumphed coldly. Even if you're the current Chaos Lord, you can't demand that much respect. The group of paramount supremacy experts had just fought a huge battle with the fishermen and the other paramount supremacies of the human race. Both parties had casualties and they were already filled with bloodlust. How could they let them off so easily? Brother Su, Miss Dai, leave quickly. Don't worry about us, the chef hollered. However, under Wuxia's signal, a group of paramount supremacy experts had long surrounded Su Zimo and Dai Yu and blocked their escape route. Interesting. Paramount Supremacy, Wuxia smiled gently. You can't even protect yourself and yet you want to meddle in other people's business. Are you really that tired of living? Everyone, are you really not going to let them off? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and only received cold and mocking gazes. In that case, it's hard to say who will come out of this alive. Su Zimo murmured softly. Cut the crap and kneel down. Two paramount supremacy experts attacked. One of them controlled the great Tao and his might was like an abyss that was unfathomable. It was also like a mountain that was extremely heavy. The heavenly might great Tao had descended. The other paramount supremacy's figure was ghostly and vanished instantly like a phantom, sneaking in Dai Yu's direction. The phantom great Tao. When that might descended, Su Zimo merely circulated his blood chi slightly and resolved it. Thereafter, his figure flashed and he arrived before the person instantly. With a flip of his hand, he slapped the top of the person's head. You! The paramount supremacy was shocked. To think that his heavenly might great Tao seemed to be useless against Su Zimo. By the time Su Zimo arrived, he could no longer dodge in time. The paramount supremacy controlled the heavenly might great Tao once more, and used it to surround his arms, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's palm strike. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat. Crack, crack, crack. Before everyone could react, the ear-piercing sound of bones cracking sounded and the arms of the paramount supremacy were snapped by Su Zimo's palm. The heavenly might great Tao and physique of this paramount supremacy could not withstand a single blow from Su Zimo. The palm slapped down and paused for a moment before breaking through the obstruction and landing on the paramount supremacy's head, shattering it. His essence spirit was destroyed as well and he died. A paramount supremacy could not even defend against a single attack from Su Zimo. What was even more terrifying was that Su Zimo did not even control the great Tao. He cultivated and killed a paramount supremacy with just his physique and bloodline. To take on the great Tao head-on with just one's physique and bloodline, that was probably something only the saint race of the sanctuaries could do. Most of the paramount supremacy experts present did not take Su Zimo seriously because his cultivation realm was not high. However, he had already synthesized the creation Green Lotus, Karmic Fire Red Lotus and Merit's Gold Lotus. The strength of his physique and bloodline even surpassed the saint race of the same cultivation realm. It was especially so after his synthesis with the Merit's Gold Lotus. The strength of his physique increased exponentially, and he had already reached a peerless realm that was imperishable and flawless. On the other side, the paramount supremacy who cultivated the phantom great Tao arrived beside Dai Yu. Dai Yu did not seem to notice and remained motionless. However, the moment the paramount supremacy attacked, a storm suddenly rose beside Dai Yu and swept the paramount supremacy into it. Ah! The paramount supremacy cried out tragically. In the blink of an eye, he was torn apart by the storm that appeared out of thin air and his essence spirit was destroyed. The wind great Tao, the fisherman, woodcutter and the others were not worried about Dai Yu. They knew that Dai Yu's combat strength was actually above theirs. They were most worried about Su Zimo. No matter what, Su Zimo was only at lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm. There were way too many paramount supremacy experts gathered under the 5 sanctuaries. There were more than 300,000 of them and they were densely packed, covering the skies. Only by experiencing it personally could one feel the suffocating pressure against such a terrifying formation. Many humans around Mount Shenpin had nervous expressions as well. Their hearts were in their throats as they watched the battle that was about to break out in the space-time forbidden ground fixedly. The difference between the two parties was way too great. How could the two of them save the hundreds of paramount supremacies inside? Paramount Supremacy Wuxia smiled gently and declared, "I'll give whoever can kill these two a chance to join the space-time sanctuary." The eyes of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races present lit up when they heard that. Who wouldn't want to join the 5 sanctuaries? As long as one became a member of the sanctuaries, be it their status or identity, they would be above the 10,000 races and could do whatever they wanted in the major kiliocosm in the future. Those words tempted countless paramount supremacies. Even the paramount supremacy experts who initially wanted to stay out of it and watch from the sidelines looked at Su Zimo and Dai Yu with hostility. "Be careful." Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu and reminded. Thereafter, his figure flashed and he charged towards paramount supremacy Wuxia in the crowd. There were too many paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races around. No matter how strong Su Zimo was, he could not kill everyone. The only way he could exert the most pressure on the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races was by killing people of the sanctuaries. Kill him! The surrounding paramount supremacy experts reacted and controlled their great Daos to release their weapons, attacking one after another. The blood chi in Su Zimo's body surged and 3 lotus flowers appeared behind him, transforming into 3 heads, 6 arms. Each of his hands held the Trinity Auspicious Jade, the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, the 9 Heavens Living Soil, and the Karmic Fire Lotus Platform. His last 2 hands wielded the Avicii and Nether swords as he charged into the crowd. The moment the two parties exchanged blows, Su Zimo released his full strength without holding back at all. He knew that Dai Yu was facing the same situation. The only way he could resolve today's situation was to release his full strength right away. That was the only way he could force the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races into backing off. 3 lotus flowers grew behind Su Zimo and soared into the skies, as though they wanted to burst through this world. Every single lotus flower corresponded to Su Zimo's head and 2 arms. In front of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, the green lotus bloodline had already displayed its might. The bloodlines of paramount supremacy experts of the various races were clearly suppressed in front of Su Zimo. Some paramount supremacies could not even release their bloodline phenomenons. Poof! 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 Su Zimo charged into the crowd, completely relying on the blood chi of his body and the sharp killing power of the Avicii and Nether swords. Everywhere he passed, blood mist filled the air, leaving behind corpses. The Avicii sword was the sharpest, and any Dao weapon that collided with it would break instantly. When it struck the bodies of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, greater Avicii would evolve with a sinister aura and drag their essence spirits into it. The Nether sword was number 1 in killing. As long as a wound was left on the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, it was enough to take their lives. With 3 heads, 6 arms, severed limbs flew everywhere Su Zimo passed. As though he had entered an uninhabited place, he slashed the paramount supremacies into pieces and created a blood path. None of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races could defend against Su Zimo's sword strikes. The reason why many paramount supremacy experts were willing to gather under the 5 sanctuaries was mainly to protect themselves. But now that the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races were about to lose their lives against Su Zimo, who would head forward to die foolishly? Although the opportunity to join a sanctuary was precious, the prerequisite was that they first had to be alive. Su Zimo went on a killing spree with the Avicii and Nether swords in his hands, causing a bloodbath. Indeed, it caused a huge impact and shock to the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. In less than 10 breaths, there were already very few paramount supremacy experts blocking in front of him. Most paramount supremacies avoided him one after another. This scene looked extremely strange. It was clearly an army of 300,000 paramount supremacy experts with a massive might, but they were forcefully dispersed by a figure. In the eyes of living beings everywhere in the major kiliocosm, this scene was even more shocking. Dozens of paramount supremacy experts gathered like a steel torrent, but they were severed by someone. The experts of the 5 sanctuaries such as Paramount Supremacy Wuxia did not take Su Zimo seriously at all. Back then, Su Zimo could only hide in the Chaos Sanctuary and rely on the Chaos Formation to defend against his enemies. In their opinion, even if Su Zimo advanced to the Dao Hegemony realm, he was still 2 realms away from them. Furthermore, they had an army of hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacies under them. With a single order, they could exhaust him to death. However, Paramount Supremacy Wuxia and the others had still underestimated Su Zimo and the terror of the Avici and Nether swords. Wherever the swords passed, they were invincible. Led by his swords, Su Zimo tore through the crowd in a straight path. Before long, he had already arrived before Paramount Supremacy Wuxia and the others. It was way too fast. By the time Paramount Supremacy Wuxia and the others realized that something was amiss, Su Zimo was already in their faces. The paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries did not dare to be careless and released their blood chi one after another. They controlled their great Daos and summoned their Dao weapons, surrounding Su Zimo. As people of the sanctuaries, they naturally would not retreat easily. Furthermore, there were thousands of paramount supremacy experts from the 5 sanctuaries. No faction could contend against them, let alone one single person. Against the encirclement of the paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries, Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. The aura in his body increased once more and his strength increased exponentially. His gaze was like a torch as he shouted, "You guys are still far from being able to kill me." Su Zimo controlled the Chaos Great Dao as well. Strands of Chaos Chi surrounded his body and attached to the Avici and Nether swords. With his 3 heads, 6 arms, Su Zimo charged into the crowd once more. Against paramount supremacy experts of other races, Su Zimo did not even release his Chaos Great Dao. If not for the fact that there were too many paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, he would have been able to sweep through them with just his physique and bloodline after synthesis of the 3 lotus flowers. Now that he was up against the paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries, Su Zimo released the Chaos Great Dao and unleashed his strength to the limits. Clang, 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 poof, poof, poof. The Dao weapons of the paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries could not defend against the sharpness of the Avici and Nether swords either. No matter what divine weapon it would either break or shatter into pieces upon contact. The great Daos controlled by the paramount supremacy experts were severed by Su Zimo's dual swords as well. When he was at the perfected Dao comprehension realm, Su Zimo had to make use of the spirit consonance art to summon the martial Dao prime body to search for the flaws and weaknesses of the other party's great Dao if he wanted to break through the great Dao of a paramount supremacy expert. After entering the Dao hegemony realm, Su Zimo could rely on his own strength to slash the other party's great Dao with the Avici and Nether swords. Blood filled the air and dyed the heavens red. The paramount supremacy experts of the sanctuaries could not defend against Su Zimo's killing intent either. Su Zimo rampaged all the way and killed the paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries as though he was chopping melons and vegetables. They wailed miserably. Paramount supremacy Wuxia became a soul for Su Zimo's swords as well. Although there were many paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, they were shocked when they saw that. Their faces were pale and a chill ran down their spines. How could they dare to advance rashly? Even the paramount supremacy experts of the 5 sanctuaries were worthless against Su Zimo's swords. Even if they swarmed forward together, it would probably not be enough. In reality, if the 300,000-odd paramount supremacy experts were truly fearless and surrounded him continuously, Su Zimo would not be able to hold on either. After all, he was only at lesser mastery of the Dao hegemony realm. No matter how strong the green lotus body was, his stamina was not endless. Unfortunately, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races were already completely stunned by Su Zimo's killing methods earlier on. At that moment, the paramount supremacies were praying that they would not be targeted by Su Zimo, let alone challenge him rashly. Isn't he way too strong? As expected of the Chaos Lord. How impressive! The paramount supremacies of the human race were shocked and dumbfounded when they saw that. Earlier on, when Dai Yu rushed over to join the battlefield and hold back paramount supremacies around her with the wind Great Tao, they were already stunned. However, that man named Su Zimo cut through an army of 300,000-odd paramount supremacies single-handedly. The paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries were completely defeated by him. In the end, no one dared to advance. A large blood-colored area appeared around Su Zimo. Apart from his lone figure standing with his swords, everyone else was killed on the spot. After coming into contact with the Avicii and Nether swords, there were no injured people, only dead ones. Su Zimo was invincible on the other side and killed his way through the 5 sanctuaries, reducing the pressure on Dai Yu, the fishermen, and the other paramount supremacies of the human race. The paramount supremacies of the various races who were originally surrounding them had no choice but to think twice. If this blood-robed woman came hand in hand with the Chaos Lord, wouldn't the latter take their lives if they injured her? The attacks of the paramount supremacy experts gradually became restrained as well, afraid that they would injure Dai Yu, and their attacks gradually weakened. This Tao companion of yours is indeed a little ferocious. The chef took a deep breath and could not help but praise. He burst into laughter. When we return to the village, I'll make a table of good dishes for you guys. Near Mount Xianpin, many human cultivators were invigorated when they saw that. Earlier on, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races gathered with a terrifying might, almost suffocating them. When they saw that hundreds of paramount supremacies of the human race were about to be wiped out, there was only despair in their hearts. To think that the moment the man and woman entered the space-time forbidden ground, the situation would be reversed instantly. Saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming heaved a sigh of relief as well. The guilt in their hearts could be diluted slightly when they saw that there was hope for the hundreds of paramount supremacies of the human race to be saved. I'm not familiar with these 2 fellow Taoists. They weren't famous previously. To think that they would possess such terrifying combat strength. It's truly the fortune of our human race. He's the Chaos Lord and he's from the Flora race. How is he related to us humans? How is he not related? He's Tao companions with a paramount supremacy of our human race. That means he's on our side. Furthermore, I have a nagging feeling that I've seen the 2 of them somewhere before. I just feel really close to them. You don't say. I find them a little familiar as well. Perhaps I had the affinity of meeting them once previously. Stop flattering yourselves, you guys. Laughter sounded from the crowd and everyone gradually relaxed. Only Lin Xuanji murmured softly, "It's only normal for you guys to find them familiar." The space-time forbidden ground was in chaos. The hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacy experts who were originally gathered under the 5 sanctuaries were scattered by Su Zimo and avoided him one after another. The 5 sanctuaries suffered considerable casualties as well. Su Zimo knew in his heart that he could not stay here for long. At the sight of this, the paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries would definitely not stand by idly. Of course, if only 1 or 2 paramount supremacies of the Saint race interfered, they would not pose much of a threat to him. Su Zimo was only worried that the situation might spiral out of control, leading to even greater trouble. Hurry and leave. Su Zimo did not continue chasing after the paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries. He turned around and arrived beside Dai Yu and the others. The paramount supremacy experts who were initially surrounding them dispersed in fear when they saw Su Zimo return. They did not dare to stop him and scattered everywhere. Su Zimo, how dare you? How dare you think of escaping unscathed after killing people of our sanctuaries? Today, all of you shall be buried with them. Suddenly, a shout sounded from the end of the sky. The next moment, figures appeared in 5 directions of the space-time forbidden ground and sped over. The paramount supremacies of the saint race of the 5 sanctuaries had appeared. Apart from Chue Tian, Qing Yong, Zhouing and Mu Qi, who he had met once in the Chaos Sanctuary, there were also 8 other paramount supremacies of the saint race. The requirements for someone to become a part of the saint race were extremely strict. There were very few of them in terms of numbers. It was a rare scene for 12 saint race paramount supremacies to descend at the same time. Each of the 12 Saint Race paramount supremacies was once an invincible paramount supremacy below the Saint realm who had ruled for at least 100 million years and was notorious. However, because the great Tao they cultivated had long been occupied by saints, they had not been able to become saints all these years. Master! When they saw the Saint Race paramount supremacies appear, the paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries seemed to have seen their saviors and surrounded the 12 of them. It's Saint Prince Chui Tian with the Kuan Peng bloodline. It's said that Saint Prince Mu Qi is an extremely rare Wuxian who cultivates the life great Tao. He can recover from any injuries, no matter how serious they are. Saint Princess Bai Luo is here as well. Heavens! These are all peerless paramount supremacies who shook the world in the past. If the saints don't appear, these experts will patrol the 10,000 races and execute punishment on behalf of the heavens. In the major kiliocosm, unless saints appeared, the saint race paramount supremacies were almost the strongest existences. Although these saint race paramount supremacies could not advance to the saint realm for various reasons, to the 10,000 races, they were still powerful existences who could not be blasphemed or contended against. As such, the living beings of the 10,000 races would usually address them as saint princes and saint princesses as a form of respect. Apart from the great battle when the 5 sanctuaries and the 4 paths fought in the 33 heavens, there had never been a situation where 12 saint princes and saint princesses descended at the same time. Everyone listen up. Saint Prince Chui Tian surveyed his surroundings and said in a deep voice, "Leave Su Zimo to us. The rest of you, attack with all your might and kill those human paramount supremacies. Leave none alive." Saint Prince Chui Tian was not only saying those words to the people of the sanctuaries, he was also ordering the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races that were scattered around. In reality, the paramount supremacies of the various races were already afraid of Su Zimo after the bloody battle earlier on. But now that 12 saint princes and saint princesses had descended and given them such an order, they did not dare to disobey. Furthermore, as long as the 12 saint princes and saint princesses suppressed Su Zimo, there was nothing to fear about the hundreds of human paramount supremacies. Kill! Almost the moment Saint Prince Chui Tian gave the order, Su Zimo roared as well. In the state of 3 heads 6 arms, he controlled the Avici and Nether swords and charged towards the 12 saint princes and saint princesses. As long as the 12 of them were killed, the rest would collapse without a fight. Against Su Zimo, who was charging over, Saint Prince Chui Tian had a grim expression and did not show any contempt. They had just witnessed the terror of the Avici and Nether swords from the various sanctuaries. They were naturally prepared when they made their way here. Go! Saint Prince Chui Tian took out a sanguine light and threw it in midair, turning it into a blood-colored banner that was filled with a faint blood stench. At the same time, the 12 saint princes and saint princesses bit the tip of their tongues gently at the same time and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, scattering it on the banner and injecting it into their souls. The next moment, the 12 saint princes and saint princesses established a connection with the blood banner at the same time. There was a strange blood stench and incomparably mighty power from the blood banner. The 12 saint princes and saint princesses controlled the blood banner at the same time and swayed it continuously in front of Su Zimo. Instantly, blood chi surged. It was as though a blood river had appeared in the world and gushed towards Su Zimo, wanting to devour him. Su Zimo felt a strong sense of danger. The power contained in the blood river was definitely not something he could resist. This was also something that was impossible for Tao hegemony realm experts to control. This power was probably from the Saint realm. Su Zimo stopped hurriedly and held his 2 swords in front of him, retreating at the same time. However, the blood river roared continuously and was even faster. Instantly, it closed in, wanting to devour Su Zimo. The river water surged and had already devoured the Avici and Nether swords. Ever since the 2 divine swords came into Su Zimo's possession, they had never suffered any suppression. However, at that moment, against the blood river, the sharp killing intent of the Avici and Nether swords seemed to have faded a little and the trembling sword bodies calmed down. A powerful devouring power burst forth from the blood river, wanting to devour Su Zimo and the Avici and Nether swords together. Su Zimo could not fight against it and could only let go of his palms. allowing the blood river to devour the Avicii and Nether swords. However, after devouring the two swords, the blood river reverted to its true form and floated in midair in the form of a blood banner. No matter how the 12 saint princes and saint princesses controlled it, the blood banner remained motionless. The blood banner took a huge toll, devouring the Avicii and Nether swords as well. At the moment, it could not be distracted, as though it was trying to suppress the Avicii and Nether swords. The 12 saint princes and saint princesses exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. To them, the greatest threat was the Avicii and Nether swords. As long as they restrained the two divine swords, Su Zimo alone would be nothing to fear. Near Mount Xianpin, everyone became nervous once more when they saw that 12 saint princes and saint princesses. What kind of treasure is that blood banner? It's so powerful that it needs 12 saint princes and saint princesses to activate it at the same time. From the looks of it, these saint princes and saint princesses are extremely wary of those two swords as well. As everyone discussed, Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming stared at the blood banner and frowned. The two saints seemed to have thought of something, but they were not sure. They turned to look at the mountain chief and could not help but ask, "Mountain chief, that blood banner seems to be..." "It's the Saint Blood Soul banner." The mountain chief's expression was still bitter as he said, "These juniors borrowed Saint Soul's saint weapon." Everyone was shocked and furious when they heard that. What's the meaning of this? How shameless can the 5 sanctuaries be? A saint stood in for a fight between Dao hegemony realm experts. Although he didn't attack directly, this is considered an indirect interference. It's not as though we humans don't have saints as well. Many cultivators looked at Saints Xianxia and Hui Ming instinctively. The two saints had troubled expressions as they shook their heads and sighed. They had just become saints, and their destiny spirit treasures had yet to fuse with the great Tao and be forged into saint weapons. Furthermore, even if they forged saint weapons and lent it to Su Zimo, it would be difficult for him to unleash the power of those saint weapons. At the same time, it was impossible for them to descend directly and intervene just because of the appearance of a saint weapon. That would definitely attract even greater trouble. The 12 saint princes and saint princesses appeared and summoned the Saint Blood Soul banner to devour and suppress the Avicii and Nether swords, causing the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races to feel relieved. They had just witnessed the terror of the Avicii and Nether swords with their own eyes. If Su Zimo was still wielding the two swords, who would dare to advance? Right now, under the orders of the 12 saint princes and saint princesses, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races who had just scattered everywhere gathered once more. Su Zimo had a grim expression. He had already lost his perception of the Avicii and Nether swords. This was something that had never happened before. This in itself was evidence of how powerful the blood banner was. Without the Avicii and Nether swords, his combat strength would decrease significantly as well. It was almost impossible for him to fight against the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races alone. Furthermore, the 12 saint princes and saint princesses were watching him keenly from the sidelines. Under the orders of Saint Prince Chue Tian and the others, the paramount supremacy experts of the various races gathered and charged in the direction of the many human paramount supremacies like an apocalyptic torrent. The 12 saint princes and saint princesses surrounded Su Zimo as well and attacked at the same time. Many paramount supremacy experts were secretly speechless when they saw that. Throughout history, there had probably never been a paramount supremacy who had received such treatment and was surrounded by 12 saint princes and saint princesses. Furthermore, the Chaos Lord was not even a paramount supremacy. He was just a Tao supremacy at lesser mastery of the Tao hegemony realm. All of these saint princes and saint princesses were supreme existences who were invincible among their peers. Throughout history, they had always been renowned figures. Now that the 12 saint princes and saint princesses were joining forces, how terrifying was that? 12 great Daos appeared and transformed into countless divine weapons in the hands of the saint princes and saint princesses, charging towards Su Zimo. Even after losing the Avicii and Nether swords, Su Zimo was fearless. As of now, he had synthesized the creation karmic fire and Merit's lotus flowers. Even without the Avicii and Nether swords, His combat strength was not inferior to any paramount supremacy. The 3 lotus flowers that connected the world shone with different lights and swayed gently. Chaos light spread and transformed into layers of ripples that spread in all directions. In his 3 heads 6 arms state, Su Zimo's combat strength was pushed to its limits and he fought against the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. Boom! 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 The blood chi, great Tao, physique and spirit treasures of both parties collided continuously in midair with an earth-shaking bang. At this cultivation realm, there were no longer any complicated divine powers, taboo techniques, or fancy moves. Every single move was a fight between the great Taos. The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were secretly alarmed and felt a sense of lingering fear. Initially, they thought that as long as they suppressed the Avicii and Nether Swords, everyone could join forces and kill Su Zimo easily. However, against their encirclement, not only did Su Zimo not show any signs of defeat, he became braver the more he fought. They did not dare to imagine how terrifying this person's combat strength would be if he had the Avicii and Nether Swords. The 12 of them might even have to die here if that was the case. They had atavistic bloodlines. Even so, they could not suppress Su Zimo's blood chi. Of course, it was the combined forces of 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses after all. It was extremely difficult for Su Zimo to break free and reverse the situation. The current situation was still firmly in their hands. Furthermore, on another battlefield, the group of human paramount supremacies could not hold on for long. Su Zimo clearly noticed that as well and did not stop attacking. However, his expression turned colder and his eyes shone with a dark glint. Su Zimo, surrender. It's meaningless to continue fighting. You won't be able to escape death. Anyone who goes against the saint race shall be alone. No one in the 10,000 races will dare to help you. The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were still exerting pressure on Su Zimo. Fight! Right then, a furious roar sounded in the world, deafening like a thunderbolt. Boom! The next moment, a thick staff descended from the skies filled with golden light and smashed into the crowd, causing the ground to tremble. Some paramount supremacy experts could not dodge in time and were smashed to death by the staff, turning into a pool of flesh. When he heard that familiar voice, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and he was invigorated. Monkey was here. Who said that no one in the 10,000 races would dare to help him? A tall figure stood at the top of the staff. He was covered in long fur and had extremely long arms. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a torrential aura. He glared at the battlefield below with an arrogant expression and shouted, "I'm going to help him!" The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses glared at Monkey and frowned. It was him? This was that mad monkey of the Chaos Fiend monkey race. The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses had heard of this monkey. The Chaos Fiend monkey was a unique existence among the 10,000 races. Initially, there was only one Chaos Fiend monkey in this world. As for this Chaos Fiend monkey, he was known as Great Saint Chaos Universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was said that in the medium Kiliacosm, a second Chaos Fiend ape ascended and was guided over by Great Saint Chaos Universe. Great Saint Chaos Universe was unruly and had always been alone. Even the saints of the 5 sanctuaries were respectful towards him. Now that Great Saint Chaos Universe could finally obtain a successor with an awakened bloodline, it was obvious how much he would value this successor. The 5 sanctuaries had heard of this successor known as the Combat Fiend Monkey, but they had never seen him before. This was the first time they had met. The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were not afraid of the Combat Fiend Monkey. However, if the Combat Fiend Monkey was truly killed, it would definitely alarm Great Saint Chaos Universe who was backing him. Throughout the countless years, these were the only 2 in the Chaos Fiend Monkey race. If this Combat Fiend Monkey died in their hands, the other would definitely fall into madness. If Great Saint Chaos Universe went crazy, the only ones who could suppress him were probably the various Saint Lords. Paramount Supremacy Combat, I don't want to be your enemy. Saint Prince Chue Tian said in a deep voice, on account of me, don't interfere in today's matter. On account of your mother, Monkey spat with a disdainful expression. You guys are just trying to bully with numbers. And you dare call yourselves Saint Princes and Saint Princesses? Shameless shits. Those words were extremely unpleasant. The expressions of the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses darkened instantly. As paramount supremacies of the Saint race, they had once dominated the world and were invincible below the Saint realm. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Paramount supremacy combat. Qing Yong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "We're just unwilling to fight you, but we're not afraid of you. Don't go overboard. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be a busybody." Zhuing let out an ear-piercing baby cry. Ha 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 ha. Monkey grinned and leaped down from the staff, cursing, "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of giving me advice." Monkey looked at Su Zimo in the crowd. When the two of them exchanged gazes, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. From Tsonglang mountain range to Tianhuang mainland, from the medium kiliocosm to the major kiliocosm, the two brothers risked their lives for one another along the way. There was no need for them to say anything. They were already telepathic. Monkey's eyes seemed to have gotten redder as he shouted, "First, let's fight side by side today and kill to our heart's content." "All right," Su Zimo shouted as well. "Today, we brothers will fight to our heart's content." In a daze, the two of them seemed to have returned to Tsonglang mountain range and recalled the times when they fought side by side. The world had changed. The only thing that remained unchanged was their burning sincerity towards one another that surpassed race, life and death and everything else. Su Zimo and Monkey met in the space-time forbidden ground of the major kiliocosm. Back to back, they joined forces side by side and fought against the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. If it was just against Su Zimo alone, the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses could still suppress him steadily. Now that Monkey had joined in, the man and Monkey had already begun to counterattack and showed signs of breaking free from everyone's encirclement. Monkey had long been brought to the major kiliocosm by Great Saint Chaos Universe. Furthermore, he was the second Chaos Fiend monkey in the world. One could imagine how highly he was valued. Great Saint Chaos Universe spent almost all his effort to nurture Monkey. Although the saint race of the various sanctuaries was rare, it would not be to the point where they would receive personal guidance from great saints. Furthermore, their resources would be relatively scattered. However, Great Saint Chaos Universe only had to guide Monkey alone. Over the countless years, all the experience and treasures that Great Saint Chaos Universe had cultivated and accumulated were piled on Monkey. It was no exaggeration to say that Monkey's cultivation environment was even better than the saint race of the sanctuaries. Under such circumstances, Monkey's realm could advance by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the perfected Tao hegemony realm. Although they were all paramount supremacies, Monkey's combat strength was not weaker than the paramount supremacies of the saint race. The bloodline of the Chaos Fiend monkey was not disadvantaged against the bloodline of the saint race as well. Of course, it was far from enough for Monkey to suppress the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses alone. Those who could be called Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were all peerless paramount supremacies who ruled over the ages, and none of them were easy to deal with. As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous for the side of the human race. Su Zimo and Monkey could still hold on. However, Dai Yu and hundreds of human paramount supremacies could not defend against the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races at all. Ah! Su Zimo roared, and his blood chi increased exponentially. Monkey was telepathic with him. The two of them joined forces and released their full strength, breaking through the encirclement of the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. They charged into the crowd and converged in the direction of Dai Yu and the others. Poof! 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 Apart from the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses, which of the densely packed paramount supremacies in midair were a match for Su Zimo and Monkey. Everywhere they passed, people were overturned and corpses were strewn everywhere. The man and Monkey had an imposing aura and tore through the crowd of paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races like two sharp swords. They trampled on mountains of corpses and seas of blood to arrive near the life stone. The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses followed closely behind like shadows and chased after him. It was impossible for Su Zimo and Monkey to be unscathed the entire way over. There were also wounds on their bodies that were dripping with blood. The two of them seemed to be unaware. Su Zimo circulated his bloodline and his wounds healed rapidly. The wounds on Monkey's body petrified rapidly as well. When he saw blood, the blood glint in his eyes intensified and his aura became even more violent. The paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races were gathered under the lead of the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. There were way too many of them. After that fight earlier on, there were about a few hundred paramount supremacy experts who died in the hands of Su Zimo and Monkey. However, it was almost negligible compared to the hundreds of thousands of paramount supremacies. As long as the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses did not die, under their lead, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races would not retreat. Without the Avicii and Nether swords, Su Zimo was a little powerless to kill the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. The only way was for him to summon the martial Dao Prime body using the Spirit Consonance art. However, if that happened, his identity as Desolate Marshal would probably be exposed and it would cause even more chaos. Boom! 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 Under the command of the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races controlled the great Daos and condensed countless Dao weapons that descended from the skies like rain. Under such circumstances, only Su Zimo could protect himself with the 9 heavens living soil and many other treasures. Even Monkey and Dai you could not withstand it, let alone the other human paramount supremacies. More and more human paramount supremacies were severely injured and lost their combat strength. Rise! Su Zimo bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a stream of essence blood, scattering it on the Merit's lotus platform and tossing it casually. The Merit's lotus platform rose rapidly and floated above the heads of the human paramount supremacies. It spun slowly and the lotus flower bloomed, filled with a blinding golden light. The Merit's gold lotus was indestructible and was an extremely defensive treasure. The higher one's merits, the greater the defense displayed by the Merit's lotus platform. As for Su Zimo, he once imparted martial arts to all living beings, pacified the chaos of the primordial races, and suppressed the fiend blood catastrophe. In the medium Kiliacosm, he even led the living beings of the 10,000 races to crush the heavenly court and the 9 heavens. All of those things came with endless merits. It was precisely because of that the Merit's gold lotus could temporarily defend against the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races and give the human paramount supremacies a chance to catch their breath. However, the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races did not stop and the Merits were depleted continuously. As time passed, the Merit's gold lotus swayed continuously from the attacks and the golden light flickered, as though it could fall at any moment. Brother Su, leave. Leave us alone. The woodcutter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and panted. That's right. If this goes on, you'll die here as well. If you guys leave this place and survive, the human race will have a future. Many human paramount supremacies spoke one after another. They were severely injured and could not get up from the ground. It was difficult for them to escape death. However, they were unwilling to implicate Su Zimo and the others. Su Zimo's expression was dark and he remained silent. The 3 lotus flowers swayed and shone brightly. His 6 arms propped up the Merit's gold lotus and their veins bulged as they defended against the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. The power in his body had already been channeled to its limits. Boom! 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 The attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races were continuous. Although the Merit's gold lotus resolved many injuries, endless power was still transmitted to Su Zimo's 6 arms through the Merit's gold lotus. With every impact, Su Zimo's body would tremble. Each time, a trace of scarlet blood would seep out from the corner of his mouth as well. Roar! Monkey thumped his chest and stomped his feet. He raised the staff in his hands and placed it beneath the Merit's gold lotus, wanting to help Su Zimo hold on. However, his staff bent bit by bit under the suffocating pressure, emitting a terrifying cracking sound. The moment Monkey gripped his staff with both hands, he felt the terrifying power. The flesh on his arms exploded instantly, and he was mangled as he was sent flying. The Merit's gold lotus was like the sky above everyone's heads. However, it was sinking bit by bit. Dai Yu and the other human paramount supremacies who still had combat strength stepped forward one after another and controlled the great Tao. They propped up their arms, wanting to give Su Zimo support. However, the moment everyone's hands touched the Merit's gold lotus, they felt a surging power coming from above. That power was way too immense, like the vast starry skies and oceans. They were like a small boat in the raging sea that would be overturned and devoured by the waves in the blink of an eye. In less than a breath, the human paramount supremacies could not hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood as though they were struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Everyone looked at Su Zimo in shock. It was only at that moment that they realized the pressure and impact Su Zimo was enduring. That person was resisting the power of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races single-handedly. He was taking on the will of the 10,000 races. That body looked so thin. However, his backbone was exceptionally upright. As he stood with his feet spread out, rooted in the ground, he resembled an unyielding human that was tall and majestic, holding up the crumbling sky for them. It was not just the human paramount supremacies. Even the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races who were attacking could not hide their shock when they saw that. The 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses looked down from above with cold expressions. They knew that Su Zimo could not win at all. Saint Prince Chue Tian declared, "Su Zimo, you truly have a death wish to want to take on the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races single-handedly. Can you withstand the will of the 10,000 races?" Qing Yong berated as well. The attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races became even more ferocious. As for the Merit's gold lotus, it was already gradually drained and sinking slowly. That power was way too strong. As the Saint Princes had said, the Merit's gold lotus was taking on the power and will of the 10,000 races. That was not something that a single person could withstand. Su Zimo still maintained the posture of holding up the Merit's gold lotus. However, his 6 arms were bending continuously. The bottom of the Merit's gold lotus had almost touched the top of his head. A tremendous pressure was transmitted and Su Zimo's face flushed red. Veins popped out on his neck and the sleeves on his arms were long torn. Even he had to lower his head. The Merit's gold lotus landed slowly on his back. Su Zimo shuddered and swayed slightly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not let go. Although he lowered his head, his back was still straight. Monkey's staff was bent into an extremely exaggerated arc, as though it could snap at any moment. "Brother Su, escape quickly. Leave us alone. As long as you're alive, there's hope for the human race," the fisherman, woodcutter, and the others shouted. Those words sounded strange to the human paramount supremacies. Su Zimo was clearly the Chaos Lord. Why would there be hope for the human race if he survived? However, under such circumstances, no one was in the mood to think about these things. Su Zimo remained silent with a terrifying expression. Behind him were hundreds of human paramount supremacies. If he retreated, the hundreds of human paramount supremacies would be drowned by the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races and turned into dust. Monkey bared his teeth and stood up. The blood glint in his eyes dimmed significantly as he limped beside Su Zimo. Even if they had to die, they would die together. Dai Yu's face was pale as she arrived beside Su Zimo with a resolute gaze. Even now, she had never regretted coming to the space-time forbidden ground. The hundreds of human paramount supremacies supported each other and struggled to stand up one after another. They stood with their heads held high against the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races with fearless expressions. Near Mount Xianpin, hundreds of millions of humans gathered here and covered the mountains and plains, looking up at the scene in the space-time forbidden ground. Some of them had indignant expressions. Some of them had tears in their eyes. Some people did not dare to look anymore and lowered their heads, crying softly. Anger, despair, sadness, helplessness. All sorts of emotions reverberated above Mount Xianpin. suffocating many humans. At that moment, the figure who was fighting against the 10,000 races seemed so tragic. Is there anyone else who can help him? Hai Tang's face was filled with tears, and her voice quivered as she sniffled. Saints, are you guys just going to watch Su Zimo and the paramount supremacies of the human race die? Saints, aren't you going to protect the human race? Many human cultivators looked at the two human saints, Jiang Chao and Hui Ming, with pleading and hope in their eyes. The two saints, Jiang Chao and Hui Ming, lowered their heads in silence with guilty expressions. They felt extremely uncomfortable and pained as well. Of course, they could not bear this sight. However, the two of them did not dare to break the balance and interfere in this matter. Even they themselves were unsure of their own emotions. They did not know if they were afraid that the 5 sanctuaries would vent their anger on the human race or if they were afraid of attracting trouble and losing their positions as saints. Mountain Chief, please think of something. Many humans looked at the white-haired old man again. The Mountain Chief's expression turned even more tragic. He gripped the tattered book tightly and trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. If Great Emperor Desolate Marshal of the human race was not dead, he would definitely ascend to the major Kiliacosm and not let the human race be bullied by the 10,000 races. A human clenched his fists and suddenly said, all these years, Lin Xuanji had traveled everywhere to read stories. The legend of Desolate Marshal establishing a Tao and the great emperors conquering the 9 heavens had long spread. Most of the humans present had heard of it. The final heaven conquest battle of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly left an even deeper impression on everyone. Of course, the final outcome of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was regrettable as well. At that moment, when they saw the human paramount supremacies being suppressed and bullied by the 10,000 races, facing a life and death crisis, everyone could not help but recall the legend of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Many human cultivators present had cultivation realms above the Great Emperor realm. However, everyone had immense respect for Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Just the fact that Desolate Marshal established a Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings made many human experts feel deep veneration. Furthermore, there was the subsequent conquest of the 9 heavens, the crushing of the heavenly court and the breakthrough of the seal of the medium Kiliacosm that the sanctuaries had placed on the medium Kiliacosm for countless years. Even they did not dare to fight against the sanctuaries. In the hearts of the humans, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was a symbol of indomitable will, courage and fearlessness that dared to fight against all injustice. That was the reason why someone blurted out that if Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was still around, he would definitely not let the human race be bullied. Lin Xuanji opened his mouth slightly and hesitated. When he told stories in order to protect Su Zimo, he naturally would not reveal that Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was Su Zimo. Earlier on, he suddenly had an urge to tell everyone present. He wanted to tell them that Great Emperor Desolate Marshal had always been around. It was Great Emperor Desolate Marshal who was resisting the power and will of the 10,000 races single-handedly. However, what was the use of that? Right then, something seemed to have changed in the battlefield of the space-time forbidden ground. Right in front of countless gazes, the figure that propped up the Merit's gold lotus suddenly stopped swaying. Su Zimo raised his head abruptly, and his initially deep eyes were burning with 2 bright and scorching purple flames. The 2 purple flames were blindingly bright. Even the 12 saint princes and saint princesses exchanged glances with one another and felt their hearts skip a beat for no reason. They could sense that Su Zimo's aura was changing. It was as though he had turned into a completely different person. He had turned into a frightening existence that terrified them. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the world. The next moment, a gigantic heaven and earth furnace appeared vaguely around his body. Raging flames surged and enveloped almost all the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. Of course, this was not the true heaven and earth furnace. After all, the martial Tao prime body could not truly descend with the spirit consonance art alone. However, at that moment, with the help of the spirit consonance art, the 2 true bodies were telepathic. The martial Tao Prime Body used his incomparably powerful and unshakable martial will to create the terrifying scene of the heaven and earth furnace that shocked all living beings. Why does this scene look like the heaven and earth furnace mentioned by the storyteller? There are purple flames in his eyes as well. When the human cultivators near Mount Xianpin saw that, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could this person be related to Great Emperor Desolate Marshal? That red-robed woman looks like the legendary Great Empress Blood Butterfly. Many humans could not help but exclaim when they saw the scene of the heaven and earth furnace and Daiyu standing side by side with Su Zimo. Storyteller, what's going on? Many human cultivators asked hurriedly when they saw Lin Xuanji in the crowd. When Lin Xuanji saw the descent of the martial will, he realized that Su Zimo had decided not to hide his identity anymore. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide it. He said in a deep voice, "Great Emperor Desolate Marshal's real name is Su Zimo. Back then, the one who died in the Heaven Conquest battle was just his martial Tao true body." Ah! It's really Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Everyone was surprised and delighted. Lin Xuanji continued, "Furthermore, you guys are not wrong. The red-robed woman beside him is the reincarnation of Great Empress Blood Butterfly." When they heard that, everyone was invigorated. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly had already ascended to the major Kiliacosm. Furthermore, right in front of everyone, they joined forces once more to fight against the paramount supremacies of the 5 sanctuaries and 10,000 races. In the space-time forbidden ground, the 10,000 races were merely forced to work together under the pressure of the Saint race and were not truly united. The will of the martial Tao descended and transformed into the heaven and earth furnace. Raging flames burned, and even the will of the 10,000 races could not defend against it, showing faint signs of collapse. Of course, no matter how strong the martial will was, it could not resolve the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. Right then, more than 10 paramount supremacy experts sped over from afar with a murderous aura. The leader shouted, "Master, we'll help you." The 10-odd people were Chongqing, Huayan, and the other paramount supremacies of the Chaos Sanctuary. Anyone who dared to join the battlefield under such circumstances to stand by Su Zimo's side were definitely prepared to die. Among the dozens of paramount supremacy experts of the Chaos Sanctuary, these were the only people who dared to reinforce Su Zimo. After all, the difference in strength between the two parties was huge. Even with the help of paramount supremacy Chongqing, paramount supremacy Huayan, and the others, it would not affect the entire situation much. "Stop them!" Saint Prince Chue Tian merely glanced sideways and waved his sleeve, commanding the paramount supremacies of the sanctuaries to stop the 10-odd paramount supremacy experts of the Chaos Sanctuary. 3 Saint Princes moved and faced paramount supremacy Chongqing, paramount supremacy Huarua, and paramount supremacy Huayan. Only these 3 had the bloodline of the Saint race. The other paramount supremacy experts of the Chaos Sanctuary were nothing to fear. Ha ha ha, so these are the Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. How fucking shameless. Right then, laughter sounded from the world. Immediately after, a figure soared through the air and charged into the crowd, charging towards the Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. This person was Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction, who had once saved Su Zimo. Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction controlled the Destruction Great Tao and destroyed everything wherever he passed. Thousands of great Taos shattered and turned into nothingness. Apart from the paramount supremacies of the Saint race, no one could defend against Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction's massacre. Su Zimo shifted his gaze and glanced at Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction. This Paramount Supremacy expert who had once declared that he would kill him once he entered the Tao hegemony realm chose to come to the space-time forbidden ground at this moment to help him fight against the 10,000 races. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction sneered, "There's no need to thank me. I just can't stand the faces of these Saint Princes and Saint Princesses and want to kill a few to liven things up. If we can survive today, I'll still come and take your life." Although Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction said that he wanted to take Su Zimo's life, he knew in his heart that since he was involved in this battle, it would be difficult for him to escape as well. There were 12 saint princes and saint princesses of the 5 sanctuaries and the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. Even if the paramount supremacies of the 4 paths were gathered, it would be difficult for them to defend, let alone him alone. Humph! In a flash, Saint Princess by Luo received paramount supremacy evil destruction and sneered, "You came at the right time." Boom! Saint Princess by Luo and paramount supremacy evil destruction exchanged a head-on blow. The great das intertwined and the world shook. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void and healed rapidly. Be it the 10-odd paramount supremacies of the Chaos Sanctuary or paramount supremacy evil destruction, they almost did not affect the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. Their appearance was like a stone that had fallen into the vast sea and did not cause much of a stir. Su Zimo was still under immense pressure. Right then, a phantom-like figure shuttled through the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races silently, and almost no one noticed. In the blink of an eye, the figure arrived beside the saint princes and saint princesses. Whoa! When he saw that figure, the blood glint in Monkey's eyes lit up once more. His dispirited expression was swept away as he thumped his chest and stomped his feet in excitement. Su Zimo was invigorated when he saw who it was as well. Among the 12 saint princes and saint princesses, 4 of them attacked to stop paramount supremacy Chongqing and paramount supremacy evil destruction's group. There were still 8 of them presiding over the battlefield to stabilize the situation. Suddenly, Saint Prince Chue Tian and the others suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. The 8 saint princes and saint princesses turned back hurriedly and saw a black-robed young man appear behind them, looking at the battlefield below expressionlessly. "You're only at greater mastery of the Tao hegemony realm. Why are you here?" When he saw who it was, Saint Prince Joing of the Nirvana Sanctuary asked with a frown. The other saint princes and saint princesses heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed the bloodline aura of the saint race. They only realized this person was here after he arrived beside everyone silently. Thankfully, the person who came was the saint race of the Nirvana Sanctuary. "To kill," the black-robed young man said simply. "Fufu, it's good to use these ants as practice as well." Paramount Supremacy Zhou Ying chuckled. Before his sentence was finished, blood splattered. Saint Prince Qing Yong and Saint Prince Mu Qi shuddered. The top of their heads had already been pierced by a pair of sharp claws, and they had dazed expressions. The essence spirits of the 2 saint princes were destroyed instantly, and they did not understand what happened even after they died. "You?" Saint Prince Chue Tian only had time to say a single word before his head was pierced by a pitch-black and sharp tail spine. His essence spirit was pierced and he died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 saint princes died on the spot. That change happened too quickly. Even after the blood of the 3 saint princes dyed the void and they died, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races could not react. The person stood beside the saint princes and was too close. Furthermore, the saint princes were not guarded against him at all. Their attention was on Su Zimo. Although there was a minor cultivation realm difference between the 2 parties, the 3 saint princes were killed instantly. This saint race being from the Nirvana Sanctuary was none other than Night Spirit. Those who could be called saint princes and saint princesses were all peerless paramount supremacies who had dominated the ages. Even if a huge battle broke out between them and they attacked with all their might, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the other party. Paramount Supremacy Chongqing, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction, and the others were up against 4 saint princes and saint princesses. Even now, the outcome had yet to be decided. However, 3 saint princes were killed on the spot. The remaining 5 saint princes and saint princesses, including Saint Prince Joing, were shocked and their expressions changed. Instantly, they distanced themselves from Night Spirit with furious expressions. When the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races saw that, they were in an uproar and their attacks paused. The death of 3 saint princes had a huge impact on the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. In the hearts of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races, the saint princes and saint princesses were powerful existences that could not be defeated among their peers. But now, Their dead corpses were strewn on the ground as well. Night Spirit, how dare you! Saint Prince Joing was enraged and hollered. Night Spirit's sudden attack and killing the 3 Saint Princes of the Yin-Yang Sanctuary, Space-Time Sanctuary, and Divine Punishment Sanctuary was equivalent to declaring war on the 3 sanctuaries. Furthermore, Night Spirit was from the saint race of the Nirvana Sanctuary. If there was no explanation for this matter, it would definitely cause a conflict between the Nirvana Sanctuary and the other sanctuaries. Joing, what is the Nirvana Sanctuary trying to do? Indeed, the remaining Saint Princes and Saint Princesses asked sternly as well. The way they looked at Saint Prince Joing and Night Spirit changed with a cold killing intent. Not only did Night Spirit kill 3 Saint Princes, more importantly, he made the remaining Saint Princes and Saint Princesses wary of one another, and it was difficult for them to stay united. Without the 3 Saint Princes, the blood color of the Saint Blood Soul banner dimmed and the Saint weapon began to tremble slightly. Not good. The 2 swords were about to break free. The expressions of the 9 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses changed. Under normal circumstances, weapons devoured by the Saint Blood Soul banner would be crippled before long and turn into a pool of blood. Even if a Saint weapon was devoured, it would be tainted by the blood inside and its power would be greatly reduced. However, after the Avicii and Nether swords were devoured by the Saint Blood Soul banner, not only were they not crippled, they even wanted to break through the sea of blood and break free the entire time. Now that the 9 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were no longer as united and they were short of 3 Saint Princes, they could no longer suppress the Avicii and Nether swords in the Saint Blood Soul banner. Buzz! A sword hum sounded. The next moment, 2 sword lights burst forth from the Saint Blood Soul banner and charged into the skies. Even the blood river formed by the Saint Blood could not suppress the sharpness and killing intent of the Avicii and Nether swords. Shing! Immediately after, an ear-piercing sound sounded, right in front of countless gazes. The Avicii and Nether swords tore the Saint Blood Soul banner into pieces and broke free completely, reappearing in the world. The only thing left of the Saint Blood Soul banner was a wooden pole that fell from midair, almost completely crippled. Hiss! The expressions of the Saint Princes and Saint Princesses changed starkly and they gasped. The other Paramount Supremacy experts might not have realized what this scene meant. However, the few of them knew in their hearts that the Saint Blood Soul banner was a saint weapon. Even if it could not unleash the true might of a saint weapon in their hands, it could not be crippled casually. Those 2 swords were probably even more terrifying than they had imagined. Those were 2 swords that could cripple a saint weapon. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the Avicii and Nether swords escaped, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and his spirit consciousness moved. Instantly, the 2 swords tore through the crowd and blood filled the air. 300,000-odd Paramount Supremacy experts were gathered nearby. They were too densely packed. Everywhere the Avicii and Nether swords passed, their killing intent was unparalleled and no one could defend against them. Instantly, countless Paramount Supremacy experts died. Be it the Avicii sword that was number 1 in sharpness or the Nether sword that was number 1 in killing, anyone who touched them would definitely die. Even if it was just a slight wound, none of the Paramount Supremacy experts present could survive. Behind the Avicii and Nether swords, the figures of Paramount Supremacy experts fell from midair one after another. When they fell to the ground, they had already turned into cold corpses. That scene was extremely shocking. The lives of the Paramount Supremacies were like grass and they died in such quantity that it resembled a human rain. As for the Avicii and Nether swords, they were like 2 sharp scythes. As the blades swept past, the withered grass snapped and scattered on the ground. The attacks of the Paramount Supremacies of the 10,000 races collapsed under the terrifying killing power of the Avicii and Nether swords as well. This was a threat that came from death directly. No matter how many Paramount Supremacies of the 10,000 races there were, they could not withstand the killing power of the Avicii and Nether swords. Many Paramount Supremacies began to flee in all directions to avoid the massacre of the Avicii and Nether swords. As for Su Zimo, Monkey, Dai Yu and the other human Paramount Supremacies, they finally had a chance to catch their breath. Su Zimo swayed slightly with a pale expression. He did not have much stamina left after defending against the attacks of the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races. The purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes were still burning fiercely. His gaze shifted and landed on a few figures on the battlefield. At that moment, in order to prove the innocence of the Nirvana Sanctuary, Saint Prince Joing had already taken the initiative to attack. He transformed into the true form of the ferocious beast, 9 Neonate, and attacked Night Spirit fiercely. There was a minor cultivation realm difference between the two of them, and Night Spirit did not take him head-on. Instead, he relied on his agile movement technique to deal with it. Just as the other Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were about to attack, a warning flashed in their hearts and a chill ran down their spines. With his signature black hair and green robes, Su Zimo wielded his 2 swords and soared over through the air with purple flames in his eyes. As for the Chaos Fiend Monkey, he carried a golden staff and emitted a violent aura. His fighting spirit swept over like a tsunami. Night Spirit, you're crazy. How dare you betray the Nirvana Sanctuary? What exactly are you doing this for? As Saint Prince Joing chased after Night Spirit, his 9 heads let out sharp and ear-piercing screams. Ha 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 ha! Monkey burst into laughter. Night Spirit, don't panic. We're here to help you. With the 3 of us brothers standing shoulder to shoulder, the Saint Princes or 10,000 races are nothing to fear. You're their brother? Saint Prince Joing was shocked and furious. The eyes on the 9 heads glared at Night Spirit fiercely, as though they wanted an answer. Night Spirit was expressionless as he said indifferently, I've already taken into account our relationship as the Saint race, and that was why I didn't attack you earlier on. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for killing you as well. How dare you? With just you. You're truly tired of living. You betrayed the Nirvana Sanctuary. You'll definitely die today. The 9 heads of Saint Prince Joing hollered at the same time. Since Night Spirit chose to kill the Saint Princes, he naturally had no intention of getting out alive. Night Spirit had an atavistic bloodline and was revered as the Saint race. However, he did not have much feelings for the Nirvana Sanctuary and the Saint race in his heart. In his heart, there was only one family clan, and that was none other than his sworn siblings of Tianhuang mainland. Whoever hurt his clansmen would be his mortal enemy. Kill them. Su Zimo has just defended against the attacks of the 10,000 races alone and is already at the end of his rope. We just have to be careful of those 2 swords. That monkey is already severely injured and there's nothing to fear. For Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were up against paramount supremacies Chongqing, Huarua, Huayan and Evil Destruction. There were only Joing and another 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses left. In the intense fight between Saint Prince Joing and Night Spirit, it was difficult to determine the victor for a moment. The remaining 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses saw through Su Zimo and Monkey's conditions at a glance. They did not retreat and took the initiative to receive them. The Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were right. Su Zimo was indeed at the end of his rope. Even with the Avicii and Nether swords, the power in his body was not enough to fight against the Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. His bloodline phenomenon and the divine power of 3 heads 6 arms could no longer hold on. However, the Saint Princes and Saint Princesses did not realize what the 2 burning purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes implied. The 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses controlled the Great Dao and transformed into many Dao weapons that attacked Su Zimo and Monkey. Su Zimo wielded the Avicii and Nether swords, and his eyes that burned with purple flames had long seen through the Great Daos controlled by the 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses clearly. All the weaknesses and openings of the 4 Great Daos were exposed to Su Zimo. Clang, clang, clang. Su Zimo waved the Avicii and Nether swords and severed the Dao weapons of the 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses without expending much strength. Every single sword strike would strike the weakest spot of the Dao weapons. Coupled with the sharpness of the Avicii and Nether swords, the attacks of the 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were like paper in front of Su Zimo and collapsed with a single strike. What? The 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were shocked. In the blink of an eye, both parties were already inches apart. In their panic, the 4 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses retreated hurriedly, wanting to distance themselves from Su Zimo. Right then, a black and white divine light burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes and intertwined in midair, forming a gigantic yin-yang fish's diagram instantly. The two fishes chased and spun slowly, emitting a tremendous suction force that blocked the escape paths of the four Saint Princes and Saint Princesses. Shatter! The blood chi of the four Saint Princes and Saint Princesses surged and transformed into their bloodline phenomenons. They channeled the power of their saint race blood to its limits and joined forces to shatter the yin-yang fish's diagram. However, with that delay, Su Zimo, who was wielding two swords, had already arrived behind the four of them. Buzz! A sword hum sounded. The Avicii sword slashed down with an extreme sharpness and severed the arm of a Saint Prince. Instantly, blood surged like a spring. The Saint Prince only had time to let out a tragic cry before his essence spirit was devoured by greater Avicii in the sword body and he died within. The nether sword tore through the clothes of a Saint Princess and left a faint blood mark on her snow-white back. Terrifying killing intent surged into her body instantly and surged into her consciousness, strangling the essence spirit of the Saint Princess. A Saint Prince and Saint Princess died on the spot. A Saint Prince was intercepted by Monkey. Both parties only exchanged a single round. Monkey was severely injured and could not defend against it, retreating continuously. However, the Saint Prince also lost his last chance to escape. He was caught by Su Zimo, who had rushed over and died to his swords. The four Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were defeated way too quickly. In just a single exchange, 3 of them died. At this point of the battle, half of the 12 Saint Princes and Saint Princesses were dead. Saint Prince Joing and the others who were fighting Night Spirit, Paramount Supremacy Chongqing, Paramount Supremacy Evil Destruction, and the others were shocked and afraid when they saw that. If Su Zimo was allowed to continue killing, the 6 of them would not be spared either. Desolate Marshal, you overthrew the heavenly court and released the evil fiends. Even after that, you dared to ascend to the major Kiliacosm and kill people from our sanctuaries. Your crimes are truly unforgivable. Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded in the space-time forbidden ground and echoed endlessly. The next moment, 9 figures appeared in the space-time forbidden ground at the same time. Their bodies shone with a blinding light, and their holy might enveloped the surroundings, intimidating the 10,000 races. The saints had arrived. The flames of war in the space-time forbidden ground were extinguished instantly. No one could ignore existences of this level. Su Zimo looked up as well. The 9 saints were the 9 lords of the heavenly court who had once joined forces to establish the 9 heavens in the medium Kiliacosm. The reason why he always wanted to hide his identity as Desolate Marshal was because he was worried about this happening. The 9 lords of the heavenly court were all saints. In the medium Kiliacosm, they were restricted by the heaven and earth laws and could not unleash their combat strength. They were suppressed by him one after another and returned in defeat, losing all face. Saints were not to be humiliated. Once the 9 saints of the 5 sanctuaries knew his identity, they would definitely not let the matter rest. Leave! Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Night Spirit and Monkey beside him with his spirit consciousness. First, since we're here today, we have no intention of leaving alive. Even against saints, Monkey was still untamed. He raised his head and looked at the saints without any respect. Night Spirit did not say anything and merely nodded. I'm different from you guys. Su Zimo continued to send a voice transmission. Even if this Green Lotus true body dies, I won't die. My Martial Dao true body is still around. When they heard that, Monkey and Night Spirit finally hesitated. Su Zimo continued, if you guys escape, we'll meet again in the future. If you guys accompany me, your deaths will be in vain. The first target of the 9 saints was him. As long as others did not take the initiative to offend the 9 saints, the other party would not have a good reason to attack. Near Mount Xianpin, the moment they saw Su Zimo counterattack and kill the Saint Princes and Paramount Supremacies of the 10,000 races in succession, many humans cheered with enthusiasm. However, in the blink of an eye, the cheers around them subsided when the 9 saints appeared. The surroundings fell silent once more. Saints had appeared. This meant that this matter had been escalated to another level. We humans have saints as well. We can't let them kill desolate Marshall. However, there are only two saints in our human race. Once a fight breaks out, I'm afraid, are we just going to watch desolate Marshall be suppressed by the saints? A discussion gradually broke out in the crowd. Many cultivators looked at Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming instinctively. In the battle between the paramount supremacies earlier on, the two saints were worried that they would break the rules and did not attack. But now, the 5 sanctuaries broke the rules first. The 9 saints descended and wanted to attack Su Zimo. The expressions of Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming changed. They remained silent, but they were enduring immense pain in their hearts. Sigh. The initially silent mountain chief suddenly sighed deeply and moved towards the spatial node in midair. The mountain chief was about to enter the space-time forbidden ground. When they saw that, Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming made up their minds and no longer hesitated. They hurriedly followed behind the mountain chief and stepped into the space-time forbidden ground together. Fellow Taoists. The mountain chief arrived at the space-time forbidden ground and looked at the 9 saints who were high and mighty. He cupped his fists slightly and said with a bitter expression, "Today's matter is only a battle between paramount supremacies after all. Although there was a massacre, it's not appropriate for saints to appear. It doesn't stand to reason." Humph! Saint Nether Heaven sneered. "We naturally won't interfere in a fight between paramount supremacies. We're here this time round for desolate Marshall's heaven-defying sins. If not for him, the 33 heavens in the northwest would not have revived with the return of the evil fiends and nether ghosts." Saint Blue Heaven asked expressionlessly, "Mountain Chief, do you humans want to help the evil fiends and nether ghosts wreak havoc in the major kiliacosm?" Everyone. "Why are you all so murderous?" The mountain chief's expression turned even more bitter as he shook his head. "There's no need to pin such a huge crime on me. I can't afford it. Fellow Taoists, on account of our past relationship, can you give me some face and let them live? Be it the experts of the 10,000 races in the space-time forbidden ground or the many humans of Mount Shenpin, they were shocked. The mountain chief actually had a past relationship with the 9 saints of the 5 sanctuaries. It was also because of this that he could address the 9 saints as fellow Taoists despite his paramount supremacy cultivation. The 9 saints stood in midair and did not refute the mountain chief's request immediately. Instead, they pondered in silence. Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming went forward and cupped their fists as well, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, it was definitely not our intention for today's matter to develop into this situation. The human race is willing to withdraw from the opportunities to become saints in the space-time forbidden ground this time round. Fellow Taoists, please grant us our wish." Humph! When he saw Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming stand out, Saint Advent Heaven had a disdainful expression and sneered. "The two of you have only just become saints. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of talking to us." The expressions of Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming changed. As saints of the human race, they were berated by the saints of the 9 heavens in front of the 10,000 races without any mercy. Saint Vermilion Heaven said coldly as well, "You can't even guarantee that you can retain your great Tao saint positions. You guys are not qualified to negotiate with us." This was already a blatant threat. The expressions of Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming turned ugly. Su Zimo's expression changed in deep thought. The 9 heaven saints of the 5 sanctuaries did not take Saint Xianxia and Saint Hui Ming seriously at all. On the contrary, they did not offend the mountain chief who only had a paramount supremacy cultivation and seemed to have restrained themselves. With the descent of the saints, the fate of everyone was no longer within their own control. Even Su Zimo had no choice but to watch the developments calmly. Suddenly, Saint Power Heaven said, "Mountain Chief, since it's you, we can take a step back. You can bring these humans back. However, desolate Marshall and evil destruction will definitely have to die today." Saint Advent Heaven said coldly as well, "That traitor Night Spirit has to stay as well. I want to bring him back to the Nirvana Sanctuary and punish him according to the rules of the race." When the experts of the 10,000 races heard that, they were secretly shocked. The fact that the 9 heaven saints could make such a compromise showed how much respect they gave to the mountain chief. In the battle that just erupted, the group of human paramount supremacies killed many people from the sanctuaries as well. But now, because of a single request from the mountain chief, he was allowed to leave with the remaining human paramount supremacies. Saint Xianxia and Saint Huiming were delighted as well. To be fair, the compromise by the 9 heaven saints was already beyond their expectations. However, as for Desolate Marshal, no matter what, Su Zimo was involved in this battle for the sake of the human paramount supremacies. If they abandoned Desolate Marshal like this, they would feel bad. The mountain chief was silent for a moment before cupping his fists with a bitter expression. Everyone, you're all saints. Why stoop to the level of these paramount supremacies? I've already said that Desolate Marshal has defied the heavens and has to die today. No one can save him. Saint Power Heaven interrupted the mountain chief's words with an unquestionable tone. The mountain chief smiled bitterly. He only did that back then because he wanted to ascend to the major Kiliacosm and had no other choice. Saint Flame Heaven was a little impatient when he heard that and berated, "Old thing, don't push your luck. We've already given you enough face. Know your limits." The mountain chief's expression was bitter as he sighed deeply. Wow, how impressive. Right then, a cold voice sounded. The next moment, a woman in snow-white clothes descended in the space-time forbidden ground. Her entire body emitted a powerful saint might that even faintly suppressed the 9 heaven saints. Yao Xue. When Su Zimo saw who it was, his heart skipped a beat. Ah! The paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races of the space-time forbidden ground exclaimed in shock when they saw Saint Guyao's true appearance. How could they get the chance to see these experts usually? Furthermore, this was Saint Guyao who was in many legends. In the major Kiliacosm, Saint Guyao was known as a goddess from the moment she was born. Anyone who was fated to meet her once would not forget her. There were even people who proclaimed that she was peerless and unrivaled in her beauty. Fellow Taoist Guyao. When the 9 heaven saints heard Saint Guyao's unfriendly tone, they did not know her intentions and hurriedly cupped their fists to greet her, not daring to be negligent. Saint Vermilion Heaven and Saint Flame Heaven even revealed a hint of respect towards Saint Guyao and bowed slightly. Even among saints, there would be a difference in strength and status. Saint Vermilion Heaven and Saint Flame Heaven were both from the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary. Saint Guyao was the daughter of Saint Lord Ancestral Fire. Who were you calling an old thing earlier on? Saint Guyao's gaze shifted to Saint Flame Heaven's face and she asked indifferently, "Him?" Saint Flame Heaven felt guilty and stammered, "Piak." Suddenly, Saint Guyao raised her hand and slapped Saint Flame Heaven's face, causing him to stagger. The 10,000 races were in an uproar. Saint Flame Heaven did not even manage to react and stood on the spot in a daze. "You!" Saint Flame Heaven snapped out of his stupor and widened his eyes in shock and anger. Although he was not injured from the slap, the fact that it was done in front of the 10,000 races was even worse than killing him. If not for Saint Guyao's identity, Saint Flame Heaven would have attacked long ago. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak rudely to him?" Saint Guyao looked at Saint Flame Heaven expressionlessly and her tone was cold. Saint Flame Heaven's expression darkened and he glared at Saint Guyao for a long time before finally lowering his head. He was practically gritting his teeth as he said slowly, "I was rude." The experts of the 10,000 races were secretly speechless at the sight of that. Although they were both saints, he had to endure such humiliation from her in public. The experts of the 10,000 races were shocked by how domineering Saint Guyao was. When the other 9 heaven saints saw that, they were silent and did not stand up for Saint Flame Heaven. Others might not know, but the few of them knew in their hearts that apart from caution towards Saint Guyao's status and strength, the reason why Saint Flame Heaven did not dare to retaliate was also because of a bloodline suppression. Apart from the saint race, there were 3 other races in the Ancestral Fire Sanctuary: Vermilion Bird, Flame, and Phoenix. Saint Guyao was the first flame race being born in the world. Saint Flame Heaven also had the bloodline of the flame race. In front of Saint Guyao, there was a natural bloodline suppression. Saint Guyao turned around and looked at the mountain chief who was not far away. Her originally cold gaze gradually softened. Uncle Gu. Saint Guyao bowed to the mountain chief. Saint Guyao looked at the mountain chief with a hint of respect, intimacy, and pity. It was a complicated gaze. Even in his previous life, Su Zimo had never seen Yao Xue reveal such an expression to anyone. Uncle Gu? What was the relationship between Saint Guyao and the mountain chief? The mountain chief's status was actually so high? Su Zimo frowned internally. This saint seems like that confidant of yours in Tianhuang mainland? Right then, Daiyu suddenly asked via voice transmission. Su Zimo smiled bitterly. The Ji Yao Xue of my previous life was merely a dream of Saint Guyao. She has long forgotten about it. Su Zimo explained briefly to Daiyu. In reality, Saint Guyao had indeed not looked at Su Zimo even once since she appeared. The mountain chief looked at Saint Guyao and his vision gradually blurred. In a daze, it was as though another person's figure and appearance had appeared in front of him. Ah Xian? Deep longing surged into his heart, and the mountain chief was extremely emotional as he could not help but mutter softly. Thereafter, he snapped out of his stupor and looked at Saint Guyao. He shook his head gently and felt bitter. However, he forced a smile. Guyao, you're here. Uncle Gu? Saint Guyao looked at the white-haired old man with a bitter expression in front of her and felt a pang in her heart. She wanted to say something but hesitated. The gentle, refined, and energetic expert of the past was now like this. She knew that the pain the old man had endured all these years was probably 100 or 1,000 times worse than hers. The moment her emotions fluctuated, her great Tao began to show signs of backlash and her body swayed slightly. Saint Guyao closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was normal and her eyes were like an ancient well without any fluctuations. The mountain chief smiled. Guyao, go back. It's fine if others call me an old thing. I'm already old and don't care anymore. But I care, Saint Guyao said. Apart from mother, you were the only one who often accompanied me and Yen Ji when we were young. You were the best to us sisters. No matter how much trouble we cause, you won't be angry and will always smile at us. When mother punished us, we came to you to hide. You protected us the entire time and never let us suffer any grievances. Saint Guyao was expressionless and her tone was calm, as though she was talking about something unrelated to her. However, everyone could tell the emotions contained in those words. The mountain chief seemed to have thought of something and was a little emotional as well. His eyes reddened as he murmured softly, "It's all in the past. It's all in the past. Uncle Gu, you're my most respected family." Saint Guyao said slowly, "As long as I'm alive, no one is allowed to be disrespectful or rude to you." The last sentence clearly meant something. When the 9 Heavens Saints heard that, they frowned secretly. Saint Power Heaven coughed gently. "Fellow Taoist Guyao, we've been extremely respectful to the mountain chief as well. We've already agreed earlier on to let him leave with those humans and not make things difficult for him." "That's right," Saint Blue Heaven said in a deep voice. "Desolate Marshal doesn't belong to the human race. Furthermore, he once joined forces with the Lords of the Four Paths in the medium Kiliacosm to break the seal of the heavenly court of the 5 sanctuaries. Right now, the revival of the evil fiends and nether ghosts in the major Kiliacosm is entirely because of this person. We just want to kill this person as well." Those words sounded reasonable. Saint Guyao wanted to stand up for the mountain chief, but the 9 Heaven Saints had already compromised and did not stop the mountain chief and the other human paramount supremacies from leaving. "That won't do either," Saint Guyao said indifferently. "Why is that?" Saint Power Heaven frowned and questioned. "Desolate Marshal is clearly on the side of the Lords of the Four Paths. Furthermore, he inherited the legacy of the Chaos Sanctuary. If we let him leave, he'll definitely become a huge problem in the future," Saint Guyao said. "If the mountain chief wants to take him away, no one can stop him." Although there seemed to be nothing wrong with that reasoning, there seemed to be something wrong as well. Daiyu glanced sideways at Su Zimo meaningfully. It was true that Saint Guyao wanted to help the mountain chief. However, didn't the extent of her help seem a little too great? Saint Blue Heaven was so angry that he laughed instead and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Guyao, what are you saying? Desolate Marshal broke through the heavenly court and is entangled with the four paths. His crimes are unforgivable. Even if Saint Lord Ancestral Fire comes, he won't stop us. Saint Guyao glared at him and said coldly, "You want to use him to suppress me?" The moment she said that, Saint Guyao suddenly attacked. Her saint might was limitless and the great Tao appeared, suppressing Saint Blue Heaven. "You!" Saint Blue Heaven was shocked. He did not expect that his words would cause Saint Guyao to attack him. Saint Blue Heaven had indeed wanted to use the title of Saint Lord Ancestral Fire to suppress Saint Guyao earlier on. After all, Saint Lord Ancestral Fire was Saint Guyao's father. However, there had long been a rift between the father and daughter, and they had not gotten along for many years. The mention of Saint Lord Ancestral Fire by Saint Blue Heaven instantly made Saint Guyao recall a part of the past. Instead, it aroused the anger and killing intent in her heart. Boom! The saint power between the two of them collided with a loud bang, and even the entire space-time forbidden ground began to tremble slightly. Saint Blue Heaven was no match for her and took a few steps back. The blood chi in his body surged and his expression changed slightly. Saint Guyao's combat strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Saint Power Heaven's spirit consciousness moved, prepared to descend with his saint might and kill Desolate Marshal. However, Saint Guyao sensed something and attacked once more. She took on Saints Power Heaven and Blue Heaven single-handedly. Boom! 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 The two parties exchanged blows consecutively and their saint powers clashed head-on. Even against two enemies, Saint Guyao had the absolute advantage. "We'll stop her. Kill Desolate Marshal first," Saint Power Heaven said in a deep voice. "Who dares?" Saint Guyao hollered softly and her blood chi surged. She was bathed in flames and waved her hands continuously. Saint Power surged and enveloped the 9 heaven saints. Saint Guyao was so domineering that she wanted to take on the 9 of them single-handedly. Rumble! A huge battle broke out between the 10 saints, causing the world to tremble and the weather to change. As their saint might spread, the paramount supremacies of the 10,000 races trembled. Once a paramount supremacy expert was involved in a combat of this level, he would be reduced to dust instantly. The great Tao they controlled was like child's play in front of the saints. "Hurry and leave!" When the mountain chief saw that, he reacted immediately and sped towards the nearest spatial node with Su Zimo, Night Spirit and the others. When the 9 heavens saints saw that, they were anxious and their attacks became even more ferocious. However, even with the 9 of them joining forces, they could not break through Saint Guyao's obstruction in a short period of time. On the one hand, Saint Guyao's combat strength was indeed powerful and was higher than the 9 heaven saints. On the other hand, Saint Guyao was Saint Lord Ancestral Fire's daughter after all, and the 9 heaven saints were wary. Saint Flame Heaven was even more restrained in front of her. Preposterous! Right then, a dignified voice echoed through the world and reverberated through the space-time forbidden ground in a deafening manner. Even the living beings of the 10,000 races watching the battle in the major kiliocosm shuddered when they heard that voice through the spatial node, let alone the experts of the space-time forbidden ground. The next moment, a suffocating might appeared in the space-time forbidden ground. All the living beings in the world, including the 9 heaven saints who were fighting, were suppressed and could not move. The 9 heaven saints were shocked. Great saint! Only great saint experts had such might and power. That might did not seem to restrict Saint Guyao's movements. Saint Guyao was expressionless as she looked at the 9 motionless saints not far away and attacked once more without any intention of holding back. "That's enough!" Accompanied by a light shout, a scarlet-haired man who was burning with flames suddenly appeared in front of Saint Guyao. With a dignified expression, he raised his hand gently and pressed her down. "How much longer are you going to keep this up?" The red-haired man looked at Saint Guyao and asked slowly. "You have no right to control me." Saint Guyao's tone was cold. "I'm your father." Suddenly, 2 balls of flames burned in the scarlet-haired man's eyes as he berated. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked when they heard that Saint Lord Ancestral Fire had appeared. "So what?" Saint Guyao's expression was still cold. She looked at Saint Lord Ancestral Fire without any emotions and said indifferently, "The moment Mother was forced to death by you guys, you had no right to care about me.